Welcome back, ladies and gents. We're here for a second installment of the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2026. This Summer Open qualifier should be a blast. Last time around, we got a chance to crown a champion here in EU, and let me just tell you, Exclusive are back and ready to be in prime form. I'm Verdict. I'll be your caster for the night. Joining me, as I always see, as of last week too as well, we've got a banger on our hands. Colin, how you doing, buddy?
Doing fantastic. Still early in the morning here in North America, I won't lie. But we're ready. We're primed. I'm sure you got your 10th cup of coffee with you, Verdict, and you are absolutely energized for these matches. No, it's going to be a fun one because, phase 2 of the qualifiers, week 2 of the qualifiers here in Europe, we get to obviously see teams, what they can hash together after our first week, and maybe some changes to teams, maybe some changes to the way that they're organizing each other going into this week on map pool strategies, really anything to get them over the hump of Exclusive and Animus. People are looking to take them down this week.
Oh, absolutely. Speaking of roster changes, as he just mentioned, yeah, there's no joke about it. This is EU. It is bound to happen. Some of the major ones that came through that we've heard as, man, I just had the YouTube in the background and all I could hear is my goofy voice. Sorry about that. But one of the biggest roster changes that came through, it happened about a week and a half ago. And I found out this morning, this is how late I am. Not Animus, I'm sorry, but Saints actually pick up 2 new players and Grizz and Lucky from that 117 roster. That 117 roster is still around. They're going to be going by a different name. If I'm not mistaken, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It took me all of about 10 seconds to figure that out when I was looking at the bracket earlier this morning. And they also are getting pickups of 2 new players in Helios and Sangha. So some shakeups throughout the entirety here of EU. If it's going to happen, it needs to happen now as we get geared up for the second installment of this Summer Open qualifier. I think that's the biggest news that we've had since the last event. Colin, I know we were talking about how great 117 was. That team no longer the same without that core.
Just sad. I like the 117 team, and not just in like the namesake alone, but in like the players and what they were able to achieve last week. I feel like you were knocking on the door of some greatness in the matches that we saw. And, obviously there was a distinct difference between, Exclusive, Animus, and then 3-4 in the bracket that we kind of had. And they were a cut above, and it was kind of obvious when we were watching it. So to see some changes, I mean, you're kind of throwing darts at a board and hoping it sticks right now. And I think going into week 2, it's better to do it now, get the experience before doing it in your last chance in week number 3. So it doesn't really surprise me that we do see changes. I think that for a lot of teams, it's just trying to figure out how we can top this 1-2 seed in EU, because Exclusive and Animus, they looked great, and Exclusive alone looked so good last week. So if you can aim to take down Animus, that's one thing, but to take down both Animus and Exclusive, that's another. So hopefully these roster changes can propel you into that stratosphere.
Absolutely. Speaking of stratosphere, let's go ahead and take a look at it. We were talking about all the teams that were, top of the top. How did they get here? How does this format work? We'll take a look at it now as we can throw that up on the screen. Kind of give you an idea. I believe this week we had 69 teams actually participate in this single elimination bracket.
Nice.
You've got to make it through that in that format as well. So across these 6 weeks of competition, there are 3 open qualifiers. We had 1 2 weeks ago. We got this one coming up, and we got another one coming up on the weekend of the 4th and the 5th. Day 1, of course, as I mentioned, single elimination bracket. It's a best of 5 matches. Day 2, this is where we get to the meat and potatoes, Colin. It's a double elim bracket with 16 teams. Day 3, all of those teams are going to be facing off in a best of 7 grand finals to come. So last team standing obviously will get majority of the prize pool, but also those points that they're going to be fighting for all throughout the month of June and into the early bits of July. Top 16 teams at the end of this qualifier make it to the major, and that's where all that big money is going to be at. As you can see, they are fighting for the only 2 spots here in Europe to represent their region.
And it's the big points kind of towards the end to get to the 2026 Call of Duty Mobile World Championships. I think that that's what everybody's eyeing up. That's kind of where you want your season to end. And you don't want to be one of those teams that are kind of cruising through the qualifiers and then take your foot off the gas at the last minute. I think that, even still, We look at teams like Exclusive to bring out the best, to show what they can offer to this world championship and what they can learn to maybe walk away from champions for the sake of Europe when we do get to the world championships for this year. So yeah, that's going to be the format that we're kind of looking at, and even pushing beyond that. I think that well, it's not just like the format that we're looking at. We got prizing too to kind of take a look at too, and I think that teams, yes, it's going to be important to look towards the prizing verdict and kind of walk away with a chance to kind of get this prizes. But I think the points is where it's all at. Like the prize is nice, but the big prize at the end of the day is getting a chance to be at the world championship.
Oh, you are absolutely right, my friend. Take a look at it. $5,000, nothing to laugh at. You get that each and every weekend. We have these open qualifiers with 3 in this installment. That's a chance to win $2,500 each and every 2 weeks. So that's not a bad payday for a little bit of work if you don't ask me myself. So $15,000 in total, $5,000 throughout the installment, $2,500 of course going to first, $1,250 for second, $750 for third. And if you manage to make it to the 4th place seating, you get that $500, which I'm sure it's not much whenever you're talking about 5, 6, 7 players and maybe even a coach or a manager to pay. So you're definitely going to be wanting to fight closer to that 1st and 2nd seating, as that's where the lion's share of it is. But there's no mysteries here who's going to be fighting for that one. As I was taking a look at the standings, I'm pretty sure we're going to see another exclusive run here this weekend with some roster changes coming through. I'm interested to see what that 2nd, 3rd, 4th spot's going to look like. I know we were talking about 117 being pretty dominant in its own right. They were outclassed massively by the
Yeah.
top 2 teams. So there was definitely a change that was going to be coming on the horizon. We got that in the first event. Now we get to see them catch their stride. They've had a little bit of time to scrim. I'm excited to see what that 2nd potential matchup of the night's going to be, as we were talking about it before broadcast. Animus and Saints. That is something that we're going to be looking forward to. One, because Saints was able to take a map off of Animus off the rip in their initial best of 5, lost that series and got eliminated. Now they've got an upgrade to their roster. Might be able to see some things change in that top 4 seeding.
Yeah, might be able to. And I know that last week kind of Animus hit a wall in their own right, getting their 2nd round matchup versus Exclusive early on for that quarterfinals kind of shook things up in the qualifiers and forced them to make that long lower bracket run. We can take a look at the brackets and kind of give some visual towards the people watching as well for these matches, kind of see what they want to have going their way. I'm looking at it right now, and it already looks like Exclusive have trekked forward into the 2nd round. So they're already on their campaign to go back-to-back in week number 2. For you and I, we'll be looking towards the Troglodyte Tribe versus Oxygon for our first match down at the lower side of this bracket. And yeah, I think that making a good call towards Animus and that potential Saints roster going into that 2nd round is definitely something we'll be looking at here on the broadcast, and everybody at home will be looking at too, to see if those roster changes can make a difference in a matchup versus a team like Animus. I think that is going to be really telling for the weekend ahead of you and I. But talk to me a little bit here about Troglodyte Tribe and Oxygon. We're looking at them for a first winners bracket round 1 verdict. This is going to be a big one for both of them to just get off to a good start.
Yeah, absolutely. Troglodyte Tribe finishing in a 5th to 8th spot, only losing to 2 teams. That was 117. What was 117 not found? And again to Animus in the lower bracket. Oxygon is a little bit more of a toss-up. Not quite sure where they fit in the mix. I figured this would be the more competitive matchup that we would see in the first round. Obviously, I'm all for the people, and we want to get the action started early. This was, of course, the best opportunity available. Oxygon dropping to only 2 teams as well, exclusive to 3-0 in the winners round 2, and then eventually succumbing to Saints prior their roster buff. So they finished 9th through 16th in our first rounds of seeding. Now it's a chance for them to strike back. Both these teams, see how long or how far they've came in this first 2 weeks. Should be competitive. I put an asterisk beside it. I'm not expecting this one to go to the distance, but I am expecting them to be closer maps, if not at least 1 or 2 close maps. So expectations aren't super high, but it is the first you know, it's the first round of a 16-team bracket. And let me just tell you, the 16-team bracket is very top heavy, with the top 4 teams pretty much doing a lot of the heavy lifting.
Yeah, I mean, like tons of heavy lifting going on in the bracket. I think when we're looking at teams trying to match up against Exclusive and Animus. It's funny too when you're kind of looking at that bracket from last week for Troglodyte Tribe, and the only 2 teams that they've lost to are top 3 teams that we did have in the bracket. It kind of makes you wonder going into this week if those roster changes have maybe bumped Troglodyte Tribe up a tad bit more. I mean, just looking at the run that they do have through week number 2 is eventually in the semifinals. If all goes your way, you're most likely going to be meeting Animus in that semifinal matchup before dropping into the lower bracket. Although it is COD Mobile verdict, anything can happen, so you never know. I mean, you got Wanted on your side of the bracket, and they looked good too, especially against Exclusive in their SnDs. So you can never really count out teams like Wanted on a bracket side like this for the elimination stage. But we got a lot of matches to kind of go through, and I think that the change up into week 2, all the different scrims that we're going to be seeing from last week into this week is going to surely change up what we get from teams like Troglodyte Tribe, Oxygon, Wanted, teams that were impressing me last week, but still have some work to do. So for Troglodyte Tribe and Oxygon, what are they going to bring us? We got our best of 5 right ahead of us, and it's going to be Arsenal, Slums, Raid, Takeoff, Tunisia. Or Tunisia.
Absolutely. Summit Combine out of the mix. You know what? I've casted so much Summit in North America. I am so glad EU got the gist. They don't want it. I don't want it. We don't want it. Oh, somebody out there wants it, but it's not going to be here. Arsenal going to be an interesting one. Added back into the to the map pool this season, and we've seen some crazy things out of it as far as the spawns go. But I felt like as the weeks progress, maybe they might have done a little tinkering to the spawns, because we haven't seen any of the spawn trap cheese, or, you know, the spawns where you're on P2 and you're looking back in the deep and people are literally spawning right in front of you from the opposite team. I don't think we're going to be seeing that. It's been a while since that's been in the mix, but Slum's going to be an interesting one too. I know that's wallbang galore. We're going to actually see how it pans out. If we get to a game 4, Takeoff should be fun, as well as that map's been added back to the map pool as well. Raid is my home for Control. If we're seeing anything outside of it, I am brutally upset. Expectations for this first matchup, chat, should be an exciting one, pending which teams show up. Obviously, Troglodyte Tribe getting a 5th through 8th seeding from last split. Oxygon trying to sharpen their craft here early on.
Mm-hmm.
Should be, as I say, I keep saying should be, best match available.
It should be, and I think for Oxygon, you're really happy that this week you didn't drop Exclusive for your first round matchup. We got to see the Exclusive versus Oxygon. That one was pretty quick last week, so no chance for you to kind of drop on down for Oxygon in their week 1 match. I mean, you lose to Exclusive, you go play Elite Titans EU. You take them down 3-0, and then you play up against the Saints in that losers round 2. So it was a tough run through and through for Oxygon, I think, in week number 1 this time around. I mean, week 2, you do have the match versus Troglodyte Tribe, which is a little bit of an upgrade for yourself. I'm sure that's going to feel a lot better than that Exclusive first round draw. Hopefully that they've been putting some work together for their map pool, and you can see it here. For Oxygon, like getting rid of Combine, you don't want to go there. We've seen teams look just absolutely crazy on this map when it comes to takeover and being one-sided. Firing range, you don't want to force out something where it really comes down to finding those first bloods, really getting that plant down. Slums, it kind of leads to good late round potential comebacks, and I think that we saw a lot of that last week with the SKS, with the R9. Lots of chances for individuals to take over and make those comebacks in 1v2s to clutch up. So hopefully for Oxygon, they've been putting the work in. I think when we get to raid control, you're really hoping, if you're Oxygon, that you did take a map up this Troglodyte Tribe team, because raid is just one of those maps where if you get comfortable and you start to outslay your opponents going into it, you have a chance to just steamroll and put it away in a full sweep.
Absolutely. Good analysis, good little breakdown. We should be getting geared up for game number 1 here of our summer qualifiers to Call of Duty Mobile World Championship here at EU. Starts through this. Obviously, all the teams going to be fighting for that prize pool, but as Colin mentioned, it's all about the points and the seeding. And why does that matter so much? You want to represent EU, you've got to start here strong in order to get that proper seeding for that 16-team major that's coming up in July. It's going to be massive. If I'm not mistaken, we've got at least north of $25,000 in prize pools just for that event alone. It's going to be a blast, but you've got to be able to set the pace here early on. You've got to be able to pace yourself as well, as these brackets are going to be going quickly today. Obviously, we're going to be looking at 4 matches on our hands today, and then we're going to have another grand finals on our hands tomorrow. So we start off the day with 16. We started the weekend off with 69. By the end of it, we will be crowning another champion here in EU, giving them another slice of that $5,000 prize pool, as well as all the points they can earn. As the event progresses too, one thing that I failed to mention, you'll actually get multipliers, point multipliers for each and every event. I believe this week we are going to be getting at least a 1.25 multiplier for points. So what you would normally get if it's 100, you're going to be getting 1.25 times that, which would be 125 if I'm not mistaken. And then next event, it'll be 1.5 multiplier. So I may be wrong on those, but I'm pretty sure it progressively gets higher. If I recall, I'll have to look at it whenever we get a chance. But now it's more important than ever. Last event was great, but this time around the points are getting higher. And without further ado, Colin, game number 1 of the second installment of the summer qualifier is up and ready. Arsenal, Hardpoint, let's roll.
Yeah, let's get into it right away. So you can kick things off with that initial time as teams are going to be posturing for those P2 spawns. And you can see with the P1 open, it's actually going to be splits right away for Troglodyte Tribe to break back into it from mid. Everybody racing to get into the hill. Everybody trying to get set up for the right side of the map, where Troglodyte Tribe at the moment are going to be kind of reigning and holding on to that. But Oxygon are off to a fantastic start for this first hill in its time.
Absolutely. We talked about this map in particular. If teams can find a way to open up with a massive lead, it seems to be where things can get a bit ugly and brutal right now. It is 36-0. Massive lead in favor of Oxygon. They've been able to put God's work here on this objective. Troglodyte Tribe trying to get a little bit of a break on through, but it's day late and a dollar short. The contest is what they'll have to settle for. Last kill comes through for Dano. That's going to be the last time collected. 39-0. P2 setup coming through. And it's a big 1v1 on the back line for Zevix, who's going to be able to win one and win those spawns. Let's see if they can capitalize on some time.
Yeah, Zevix going to go big there. And we might actually have names flipped around. It's Troglodyte Tribe off to a fantastic start with the 40 points unanswered. Oxygon looking to answer back with their P2 rotation. So you get those first couple kills. You're starting to hold on. Kurz is going to come out with another win. And you're still battling to get in for this contest. You still have a couple players in the back. Troglodyte Tribe fighting from the front and keeping you out of this hill, just continuing to push you back.
Oof. Continuing to do so, too. They got the spawn flip to come on through. Now it's a funnel through the front door. Kato up top's going to hop down. It is going to get taken down by Sachi. Lick's able to get Mixie in through. Smoke's going to be able to clear the path. They got the back lines, but the last 7 seconds going to be given away for free. Everyone's going to be making that rotation over for new. Troglodyte Tribe trying to make something happen here on this rotation. They're kind of getting picked apart across it. As I say that, 3 better than 1 in that instant. Kato's going to be able to find a 2-piece. And well, right now it's a toss-up for spawns as well as the hill. Mr. Balan says, absolutely not, butter. Yeah, brother.
Man. You're coming up on some specialists now, so see if Troglodyte Tribe just want to continue to keep the pressure on. Here's Milan with the Tempest, going to rush on forward. Licks catches him, and that's Warmacine from Sachi. So a couple specialists going to be invested here as Troglodyte Tribe pushing up to a 60-point lead, still with 30 seconds left off of this P3 hill. Claw time now for Dano. And there's no way in for Oxygon at the moment, even with the War Machine from Licks. They still haven't seen a lick of time since the scrap time of P2. Finally going to get in from the front to see if this War Machine can find anything more, but War Machine's down to the Hunter-Killer drone, and it looks like Troglodyte Tribe with Jimmy fighting through the side door is going to battle their way back in for scraps.
Scrap's going to be denied. It is going to be Troglodyte Tribe going to continue to run through it. Now it's a race and scramble over to P4 we go. This is one of those toss-up hills that can turn into a money hill if you make it. 2 players on through. Oh my god, the hop-up. Just too OP. Sachi able to gun him down. Here comes the operators for the side of Oxygon. They've found themselves in a 70-point despair, but they're going to be eating a Tempest to the face off of that opener there. Kurz going to be able to find a 3-piece in the mix. That's going to be some time collected here for Oxygon, but yeah, trying to get his team back in the mix. He's going to be able to find another before he is dropped.
You're kind of sitting here. You see the investments from Oxygon. The claw there is going to push 4. Only takes down 1, but this is a moment for Oxygon where you got to start seeing these specialists make some difference, make a dent into this lead that Troglodyte Tribe have. I mean, they're winning so many neutral fights with just their guns alone, not needing specialists or kill streaks, and it has me a little bit worried for it, because Oxygon just, it doesn't look like they're able to kind of put the finishing touches for a lot of these holds.
Well, let's see if they can hold it here. Oxygon down, are they out? First set of hills through, down by 80, P5. Time for a little bit of redemption. Milan, hello, trying to get a flick and burn on through. We're looking at the debut of the Bow 27. They said it was absolutely correct. Mr. Milan, let's see what you got. Finds one, is gunned on the outskirts. Time's going to be collected, and the spawn's now still in favor of Oxygon. They're doing God's work on that point, but they're not going to be able to play the objective. Kato, now the collapse, now the operators coming through. They flipped the map on its head completely, and Troglodyte now trying to dig themselves out of this one. Let's see if they can smash to the front.
Well, Death Machine's going to find absolutely nothing. Licks on low HP. Jimmy slides in for the break. Dino trades it out. Spawns flip into the back, and looks like Oxygon should be able to fight in for this 20 seconds. It's just, can you hold off the Troglodyte Tribe yet again? A couple specialists at the ready for Sachi. It's the War Machine trying to break back in for the squad. No specialists for Oxygon, but that's okay. They're still getting a good chunk of change off this hill.
Not a bad game. Through the first set of hills, only down by about 55. Let's see if the comeback can come through. First hill through, they gave up 39 points, and that should be an illegal thing. Let's see if they can bounce back now, as they've got a little bit of control for themselves. Oxygon collecting some time here. They've got a decent setup. Doors opening up for Lynx to get some shots on through. Jimmy gonna find one on the outskirts, make it 2. Dino trying to race towards the objective. Jimmy's gonna get shut down. First set of players coming through. Mr. Milan now pulling out the big guns. Tempest making a big impact.
Oh.
That's gonna be enough for a little bit of time, but Kurz able to shut him down.
And Kurz is going to try to hold on, at least for the contest, see if some teammates can get there. That's a big play to shut down that Tempest. Could have been a real... Excuse me. Could have been a real difference maker for that setup. Troglodyte Tribe still looking to vie away with the last couple of seconds here. Trophies down and setup's going to be in. Sachi double kill should lock down the rest of it. The rotation's over to Nil, blocking those back spawns. It's Mr. Milan all the way deep in the rotation. Players from Oxygon going to start having to look for this, but it would be a tough raid, as you can see Troglodyte Tribe spawning on top of your teammate in the back.
Oh, another big 1v1 on the back line. Through the front, SRK putting in work. Oxygon's got this spawn for the time being. Let's see how long they can hold on to it. Player number 4 up front doing a lot of damage. Gonna hold off the push for the time being. They've got the cavalry there. They've got the numbers. They've got the hill. Hop on through. Kato. Hello. Trades through. Sachi is there. Contest in. Smoke a duty mobile if you love it. And we've talked about getting those things out of here.
Oh.
Well, it ain't happening. Good 2-piece there from the Tempest. Kurz really providing a lot of value when it comes to getting these breaks early on.
He's going to have that Pred missile, too. If you can find Jimmy here, that should give some way to the rest of your team to start flooding in. But Jimmy just so good at playing his life. 31 kills alongside Sachi. Full takeover for Troglodyte Tribe. But Oxygon getting some good time off this P2. You can see that lead just continuing to stick around that 40-second lead for Troglodyte Tribe that they've had since really the start of the game. So rotate over to 3. Troglodyte Tribe here first. Oxygon going to have to get the break. They have 3 specialists. Will they pop them?
There goes the first. Sachi's out. Got the War Machine. He's putting them in the blender as they rotate on through. Spawn's going to come on the back foot. They're going to have to smash it through. Sachi's down to his last few shots. Going to be able to find a 2-piece. Finds another with a gunny. The break is coming through for the claw, but Jimmy there to reinforce. Should be able to put him back into the blender. They go. Lead still gathering. Points still going in favor of Troglodyte Tribe, but they're down to their last. Sachi's the last man standing on this side of the map. And that's going to do it. The break is coming through, but it's only 20 seconds left to play for Colin.
Switchblade for Kato. Can't get through. Still back and forth. And Troglodyte Tribe are just going to be happy to handshake this time. Keep it contested. No reason to give up time to Oxygon, and whatever you can get, you will take. So up to 190 and counting. Should be around 196 as we head to P4. Tempest for Milan's actually going to get shot in the back there. So good triple from Oxygon on the transition. Still a lot of work to do, as you can already see Jimmy, who's been a thorn in the side of these rotations again and again. He drops the smoke, and he's looking to make a difference with the Switchblade.
Ooh, gun down. Smoke just too overwhelming. Dano and team get the break. Only 50 points needed here to close it out here in map number 1. Troglodyte Tribe doing God's work. Break finally going to come through as Kato's going to be able to find a 2-piece there. Jimmy back in. He's always looking for that next engagement. He's going to find and bite off a little more than he can chew. Team now starting to manage a little bit of a comeback. Last 30 seconds here on the break. Dano trying to cut the map in the middle. Is going to be able to find one, and that is going to be the floodgates, or was it? Kato's there to get the trade. Contest is coming through. And if you're playing it like this, Troglodyte Tribe continuing to contest even when they don't have the numbers, it is very hard to make those comebacks come through.
How do you bring things back from a 60-point deficit? That's really the question when Oxygon just continue to get contested in these hills. We go to another hill, P5 here, and this is where we saw a lot of Oxygon's time back in the first set of rotations. So see if they can get these back spawns, break in, and force Troglodyte Tribe out the front. But at the moment, Troglodyte Tribe is in. War Machine's going to be popped, and Sachi's looking to make a bang, but Lynx finds his way in. He's got the Hunter-Killer drone, ball in hand. Can they shut down this equalizer?
Oh, no, they can't. Oh, yeah, okay. Break, shut down, sustain. Kato, they're here. Smoke's on through the front. They've cleared the doors. They've been sent back to the spawn. Oxygon, still alive, still standing. On the back foot they go. 25 seconds left to go in this P5 as we gather up for another set of hills. Troglodyte Tribe trying to get the breach on through. They've tried it through the front. They tried it through the side, and everything has been denied. Sachi there to take a little bit of time, but time is not on your hands here. 180 and counting now. Oxygon fighting tooth and nail.
Yeah, they're fighting as best as they can here. That's a great hill out of Oxygon. Brings things to a 30-point game. This is better than we've seen in the past. It's just back to P1. You have Licks with his specialist. Will he pop it? He goes down. 3 in the hands of Troglodyte Tribe. So with that, if they decide to use them here, I mean, they can look to put this game out of reach. Oxygon, they need to go huge. Make some magic happen.
We all know who's got some magic happening on the outskirts. We'll talk about that later. But magic needs to happen here for Oxygon. 40 seconds remaining here in P1. Yeah? Oh, yeah. He's him. He's putting shots in. 4-piece in the feed. But SRK there to equalize. He's got the objective, and he has not been denied here. Death Machine out for Jimmy. He's shut down. SRK going beast mode. We are close here in this one.
23 seconds, and this is enough for Oxygon to really close this lead. Troglodyte Tribe have taken their foot off the gas, and you got to be worried. You got to be looking to this rotation anew. Neither team can win off this hill, and you can see that Oxygon are in full control of the right side of the map. You need to see somebody from Troglodyte Tribe either fight through this hill, take over, and do it together, or take some routes and look to new. Sachi's triple. He's on 50 kills for the map, but you need to flip this out. Oxygon have the setup.
Oh, they do. They got 4 players on this side of the map, but player number 4, Licks, gonna be there. SRK is gonna chop them down with a 5-piece. Putting them in the blender. Time being collected in blue. Oxygon looking for their first lead of this map. It is gonna go in their favor. Dano's on the outskirts. He's gonna be able to find one. Pops the claw. Breaks imminent. Spawn still in favor of Troglodyte Tribe. Dano and crew trying to hold on for dear life.
20 seconds is needed. Hunter killer to the face. And Dano still has the claw in his hand. Unfortunately, it runs out at just the last second, but Sachi's here with the War Machine now. 12 seconds left. And Oxygon, I mean, you've done so much. SRK, even a 5k in the feed is not enough to bring this one back. A bloodthirsty for Sachi, a Pred missile from the sky, another wave of kills, and the Troglodyte tribe putting it away on Arsenal. It gets close. It gets a little scary, but it's not going to fall away from them. What a way to put it away. What a way to start our best of 5.
Would have thought I'd cherry-picked a banger here in match 1. Let's go. I don't take all the credit. I give it to the players. I'll take the credit there in this one. Congratulations there. Map number 1. I said it'd be interesting. I didn't think it'd be that close. We started to see the progression in the first set of hills was what, 80-point lead going in favor of Troglodyte Tribe. But as this game progressed, you started to see the mid-map adjustments. You started to see Oxygon starting to get a little bit of swagger to them. They finally get a little bit of time off of P1 and connected it perfectly from P5. So they had the recipe for success rolling into that P2, but the operators just perfectly timed. Sachi mowed them down with some claw action, and it was murder she wrote from there. You pop the Preddy, you find 3 from the sky. Whew, what a game 1.
It was impressive from Dano to really lock things down towards the end there. Not just that, 2 minutes in the hill. Sachi, I mean, 57 kills across the map with that War Machine, and he just adds the cherry on top behind Dano's play. Really impressive stuff there from Troglodyte Tribe. I think for Oxygon, you look at how the team slowly built themselves back into it. We wonder, how do you come back from a deficit like that? And you saw it from Licks. He was making plays with the Bal even when he didn't have a specialist in his hand. And, you know, SRK towards the end there, you saw the Death Machine hold the P2 rotation, gives his team that chance, that opportunity. It's just things get a little bit weird in the smoke sometimes. You can't catch Troglodyte Tribe that easy. So for Oxygon, I mean, they had a couple of players make a resurgence in that map. Hopefully for the rest of the series, they can start the way that they finished off of that map number 1. So looking towards the rest of this best of 5, I think that we're looking at Oxygon to see how they can pull themselves back up after that Arsenal loss. It was nearly a full comeback on that map. Crazy things coming out from them. But we move forward to the SnD now. We move forward to Slums, and I think that I am excited to see what we can get out of Oxygon, because for a lot of those players, I mean, the impact that we saw at the end of the game was vastly different than what we saw at the start of that map number 1 verdict. So I'm hoping that they can carry that confidence into map number 2 and make an upset here versus Troglodyte Tribe.
Yeah, you got to get those gutties rolling earlier. You start off with a better foot in that first set of hills. Maybe that game goes a little differently. Now it's a chance to continue that same momentum here into that slum. So as I was taking a look at the notes, trying to figure out where we're going to be as far as defense and offensive through the first few rounds, it does look like Troglodyte's going to be on the defense. So this is a great opportunity to get those guns striking early here in the search and destroy. Set the pace if you're Oxygon, because that was a hell of a comeback. I was looking at chat and they're like, man, there's no way we're going to choke this, brother. It was so close. You guys were getting gagged. It was pretty tough towards the end, but Troglodyte able to reel it back in and vibe off of some operators as well as some score streaks earned. We've got a nail biter of a series on our hands. Troglodyte Tribe getting tested here early on. Oxygon, chance to strike back. And based off of what I'm seeing too, if you're getting those first few rounds on the fence, this has got to be Oxygon's map pick. So you'd think that they'd be able to maximize, as they almost were able to capitalize on a map that wasn't even theirs.
Exactly. I think that that's the big point for Oxygon, is that you come back towards the end of that game, you give yourself a chance in that one, and you're kind of showing that, hey, week 1, we may have bowed out a little bit earlier than we really wanted to, but week number 2, we're here to play. And even though Troglodyte Tribe, they made a full push throughout that bracket, they only lost to our top 3 teams that we had in week number 1. Oxygon should be here and feeling proud of what they did in that Arsenal Hardpoint. For Slums, like I said, I mean, this is a complete change up from what we would expect in, maps like Firing Range. I think that for this one, there's so much potential for Oxygon to make those late game clutches. See if we can get some comebacks here. See if they can tie things up. Kato's going to be the one with the SKS. Sachi looking for a first blood. He's got it with the Tundra. Opens up the map.
Massive through the front. Able to take down the sniper on the flip side of things. So Wallbang's coming through for the PKM. You already know it's going to be nasty work. Sachi going to be able to find another. As he's done great work through this. Yeah, it's going to be taken down through as Kerr's going to be able to pick up that sniper in retaliation. So 1 for 2 coming through. Offense starting a little slow here on this one. SRK is just trying to nearly miss anything that's going. Sachi's going to be absolutely destroyed. Good two-piece. No, Jimmy. Able to shut him down.
It's not enough to get it that kill before Blix does drop. Jimmy makes the play to trade you out. He's going to put the round away to open things up. So first round going the way of Troglodyte Tribe pretty easily off the back of Sachi. And you got to take a note there if you're Oxygon. I mean, of course, Zevix is going to go for those early chows. But if you lose that, you need to see more plays from players like SRK to see if you can get that trade a lot quicker. If you can get that SMG in place a lot quicker. Jimmy with the bow lines up 3. You never saw it coming. He's already got 5 kills on the map.
That bow is absolutely cracked in his hands. Making his debut here in the Call of Duty mobile competitive scene. It's been on cooldown for a while. Bomb's going to be planted. Sachi going to be able to find one on the exit. It's down to a 1v1. Zevix going to be able to fall back. He's pushed himself all the way through Mechanic's sight. He's going to be able to spot one in Sachi, but not going to be able to get the shots to land. Now Sachi, a little bit of a guessing game. The hit's going to come through the front. Zevix going to be able to force him down. The gunny's not quite there. With 20 seconds left to go, Sachi's forced to push up. Is able to get another in the 1v2. And that's going to be 2 rounds in a row in favor of Troglodyte Tribe. Colin, can't lose those rounds.
Yeah, you can't lose that at all. I think as soon as you spot him on the cross, no need to chow with the switchblade. You just play the time in that moment. That is a huge misplay in the 1v1 from Zevix. You got everything going for you there, but for Sachi, I mean, he is the difference maker so far. He and Jimmy both, 5 kills apiece. Nobody else on Troglodyte Tribe have found value. And through the smoke, look at Sachi and Jimmy again to open up this round. SRK's going to answer back, but damage has been done.
You still got one to deal with. Oh my god, he's snake hit in the grass. And Jimmy is on a tear. He is back-to-back rounds finding value. SRK going to get gunned down there from the SKS. Kato now at a 1v4. Minute and 20 on the clock. Bombs down. Where we're talking about capitalizing off the momentum there from that last bit of Hardpoint. They have fallen victim to Troglodyte, just piecing them apart. If you can mitigate those first bloods off the rip, there's maybe a chance you can take a round. But if you're getting 2-3 at a time, it is damn near impossible to claw your way back in.
That's the big question there is, how does Oxygon come back again in this map? That 1v1 from Zavik seems to be haunting them right now, and Pavia is going to be opening up round number 4. With that SKS, bomb going down quickly, 4 members still here. See if you can get into a post plan and not give up another kill.
Oh, SRK. Oh, the 2-piece. Yeah, it's going to be able to find one on the back line. It's down to a 2v2. Yeah.
There's a flank.
Breach on through. The flank has come through. And now down to 1 as the bomb's been planted. 20 seconds left to go. Kato going to get shut down. And that, again, Troglodyte Tribe here on the retake have been clinical.
It's just plays where you get that quick plant down, but what is step 2 for Oxygon in that moment? Because you see SRK, he makes the play to give you time to fully set up and fully flesh out that post-plant setup, but nobody from Oxygon really backs up to get mechanics control, and that allows for a full flank from Dano to really take over that site. And I want to see some, I'd say, forward-thinking for Oxygon in those moments, and they're just not giving it to us. Jimmy, 10 kills in the SnD. That bow's looking really comfortable in his hands.
Oh, yeah, these rounds going super quick. 22 seconds. Sheesh. Domination, pure and utter domination so far. Troglodyte Tribe, not skipping a beat. They said that comeback would have been a fluke. And right now, they are absolutely dominating through these opening rounds. I got 3 more here on the defense. Oxygon, yet again, falling victim to these shots, but it's Dano and crew going to be able to find 2 through the front. Oh, Licks able to find a nasty 3-piece as a spread through. Blue has cleared house. Bomb's going to be picked up. That might be the floodgates and the chance for them to strike here on towards this A site. Oh my God,
Shots
Jimmy,
from
brother.
Jimmy through the wall. He truly isn't missing. 12 kills and counting. Wall being galore for the Battle 27. Bomb rotating over towards A and desperately need this 2v2 to go your way, but wall bangs are going to connect, so you know that the rotation is actually coming through, and Pavia still watching it with the SKS, does end up backing down, and together, he and Jimmy are actually reinforcing this A site, and we don't know where Oxygon are going, and I don't think they know where they're going.
Grenade out.
Jimmy has the bow still, but the nade over the top curves. Gets it to land perfectly. Now Oxygon has made their way over towards B. They've got the player advantage. They've lost 1v2 here already today. Does Yeah have it in him to clutch it up? Finds the first. That's the headbang, or the wall, or the headshot. Jesus Christ. Bombs planted, 38 seconds. And look at the wrap here from Kurz. He's only got a couple of kills through this. Yeah, it's making a little bit of noise. And here comes the confrontation. Kurz able to take that and end the drought. Slow starts here for Oxygon, but they get on board. And now is a better time than ever. Let's see if they can reel it back in, Callan.
Yeah, well, hopefully for Oxygon's sake, this is the start of something new. Kaido still yet to find a kill across this SND. 4 kills for Licks, SRK, and Zavix. And Courage is the one to put one on the board. Kaido finally gets his. That's the first blood. It's quickly traded. 2 down, 3 down for Oxygon. And here we see for a second. I think Zavix just no-scoped Pavia. Disgusting stuff with the Tundra. Bringing things back for the team 2v2. But it's down to just him and Kaido. That bomb is down inside B. So you gotta recover it. A PKM in the hand of Mr. Milan. I mean, he is in a great spot to cause some hurt.
Oh, couldn't get the PKM rolling. 1v2s have been butchered here before. Last round, not the case. Bombs down, 2 players left standing on the right-hand side. Zavix and Kaido looking to clear out the backlines. Sachi gets the worst timing. Earhold, another round going to go in favor of Oxygon. So a chance to put us at a 5-3 scoreline would be great as we get a flip after this one. Let's see what they got in the tank. These past 2 have not looked bad. See if they can find these opening bloods.
Kind of boils down to at this point. Zavix for a different angle on the Tundra. He doesn't get it. Jimmy wallbangs to the Battle 27. He's overwhelmed. Lick slides out. He takes down 2. Bomb immediately looking to get planted on A. And here's the rotation from Troglodyte Tribe to see if you can patch your spawn. Nice shots in the SKS. Kaido still here. Looking for an answer back. He needs to play his life, though. He can't go down right now. He needs some assistance. And Kurz is right behind him. Great support. Sachi finally take him down. But this round is far gone. And Sachi has no way back in with the Tundra.
Yep, he's already eating bullets, already tagged up. Shots not going to land there. Needed that one for it to happen. Is going to be able to follow up with one. Here comes a push on the round side. SRK going to be able to put the final bullet in as we get a flip coming through. It was 5-0 at one point.
Yeah.
Now, 5-3 setting. You got the defense, too. Let's see what they can do to capitalize on this flip, because we all know it's... Slums could be a bang-out map. You started to see how the progression was happening there in this one. Well, good God, it's back to the blender they go.
Back into the blender, and it can't be Licks this time to bring you back. He's just got that PKM. Bomb planted at B. about to be planted. It's all down to Zevix and Licks. See if PKM can light you up on this bomb, but on top of that, you need this Tundra to start hitting some shots. V3, I mean, this is still possible, especially with that kill from Zevix. So here he comes around the back with the Executioner.
Okay, wallbang comes through. Zevic's going to be sniffed out. 1v2. PKM! Not good enough to get a rolling through. They pretty much gave you every opportunity to shut them out, as both of them are kind of just out in the open. Very unfortunate. Shots don't land. Oxygon had 3 rounds back to back to back. Troglodyte Tribe strike quickly here on their first offensive round.
Another first blood for Sachi. Dano's going to follow it up, and he is ripping through mid-map. Good trade from Kurz. Licks as well. Equalizes 3 on 3. Bomb down at B already. How quick can Oxygon hit this retake?
They've got to move. 2v3. I said 2v3. Kurz looking to battle it through the front. And Licks looking to waste some util over the top. Nobody's there as the bomb is going to be cleared. Everyone's going to be on the back lines. Yeah, first line of defense. He spotted one. Here comes the Catastrophe. He's going to get shut down. Trades through his Milan's going to be able to find another. Kurz able to get the scope on one, but Mr. Milan able to seal the deal with a 2-piece. And that is going to put us that much closer to a map point here for Troglodyte Tribe. They've been flawless on the flip. And these slow starts not playing any favor for Oxygon. Very tough way to see it now as the first 2 make it 3 coming through in blue. They've got trades galore. It's down to a 1v2.
And just look at how fast Troglodyte Tribe get through these rounds. I mean, those 3 in a row for Oxygon, I mean, they were great verdicts, but as soon as Troglodyte Tribe starts just getting comfortable yet again, the set nades, the first blood's coming up from Sachi. There's no remorse on this side of the table. So Oxygon on defense, trying their best to slow things down, trying their best to open it up, but it's already Licks off the board. SRK, he's got to make a play over the top of the wall with the switchblade in hand, and it's still not enough. Kurz, it's your turn now, and he's only able to get the first one. Zevix, good shots with the Tundra. He's going to find a second one, too, with the Executioner. But Pavyak takes him down, and Pavyak's going to put it away. 9-3 for Troglodyte Tribe, and that puts them up 2-0 in the series.
We're talking about slow starts there in the Hardpoint. They kind of reeled their way back in. Didn't really close that gap until the P1 reset. And then we got to P2, and it was just all hell breaking loose. This time around, the Search and Destroy, complete blunders. First bloods consistently going in favor of the boys in Troglodyte Tribe. Just hemorrhaging them early. If it wasn't the sniper from Sachi, it was absolutely the shotgun from Dano, or it was the AR from Jimmy, brother. They were gouging them from the beginning, and it never really stopped. Even in rounds where Oxygon were able to find some offensive victories, I'm pretty sure they lost 99% of those opening engagements.
There was a couple of times where I think Oxygon really put together some good looks on the offense, but it's when you swap the defense and you still have Kato having a poor performance in this map. I mean, you see everybody else kind of picking up the slack across the team, but when you're not able to match your counterpart on the other side, I mean, you see Troglodyte Tribe just run you over with numbers advantage. Like you said, 99% of the time. Seems like a fair assessment after the map that we just watched. 9-3, and Troglodyte Tribe, when you look at what Jimmy and Sachi did at the start of the game, I mean, they started off 5 kills apiece in the first 3 rounds. They did everything, and then you started to see Pavya step up 15-6 to close that out. I mean, you had a great showing from those 3 players across the slums, winning those initial engagements, clutching up even, just shutting down Oxygon. And there was a couple 1v1s, a couple 1v2s that if Oxygon clutch up, played a little bit more patient, and kind of show their grit in those early rounds. I mean, this one looks a lot closer than what we got, but I mean, You can see the experience sometimes coming out from these players, and Troglodyte Tribe, they're going to punish you when they get those opportunities, and they did exactly that in the second map. And it's a great answer from what was a shaky Arsenal to open up this best of 5. I mean, you started to see Oxygon come back into the series, and then they put you right back in the dirt.
Yep. Very unfortunate situations coming through. Obviously, when you are getting gouged off the rip, it's very much so impossible to get you back on your feet when you're getting 1-2-pieced by Jimmy and Sachi, and then Dano comes through on the flip side of things and just puts you in an absolute blender too with a shotgun. So crazy search and destroy beginning, crazy ending for sure. Troglodyte Tribe yet to find any kind of weaknesses out of them so far as we get geared up for our third and potential last map of this one, Raid Control. This is where Oxygon's got to step it up. Obviously, you're on the chopping block. That's one way of looking at it. But you're also in very early in this event, and you've come so close in the hardpoint for the comeback, and then you just kind of get blown out in the search and destroy. You've got to find something positive to leave off on before this series ends. Whether it sparks a comeback or you find a round or two where you can feel confidently going into a lower bracket run, as we assume that that's going to happen based off what we've seen so far. Troglodyte Tribe just leaps and bounds ahead of them in the search. The hard point was great, kind of slipped up towards the end, but they were able to get their footing back before it got out of hand. We're heading into the raid. This is one of those maps where if you're not well versed in control, you can absolutely get exposed. Let's see if Oxygon can find a round or two to kind of get some confidence in before they get sent down, or hell, maybe find a map in itself.
Yeah, I'm hoping for Oxygon's sake they could start to step things up here. I mean, you don't want to start the same way you did start last time, trying to make that lower bracket round 1 matchup. Last time it was exclusive that took you down. This time, Troglodyte Tribe are doing it pretty handedly, and we're already seeing teams progressing through this bracket pretty quickly off these round 1 matches. Animus, Saints, like you said, matching up in that second round already. Wanted are awaiting the victors of this best of 5. Troglodyte Tribe poised to take on Wanted in that second round at the moment. Exclusive still awaiting Rangers and Quantic retired. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and Underdogs still going on. Empire versus Revenge EU still going on at the same time, but these winners round 1 matches, verdict, they're starting to wrap up. Teams are looking good at this stage to kind of truck through this first round, get into winners round 2 as quick as possible, and show what changes and what adaptations they're making in comparison to their week 1 showing. So, I mean, for Troglodyte Tribe, it would be a statement to come out with a 3-0 going into a team like Wanted. And on the flip side, if you do start kind of allowing Oxygon back into the series and, still come out on the win later on, then going up against a team like Wanted is going to be a little scary.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you've got to go up against a team like Wanted. Obviously, anybody going against them going to be having to sweat their butts off. That's even including the top 3 teams. Wanted's definitely one of those sleeper picks. I know that we talk about how heavy this top 4 teams are. Right now, we're at a little bit of a shakeup and a little bit of despair trying to figure out what the roster changes have resulted in that shift of power. Obviously, 117 was up there. I don't know, and I wasn't convinced to say that they were a top 4 team. And the roster change solidified that, in my opinion. Right now, it's a mix-up to see who's going to be able to take those. Right now, it's the focus on this one. The sniper's coming out for Sachi. Almost gets the Kalata started off. And map 3 of this best of 5 series underway. As a little bit of kitchen controls coming through, it's going to be dealt with. The defense standing firm here as the mid-side approach completely falling in the water.
Jimmy through mid already. Finding some space out over to the B zone. Ticket progress is going to be captured by Oxygon, so not a bad start, all things considered, to this raid. It's just, how do you tame a player that's already in through art? You see Jimmy is just ripping you off your spawn, and he is forcing those deep A spawns from the team. So as soon as Dano takes the last player down from B, you stop that third capture from coming in, and this is where you can start to see that spawn trap come into place.
Ooh, they got to deal with that. They finally dealt with it. It's SRK who wrapped all the way through the spawn site. Now in a great position. Talking about post cap and where you're going to go. You got an extension on through to laundry. Could be huge. Oh, takes the big gunny on the outskirts too. Now he's got them putting a little bit of a blender himself. 16v19 as a minute 45 is on the clock. Caps come through for the B site. Would have liked to see them slow it down a little bit and maybe get a little bit of traction through the middle of the map. But as I say that, your lifeline on towards that spawn trap for the attack going to get shut down. So they're back to square one, no map control. And they're brute force pushing it through the pool side.
Oh, Saji just barely missing that shot. Kind of a blunder coming out from Troglodyte Tribe, I would say, from giving up so much progress to B early on the control. We've seen that come back to bite teams a couple weeks ago in the EU. And for Oxygon, I mean, you have your way into this round. It's just, can you get through this A zone? Everything for Troglodyte Tribe looking to be kind of hunkered in on this site. And they're down 3 lives, so you need to take the player out on the flank. And as soon as you take Licks down, it's all eyes forward to see if you can lock down the rest.
Kurz taking up a lot of space, able to take one out on the outskirts. Oh my god, gets Jimmy too. First round through, 7v3. Kurz cleared it out. He's got a Tempest if he needs to. I don't think it's going to be the case. Dano. And yeah, the last man's up. 2v5 here for the clutch. Would be a miracle, but as I say that, yeah, it's going to get shut down. Great opening foot here for the side of Oxygon. Just when you thought they were out of this series, they find a way to snag a opening and attacking ground, but
this is a good look coming out from Dano. Oh, if he can find Zevix in the corner, then maybe, but that's a great call from Zevix just to catch him unaware of that corner. And yeah, I mean, you come out, you win an offensive round there for Oxygon. That's huge. You only get 3 segments of progression capturing B, nothing at A. It comes down to lives towards the end, but I mean, that is a big blunder from Troglodyte Tribe, in my opinion. I think you gave way too much up to this B zone early, and you're hoping to get this one back, but now Oxygon, they have their specialists, so you're fighting an uphill battle.
oh, they might be getting steamrolled. Here comes the ops. Oh, quickly shut down Mr. Milan, able to take down the Tempest, who has one of his on for the trades coming through. First wave of players shut down, and Lex putting it on you there in top side. Dano trying to clear out that spawn threat is going to be able to have a little bit of sanctions there in the driveway. SRK going to be cornered and pushed by pairs. Now looking to get this B cap on through. Kurz looking to reinforce back onto this spawn. Is going to get a little bit of traction on through it. They are getting pieced. Colin, this is night and day out of the search and destroy as well as that hardpoint. They have really locked in here in this control, and Raid looking pretty solid for him so far.
It is. I think that Oxygon look so good on this map in comparison to what we saw across Arsenal and Slums both. And it really comes down to the slaying that they're bringing into this game and just the proactivity for this defensive round to come out the gates with these specialists. They've left nothing up to question for Troglodyte Tribe. And I'm not sure if it was just unpreparedness for this map number 3, just a game mode that you as a team might not be as well versed in, but whatever the case, you go into this 3rd round back onto the defensive side, it's got to look better. You're still holding on to all 5 specialists, and you got smoked by the defensive side of Oxygon. So hopefully you come in with a better strategy to try to reverse sweep this map 3.
Yeah, I said that this was one of those maps where, you know, you can get exposed if you're not
100%.
well versed in. And wow, I didn't think it was going to be Troglodyte Tribe right now. They are on the chopping block in game 4 bound if they can't get their act together. The progression here on B is going to be capped. And, well, it looks like Troglodyte are just happy to maybe throw a few shoulders at it. Let them get that cap on through. First tick's done. Yeah, getting a little bit of map control here inside a laundry site. It's going to be able to clear the one on top, but Lick's going to be able to wait for the approach, able to find one. And now he's going to put the pressure back into the spawn site. Second tick of progress going to be locked in. And now the focus for a little bit of map control is going to come through. It looks like they're going to send one to A as well.
Here's Dano claw out and looking to take some space out bedroom. B zone's lost again, so see what Dano can do here. He's going to immediately call in that Pred missile, and that takes out the key setup from the defensive side of Troglodyte Tribe. And as soon as he goes down, you see Jimmy's looking to take his place in the bedroom, and he's not going to miss with the switchblade in his hand. My big thing, though, is Troglodyte Tribe going to be ready for this full flank that's coming out from Oxygon. There's 2 players behind you.
Uh-oh. Hello. Kurz is home. Bedroom warrior. He's cleared it out. Minute 45 on the clock. B disappeared rather quickly. Just like this control. Operators coming out on the right-hand side of your screen. It is the death machine. Jimmy. Oh, able to shut him down. Could be a massive one. He's got his... Well, one for the road. Milan's going to be able to pop his. Able to find one. And now looking to push the agenda. Nades over the top is going to be able to shut down. Yeah. Well, Oxygon down to their last 9. They put in some God's work on the objective so far. They've got a little bit of time now, buckling up for what could be one of their last few hits.
Dana's just waiting in pillars. Good shots coming out into the second one. Jimmy trades out for 3. And Puff, yeah, locking down the kills at B. He's got Ring in his sights, and he's not letting anybody past that 50-yard line. Licks. Furthest player pushed up from Oxygon. 8v4. Troglodyte Tribe looking to put the nail in the coffin for this round. Good trade from Mr. Milan, and he's in position. SRK, nothing to do. Flanked by Yap. Kaido's got the Annihilator out, but he is alone in this matter. 1v3. What a clutch this would be to call game.
He's got 100 kilo to go. 40 seconds. Doesn't need to push it just yet. Sachi right behind him up top. Trophy's going to be able to save through. Here comes the backstab. Sachi now, main focus. Forced to back down the map now. Trying to get a little bit flipped on its side. Kato's kind of cornered. Any way he goes, he is toast if he pokes out. Jimmy's up top. Shot's not going to land. Yeah, well, he was there in Tiki Bar. And he's going to be able to extend this one. Finally around on board for Troglodyte Tribe. A lot of scratching of our heads for these first 3 rounds. They're not going to get skunked here off of the rip, but still a lot of questions to be answered for this Troglodyte Tribe. Let's see if they can find another and extend this to a round 5.
That's what you're looking to do here if you're Troglodyte Tribe. Is everybody out towards B. This time you don't have any specialists on the side of Oxygon to worry about, so great setup to kind of work with. 3 players here. Jimmy's got the death machine, and he's looking for some space back. Laundry Licks. That's a great heads-up play to take you down, and with Zevix, looks like that retake on B is well underway. 2 ticks of progression, so hoping to hold off from number 3. Flank coming out from SRK, but he's immediately going to be caught by Sachi, so B zone gets captured. Dano soaks it all up. By the time Kurz gets there, it's too late.
Yeah, and look, he's kind of left in the dust. He's like, where do I go from here? They're looking to put a spawn trap in. Kurz does have a Tempest. Got to get these kills. There goes the Tempest pop. Sachi. Oh, beans him. Right off the heady. You were looking to get a chance to put him in the blender, and brother gets his head split. And now it's a motion towards this pull site. Zevix, through the money room, is going to be able to find one. And that bow is absolutely cracked if you've got the line of sight to go along with it. Sniper, though, it's just better.
Still hits it. Okay, Jimmy's going to go down, though, and here comes a flank from Oxygon. 100 kilo drone on Sachi, and he's still hitting shots with that Tundra, so Sachi putting in work for the rest of the team to lock down this A zone. Zevix will get through, but now it's the Pred missile from Sachi off that spawn. 11v10. Dano top wheelbarrow, and he can't snap in time. Kato, that is a huge grab to put that SKS in position.
Oh, no, it might be too much. Operators out. It's going to be dealt with, though. Mr. Milan's going to pop his Tempest and try to pull this one out. Milan doesn't clear his corners, and Kurz going to be able to find one. Going to get some shots in on the second, too. This is gone. Extremely wrong, but still there's a lot of time. 6v6, operators out of the equation. Dano does have one, and there goes Zevix. He's looking to put this one out of the existence. He's going to get shut down. It's It's possible. Mr. Milan and crew still with a chance to win.
4v4. Here comes Mr. Milan with the L-car. Good shutdown on the Kurz. 4v2 now for Oxygon. This one's looking to go 5. You need Kato and SRK to make some massive moves here. And Dano's just trying to hold on to this claw in the back. SRK goes for the push. Milan side by side. And Dano taking Kato down means we're going all the way to 5 on raid. A slow start for Troglodyte Tribe, but they have clawed their way back in. And now back onto the offensive for round 5. You got the claw in hand of Dano.
Interested to see when he pops that offensive approach. You're able to snag that one last go around. Can they make it back-to-back offensive rounds to get the sweep here in the control? Licks now trying to look to push them back on through. Sachi has one up top. Sachi! Brother, what's going on? SRK, this is a gunfight. Able to finally get the snag, and if you're Sachi, you're just kind of kicking yourself in the butt. Dealing with SRK is one thing, but missing a lot of those shots is another. 2 ticks of progress going to be locked. Nonetheless, 22v25. The defense looking to put some pressure here onto the ring shot. They're able to find 1. Make it 2. No, yeah, he's been able to slip the gate. What the hell?
Yeah, and Povia stays alive too. Elix doesn't even get an eye on, so his war machine comes out empty, and what a shot from Sachi. And here you're pushing jungle, see if you can get anything more here. The Tundra just doesn't miss. 25 kills for Sachi. 22 for Jimmy, 25 for Dano, 24 for Povia. I mean, they are putting on a clinic for this comeback. I mean, you can't say anything bad about Oxygon. I mean, they're down by 5, but they still got what it takes. Povia's going to pop the equalizer, and they want to call game early.
They do. On the flip side, the Annihilator goes to waste. I don't think it found anything. SRK right around the corner in the middle of the map. Predator at the ready here for Povnia. And it's going to be Sachi reeling back and pushing them back on through. Spawns are split in the middle. And there goes Dano. He's going to be able to force them through. This could be the finish line. They can smell it, Colin. The reverse sweep here has come through. Kurz does pop, does find something, but the Predator missile and the Death Machine combo, that's going to do it. 14v2. Our first match of the day ain't going to a game 4. It ends here at Raid.
I mean, props to Oxygon for coming out the way that they did in that map number 3. A lot better than what we saw at the start of the Arsenal and the start of the Slums, but in the longevity of that control, it just seems like you saw the Troglodyte Tribe team wake up in the last 3 rounds of that raid. And when it comes to raid being a map where you really need to outslay your opponents, you saw it in those back 3 rounds, just how good these players of Troglodyte Tribe can be. Especially in those neutral with no operators on the board. And we see quite the performance from Dano, Sachi, and Povia. All 3 of them top in the charts there. Jimmy, he had a great start to this game. He still continues to have a good game towards the end of it. And slower from Mr. Milan, but even with that Tempest out, I mean, he had some great moments. I think, you know, it's not really little to say about this Troglodyte Tribe. They played fantastic against this best of 5. A little bit of a slip up here, but I think that's just because Oxygon, they just hit a new stride, a new wind going into this map number 3, and it kind of tapered off towards the end there. But you still got to give some props over to what Kato, Zevix, and Kurz did in this map number 3, because they came out the gates swinging. They really gave Troglodyte Tribe the test.
Yeah, and I just did the math too. Net neutral on the kills, so no advantage either way. That was a very dominant last round for Troglodyte Tribe. It just makes you wonder. Oxygon starts slow in some of these games. In the Slums, I could say they didn't even spawn in, but you know, for 3 rounds, it was great. While it was great, but the control is really where they had their best footing. Started off, I mean, remarkably well. I thought it was going to be a 3-0 at one point, and then the Tribe started to make their comeback. So it doesn't matter if you start strong or you start poorly. Trogs get their stride rolling for themselves. They get the operators a rolling too. They find a little bit of semblance in some of the map control. They find those opening kills. The control was Oxygon's game to win. They just fall shy but nothing to scoff at, man. It was a great
No.
3-run spread. Obviously, the search needs a lot of work, but we're in Europe. I think for a whole, everyone needs to a complete overhaul. So you can kind of disregard that mode altogether, especially when you're looking at teams that are outside the top 4. But here in this control, you got to go back and rewatch it. Where was this one lost? Was it third round? Was it a fourth? Was it fifth? You'll have plenty of time to do that.
Yeah, plenty of time. I think that for Chocolate Tribe, the real thing you got to look at is the back end of that arsenal and the start of that raid control. I think that for, Arsenal in whole, the way that they were outslaying the entirety of that map, for Oxygon to come back the way that they did, there were some serious issues in those late game rotations from hill to hill, and that kind of allowed Oxygon a chance to build their way back into that map 1. And for raid control, those defensive rounds for Troglodyte Tribe seriously need some looks, because they gave so much up so early to this Oxygon team in that first round that I'm not sure if they were just trying to set up a spawn trap and it didn't work, but giving up the first round the way that they did and having that bleed into round number 2 with specialist galore on Oxygon's side, that's just something that you don't want to face against a better team. And going into the second round versus a team like Wanted, I think Troglodyte Tribe need to be careful in the way that they're handling these series.
Absolutely. Speaking of round 2 coming up, we're going to have a matchup on our hands that is got banger potential written all over it. Ladies and gentlemen, first series of the day, done and dusted. Troglodyte Tribe moving on, but we've got our eyes set on Animus and Saints. And I'm sure you are too, all at home. If you're enjoying the content, make sure you like and subscribe. I'm sure you're already here for that reason. Don't know if Bobby's going to be doing giveaways for COD points all throughout, but maybe I've got something on my sleeve. Who knows? You got to stay around and find out. On the other side of this short intermission, we're going to have a banger of a series at Animus and Saints. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for the second round of this open qualifier. And I've got to say, I've been anticipating this matchup ever since I got a DM this morning that said, hey, dude, we're going to need to see this matchup in the second round. It's going to happen. It's Saints. It's Animus. And in joining me in this broadcast, making their debut here at EU yet again, another lovely voice and another lovely face, Gilmania. Brother, how we feeling today?
I am feeling ready after that match number 1. I mean, I was definitely expecting a map 4 on match 1. That was something that we did not get to see previous weekends. But, you know, it didn't come to be. But now we are moving forward with the action. And I'm thrilled to be here, Verdict.
Absolutely. Action's going to be ensuing here. Some roster changes happening in EU. They are no strangers to change. Obviously, we saw 117 kind of have some upset in their first event. That roster not completely dissolving, but changing entirely, renaming to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't know how long that name's going to stick. But one of the major things about that roster is they lose Grizz and they lose Lucky, and they both head to Saints, who already look solid in their first outing in the open qualifier. But this time around, they've got new additions. They've got some new toys on the roster to test out. They got some new strats to come through. They were able to take one map off of Animus in open qualifier 1. Let's see what they can do with the addition of Grizz and Lucky being tossed into the mix. As we take a look at the best of 5, Takeoff, Meltdown, Crossroads. If it goes any further than that, we've got a Summit and a firing range coming through. So based off of that, I believe the Summit was picked by Saints the last go around, as that was the only map that they were able to snag out of that best of 5 that ended up being a 3-1. So the Takeoff should be the Animus map pick. Should be a strong start for them. Should be a great series indeed.
I mean, it should be. And, well, I'm intrigued to see how Animus is going to be feeling. Of course, they are usually their best self when it comes down to the beginning. Last 2 weeks ago, actually, it was where they ended up falling short, but I'm sure that they've done their homework. I'm sure that they've been working to, well, just redeem themselves, to fix their mistakes. And, well, the first step, unfortunately enough for them, could be for Saints. Saints will be trying to do their best, Verdict. But, well, I'm pretty sure that Animus is hungry.
Oh, yeah, they're absolutely hungry. Getting grief there in the grand finals, I believe only one map was taken off of the backs of what was otherwise a dominant run from Exclusive. They lose their opening Hardpoint, and then they turn around and win everything else. So only needed 3 after the map advantage. Now, Animus a chance to sharpen their craft. Saints, as I was taking a look at where they kind of fit in, they currently rank 7th in the seeding and in the standings for EU. Could be a chance to strike and maybe cause a little bit of chaos and mayhem early on. I'm all up for it. I'm excited to see what's come of this Saints roster. I got a lot of DMs last week about we wanted to see them on stream and just didn't get a chance to do that. But hey, now is the best time more than ever. Saints and Animus here in the second round of the qualifier should be possibly one of the best matchups to show. As just got to take a look at it. I don't know if we got a graphic for the bracket, but I'd be interested to see what's going on in the mix.
of a map that actually gave us a lot of fun. It actually gave us a lot of story when it came down to those hardpoint on takeoff. We saw a lot of action unfold on that one in particular, where it came on to a difference, but with very, very few points. I'm not saying that it could happen this same way, because I do have a gut feeling that Animus are just not gonna be messing around. You know, I feel like Animus will try to end this up as quickly as they can, and I honestly feel that they are capable of doing so.
All right, we're about to find out. There's quite some uncertainties for that roster last event. Obviously, they found their footing in the lower bracket and was able to make it to the grand finals, and with a head full of steam, able to take that first map, as I mentioned. But there's still a lot of uncertainty. Obviously, we had no audio on the bracket, so we were just kind of sitting there. I'm just reading in chat. Sorry about that, guys. We had the bracket graphic ready to show. You guys saw it. We tried to speak, but weren't heard. I'm sure we'll, have some words to say about that later. But the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 roster is the former 117. They actually added 2 players from Lux Eterna in order to complete it. So it's Sangha as well as Helios, who joined and took the place of Lucky and Grizz. The starting 5 for both of these teams going to be Avez, Kel, Lucky, Grizz, Sanic for Saints. And on the flip side of things, you got Kru, Saturn, Gathilla, Narcs, and Shark for Animus. We're going to be squaring off here momentarily. There's no audio in the bracket. Yeah, okay, now Discord. You guys, okay. We're just not getting word. We're sorry about that.
Hopefully we are back now with everything on track. We apologize for the inconvenience, but yeah, we were talking about the fact that, well, those brackets are going to be interesting in a sense, with the new players, with the roster changes, and with the fact that there's many people who probably did not get the position that they were hoping for on 2 weekends ago. So we are just expecting for Animus to try to be as quickly as possible, but I'm sure that Saints will try to fight that off on the first over. Well, Saints did go further, but it was actually Animus who ended up kicking them out of the lower bracket. So they also had their own offset 2 weekends ago, and this is another opportunity for them to try to show us something, because Verdict on that best of 5, Saints actually did end up taking a map off of Animus, and that does mean that they are capable of beating Animus in a sense, you know?
Yeah, that is the case. I think they started off strong with a Summit Hardpoint victory. I remember getting a message for, can't remember who it was, keeping me updated. It was Mercy. So maybe this is the chance for them to strike on through. Game 1 of our second series of the night, ladies and gentlemen. Let's lock and load. We've got Animus, we've got Saints. I don't believe we got game audio, but I'm sure it'll come through here momentarily. We'll let you know as things progress. There it is. Let's get it in, baby. Game 1 abound. Off the rip, it's going to be Saints getting the opening objective as well as some kills to go along with it.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Straight into the action, and Saints are not going to be waiting on no one. Let's see if they can redeem themselves from previous weekends now. Starting off with game number 1, first kill. Inside of the hill, there's going to be Saturn alongside with Shark. Shark, we saw a lot of good stuff from him, but it was probably not as consistent as he likes to be. Now, as the fight continues to unfold, I do believe that I have a lot of audio on my end that I'm going to be fixing. So that should be near end of point number 1. Everybody begins to think about hill number 2, and I feel like the initial hold could be going in favor of Animus.
Yeah, back and forth affair. Mixie P1 indeed. Animus trying to get their share. Damn near perfect for both teams. 22v15. Animus sacrificing a little bit of time trying to get that staircase set up, but it's a plethora of kills coming through in Saints' favor. Shark's at the top. Shark's last man standing. Shark's going to be taken care of. Animus there to retrieve in full in numbers, but Avez trying to get the early pop is going to get shut down. Is going to be able to find a few kills before he's gone. Might be able to get the recharge there in the Tempest. Animus all over the objective for the time being. Let's see what Lucky can do on the outskirts.
Not a whole lot ended up falling in there. Now goes through that door. Immediately begins to push, but there's a door in there, and that door was Saturn. Eventually, they managed to kick him out. Is that going to be enough? Seems like it's going to be the case. There's going to be the uses of the operators not taking a whole lot of advantage there for Aves. Aves immediately getting kicked out. It is Kale, the next one in line, trying to survive. There's still about 15 seconds left. They tried to survive with a double kill with a nade. Will allow Cairo to once again continue to fight off against Animus. And that's exactly what you were talking about, right? The Hardpoint was seemingly the bread and butter when it came down to Saints. And in here, they're showing that once again, although the advantage is not huge, it's nothing crazy. It's still there since the beginning of the game.
All right, early setup here for Animus. Talking about getting some strikes and getting some things going early. Senic going to be able to find a two-piece. Looking for the third. Is going to get shut down. Sea of Yellow Kill is going to come through and lighten up. Hill is going to be contested for the time being, but it's only a matter of time before Animus is back in it. They've got the spawns. They've got the quick access to the objective. They've got the hill. They've got a Preddy to go to. Bow's looking good in the hands of Cathilla. Kel's up top. He's a saint with it, as he's able to pop his operator too. They're looking to get the back end of these past 20 seconds, and Jesus Christ. Nate shot over on through. Shark's going to be able to thread the needle, and that's going to be Animus continuing to rack up some time. So operators burnt. Extension now over towards the P4 site. Animus starting to glide on through here in this objective early on. Saints getting outclassed, but might be able to have the hook up for new.
Squeezing a lot of juice there for the side of Animus now, 76-51 as inside of this next hill. There's going to be a few players from Saints. Let's see if they can stay alive. It's actually now just going to be Lucky. Lucky trying to survive, not going to be possible. There's going to be the usage of the PEM. Is that going to be enough to kick them out? Seems like it's going to be the case. Kel, no. Gathila with a triple kill, looking for more. That's a 6-piece in total. Has the opportunity to throw another nade. Continues to just shoot and pray and destroy everybody in line. Saints just running at that door. Did not work at the beginning. That was near 30 seconds of control given there by Gathila's hands alone. And because of that, the fight for Saints to try to regain control is going to be very, very difficult. There's still 20 seconds left, but let's see if they manage to survive. Now Saturn's trying to push through alongside with his teammate Cairo. Cairo to the ground. Narcs is going to be alive. Saturn going to be protecting his teammate. Shard double kill, trying to survive. The fight continues inside of the hill. Animus approaching the 100-point mark. The advantage still going to be there. We're going to be moving back onto point number 1 once again. Verdict, but Animus at least have managed to actually get a foot up and avoid Saints getting any further.
3-point lead as we get geared up for the second set of hills. Gilly, we got ourselves a game on our hands. Narc's on the outskirts. Keru, he's going to be through the smoke. In the middle of the map, it is a very dangerous trek. If you can collect the time, but you got to cover all angles. Sanic, going to be able to find one on through. Now looking for some topside control, as he's looking for the next encounter. Finds a little bit more that he could chew and Snarks. And now Shark, making them look like little fish in the water. Able to find a two-piece to go along with it. It's contested P1 for the time being. It's some time being collected here for Animus, and a back and forth, a very mixy approach.
A very mixed approach indeed now. There's Lucky trying to prevent them from feeling comfortable, but there's only 10 seconds left. Everybody has to begin rotating, and I feel like Saints may be late to the party. The only one up close is going to be Sanic. I'm not too sure if Sanic will manage to survive in here against Saturn. He will not. Saturn doing a tremendous job. He does have the opportunity to use those operators, and that's exactly what, once again, Animus has done. They are taking a lot of opportunity with those operators. Their Shark falling short. This does not matter too much. There's Cairo. Look at him go with a War Machine, getting one, getting two, getting a few assistants as well. His teammates are feeling comfortable now. Sanic will try to push through here with the Death Machine. Let's see if he can do it. Finds one, does for two. Does not take it. Narx with the claw will prevent that from happening. And Verdict, I feel like Animus, when it comes down to the operator usage, are just causing too much damage onto Saints.
Yeah, they're stacking them perfectly, and they're timing them as well. You saw an op in retaliation in the Death Machine, but the claw so quickly there to find its way in value. It started with the War Machine, and right now, It is a complete domination here out of Animus. They have split this map wide open. Narc's going to be able to continue to rack up some uncontested time. Grizz and crew going to be able to find the last little bit of trickle, but it's at the cost of sacrificing the rotation anew. Might be able to get a little bit of a break now on in, as secret site spawns might still be open and available. Get the look through the front line. Is going to be able to get some tags there onto the player trying to make the rotation. It's a sea of yellow. Retaliation 2 back in it. Kel needs to be dealt with. He's still alive and running. Cairo, Predator missile, able to take himself out, but damage done. Senate going to be able to find some timing through the front, but with those spawns being so close for Animus, they should be able to hold on to it.
They should, but let's see. In here, there was Abyss, who we did not talk about a whole lot, but he's going to be the one with the most kills for Saints, doing a crazy job in there, but unfortunately enough, that's just falling off short because of the synergy that Animus has been showing so far this game. They've managed to take control of the objectives very, very smart when it comes down to using those operators, and they are going to be loading the next road. There's Gathila with the death machine, finding one, finding two, going for three, taking it like it's nothing. Continue to allow the control for the squad, and that is where Animus are shining the brightest when it comes down to making sure that whenever they are using utilities, they are taking value off of it. There's Cairo now with the War Machine now, 34 kills for him now, making sure that even if he's not taking kills, he's taking either an assistance or making sure that the enemies do not have enough health to actually push through. Look at them go already over the 200-point mark and doubling nearly the points that Saints hold right now.
Yeah, you're looking at just an absolute blender of a hard point. We got to that second set of hills and only 35 points gathered from P1 to P3. Saints getting completely outclassed. Animus kind of shoving it down their throats. Let's see if this back 20 can be a little more favorable for Saints. This is Narcs and crew trying to get a breach on through. Kru, next man up, is going to be able to find one, make it two there for Gathila. Break is imminent. Animus locked and loaded. Back 10 seconds, still up for grabs. They have yet to deal with Kru, so as I say that, he falls. Grizz and crew trying to make this one more interesting now as we get geared up for our third and final set of hills. 60-plus point lead for Animus. It'd be a miracle for a comeback, but got to start here on P1.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. They need a miracle. Can they do it, though? That's going to be the beginning. There's Cairo getting obliterated by Lucky. Lucky eventually gets destroyed by Saturn. They're trying to stay in this fight. There's 40 seconds left. They have to be near perfect if they want to take this victory on the side of Saints. So far, making sure that Animus are not feeling comfortable on P1. Doing a good job now. Gathila trying to push through, gonna get inside. Fight gonna continue from within. There's a great kill there from Sanic. Lucky still managing to survive. Avis, who I've talked a bit, now holding 42 kills, and the hill gonna be destroyed there by Gathila. Gathila immediately trying to push inside, and that's exactly what they're doing. 10 seconds. Those scrap seconds, they are not. They are the seconds that Animus needs to win this one up. And in here, they're only 30 seconds away from victory.
Grizz trying to reel it back in. Does have the equals. Going to extend on out. Try to get a little bit of bump through the spawn. Kru able to shut him down. So 2 is going to be found. Dark in retaliation, as I said, the answers back have just been massive. As he's trying to reap into spawn. Kelly again shut down on his claw. And the op value for Animus just continues to strike gold. Saints just kind of not really finding their footing here. And again, the op value not really helping them out either. Kel trying to get the wrap around. Gonna get outs. We're down to the last 5. Animus. Woo. Coming through, striking quickly. Lucky. Last chance, last stand, last opportunity. Animus put it into this one. 250, 171. Saints not able to touch. Animus able to strike quickly here in this series as they take map number 1.
That's right. They're taking map number 1. It's pretty interesting to see Lucky shooting bodies. Although they were losing, although they were about to get kicked out of back into the lobby, he still wanted to do it. Saints did a good job at the beginning, but unfortunately enough, it seems like they ran out of gas. And it was Animus looking at those numbers verdict. Everybody over 40. Shark 53 to 36, a minute and 38 inside of the hill. Animus were pressuring a lot from inside of the hill, and it was not a single player job. It was every single one of them trying to make sure that Saints just not feel comfortable on this hard point. And well, we did not get a chance to look onto what happened when they lost that hard point against Saints, but I'm pretty sure that the way that they were playing has a lot to do with that. Trying to pressure not only from the outside but from within helped Animus a lot, because I feel like they were definitely winning the gunfight, but if they would have lost control over the hill, Saints could have pressured. They were not able to do it because of the Animus playstyle.
Yeah, and then the 2 new additions there in Grizz and Lucky kind of wrapping the rear. Granted, Grizz was able to put up a minute and 25, but when you're going negative 25 on the objective, that is a problem. It could just be a map thing. We'll see as the series progresses. Saints starting off not on the right foot. Still a chance to strike back as we get geared up for our search and destroy. Wasn't a bad performance. You kind of brush things up on P2 or the second set of hills and P2 to P3, and the connections just weren't being made. Animus, they picked that map for a reason, made it look great. As a matter of fact, if I'm remembering correctly, in the grand finals against Exclusive, I do believe, no, it was an Arsenal that was one, and then the takeoff is where it ended at, as Exclusive was able to snag that one too. So this was another map pick that was found in each and every one of those picks for Animus. Of course, they're going to make the most out of it. And obviously, the side of Saints, they're just trying to get their feet rolling. They're only about a week and a half into this new roster with the adjustment. Let's see if they can make a little bit more of an impact here in the Meltdown Search and Destroy.
That's right. As they get more and more comfortable playing with their new teammates, it's going to be important to make sure not to fall too far behind against Animus. This time around, they don't take the hard point, but they didn't look bad. It was a loss of about 70 or so points. And as we move on to this search and destroy on Meltdown, it is going to be heavy on those new players in a sense. Lucky, if I'm not mistaken, tending to be on those sniper roles, and Grizz, I'm intrigued to see who could on the side of Saints potentially use one of the short distance weapons, because taking the fact that the shotgun that was destroying previously is no longer allowed. It's been added into that banned list. It changes a lot into the playstyle for the search and destroy.
Oh, it was much needed. I think that was the huge talking points that Bobby and I were speaking about last week.
I feel like every region.
Yeah, I mean that was much needed. It's out of the equation. Teams that have found success in those up close and quarter combats with a shotgun have since moved back over to the HSO. It was absolutely cracked and broken at some point, not as badly as that R9. As we kick off game number 2, smoke through Shark and crew. Looking to get a little bit of traction there on the B side of things. They've got a free plan to go along with it. No first engagements off the bat. Bomb's been planted. And with Shark taking up a lot of space in the middle of the map, they're not going to anticipate everyone funneling through it. Don't matter.
Wow.
K-Roo with 3-piece to open it up.
Oh my goodness. Kairu eventually got kicked by none other than Lucky, who finds a double now into Narcs. All of a sudden, it's going to be a 2v2. 20 seconds left. Sonic going to be spotted. Lucky completely on his own. 1v2.
What the? Shrek.
I'm not...
What the? Is this the new meta? Is it? What the?
I was not even looking at the weapon. I'm confused.
Brand new stinking street sweeper. Holy hell. I mean, I love the camo.
He got it.
He got it, yeah. Dude, I think it was like first shot. I mean, look. EU is no stranger to finding the most bewildering...
The weirdest
quotation drop metas. Yeah, we say metas. We saw the crossbow. We got crossbow here again. Shotgun
Crossbow.
combo with the striker. This is diabolical. Nasty work out of Saturn's.
Completely crazy. I actually cannot believe that's exactly what he's using, but it is. Let's see now. First blood is going to be there by Animus, but Grace is going to answer back by eliminating Shark. Knocks at a distance onto Sane. Godzilla with a knock onto Sani. All of a sudden, that's a 4v2, less than 30 seconds left. Only Grease and Kel remain. There's Narcs with a Locust. Looking for the next victim. They're both trying to push through. Not going to be possible. Kel, the only one alive. Karu is going to make sure that the SKS shines bright. That's another point going in favor of Animus. And verdict, those are 2 rounds where Animus just, without a single fiber of fear in their bodies, just pushed towards B and immediately planted the bomb. That's just not working for Saints.
Yo, it's not indeed. Let's see what they retaliate and adjust as. You can see 4 players making their way through, but it might be a diversion. Bomb's made its way over towards this A site. And
Might
while
be
a
a
little bit of
diversion.
space being taken out, yeah, it might be.
Wow.
And they might be looking for that delayed approach onto the A site. Let's see how it works out.
The only one defending there is going to be Avis. Avis gets knocked by Shark, who immediately pushes for more, plants that bomb. Once again, a 4v2. This is just not looking pretty at all for Saints. They have not managed to find any answer. There's Grace with a shotgun to the face onto Saturn, immediately pushing for the objective. 30 seconds left. There's Lucky. Lucky and Grace, the new additions to Saints. What can they do here? Finding another kill, not gonna be enough. Grease on his own will find the knock onto Nards. 1v2 picks up the bomb, the Tundra, rather, from the ground. Only 14 seconds left, not a whole
Did he
lot to
spot
be
him?
done in here.
Has he spotted them? I don't think he has. K-Roo's shoulders thrown. He's deleted. Grizz
No.
in a 1v2 clutch. Has plenty of time.
Woo.
Had the sniper at the ready. I thought he spotted him on that staircase. K-Roo gets lost behind the beams and gets absolutely beamed by the shotty. HSO, the supreme meta in the shotgun world as we know it. R9 out of the equation here in Call of Duty Mobile World Championship. And finally a point on board for Saints. Looking like they were going to get outclassed throughout this entire series. Hold the phone here in the search. Narc's able to open up with the first blood. Gives the advantage back in the hands of Animus. Shark on the back line is going to be able to find 1-2 along with it. They are already deep in your spawn. What is Saints going to do?
It's gonna be problematic there for Sanic. They are just doing a sandwich on him. Grease gonna take off the pressure by eliminating Shark, but the bomb could be planted right now. Once again, it's going to be a 4v2. Saturn plants the bomb. Grease with already 5 kills. Kale is just not gonna be able to do too much in here. Cairo finds him. Cairo with yet another kill. Cairo with already 8 kills with an average of 2 kills per round will bring in another point for Animus. I feel like this continues to be problematic, and even more so if you think about the fact that we still continue to have 2 good old donuts on the side of Saints, who are actually killing Avis, who on that hardpoint did a great job, but in here, search and destroy, they're getting obliterated.
Yeah, Grizz going to be able to find the first blood. We're talking about the contributions in the hardpoint not quite being there for Grizz and Lucky, but Lucky and Grizz have literally been the backbone here in this one. Round's going rather quickly. The shotgun coming through for Saturns is he's going to go ahead and stick it on in. Rock's going to be planted here by Godzilla. They've got sight there on, but Lucky's already been able to find one. K-Roo might be able to get the timing here. This is just tough. Is able to get the entry on through, and now Lucky now trying to push on out through the boiler rooms. He's read like a book, K-Roo. Continuing to add kills on kills on kills. You mentioned him having 8 in that 4th round. We're in round 6. He's already got 11. And it looks like he's not going to continue. He's not going to stop anytime soon. Brother has literally lit this Saints roster up. We
He's
buckle up
just
for a
not
quick
gonna
A-side
slow
hit.
down. It is not going to slow down. Verdict, first blood for Cairo. Make it 12. Now, for this tremendous player for Animus, we saw what he was capable of 2 weekends ago, but in here, he's just destroying the opponents now. 2 more kills going in favor of Animus. Science answers back by Kel, who breaks through the 0, gaining 1 kill so far in here, but now getting killed by Shark. Shark with the double added distance will also destroy Lucky. That's another point for Animus. We're moving straight on to round number 7. And oh my god, the rain that is falling on the side of Saints is just too much to handle, seems like.
Yeah, I mean, they're not winning first blood engagements. They are not forming any kind of strategies when it comes to these retakes, and they're literally getting punched in the jaw. Cmoore, if he's not doing it by gunny, he's doing it by nades. Sanic, first blood up.
Down.
As he's got one on board. Aves not really having much luck either. As he's fall victim, they combined for 1 kill amongst the 2 of them. And yet again, a little bit of a 3v3 to ensue. Saturn's going to catch Grizz on the hop up, and Grizz thought he had the hop on him. Unfortunate for him, the striker. Didn't think I was going to see that one today. If anybody would have asked me the craziest thing I would have seen in EU, it certainly wouldn't have been a striker. Lucky striking quickly there with a sniper shot. Is going to fall to Saturn. Yeah, again, 6-1. We've gotten into this series. We're game 2 bound. We are literally just about done with it. And I can already see a lot of problems in Paradise over here for the Saints. I was hoping for a great series to come through. Again, not having a lot of time to adjust after making some roster changes. Kind of plugged and play on through for this team. And it just hadn't worked out in the search and destroy as of yet. The hardpoint didn't look bad, but right now they are just getting absolutely manhandled and read to a T.
Absolutely, and finally, they seemingly have a good start of round by eliminating both Narcs and Shark. The highest threat still alive, Cairo, who's no longer going to be using the SKS. Now changing to the Locust, seems like. Very, very interesting choice if you think about the fact of how much damage he has managed to deal onto the opponents previously. He just wants to change it a bit, being more of a threat at a long distance. In here now, 4v3, a minute on the clock. Long is going to be held by Saturn. Saturn, who no longer using the striker, by the way. It's just a lot of changes seemingly coming down from Animus, and I who am I to judge, right? It's been working. Whatever they're using, it works. So they got the last call.
Okay, Aves finally getting on board. Finally.
Mm-hmm.
8 rounds in, buddy. We're finally getting our feet wet. And look at that. We went around. Animus have griefed you through the first 6 of the 8 rounds. Finally, some points on board for Saints. Maybe a little bit of a breathing room gonna come through because, brother, I mean, there's got to be a lot of pressure to go up against a team like Animus. But then there's also the pressure that you're getting completely folded through these first 8 rounds. You find your first blood if you're Aves, as Sanic's still sitting on that breadstick. We're going to have to see a lot more contribution out of them as well as Kel if you want to see this comeback happen. It's got to start here. Defense looking strong off the rip. Shark's going to be able to get the trade as Aves able to find another, doubling his kill total already. Shark going to be able to find some shots in on another, but is going to be absolutely torched. B-side is open for the taking. Grizz going to go ahead and put the rock down. A 3v4 here retaken.
Okay, now Lucky finding the headshot onto Cairo. That's going to be really, really important now. Saturn and Narc still alive. Trying to push here. Ooh, there's going to be a lot of aggression coming down from Keel. Keel going to be spotted there. Grease couldn't do too much there either. Less than 30 seconds left now. Sanic and Lucky. Lucky and Sanic trying to find another point for Saints. Sanic will knock down Saturn. Narc's completely on his own. 1v2, 15 seconds left. He has to push forward right now, and Sanic will say no to that, finding the last 2 kills and the point for Saints. We have flip spawns, we have changed sides, and seems like that is exactly what Saints needed. That is now going to be 2 rounds in a row. That is going to be feeling also good finally for the side of Saints.
And finally some kills coming through for Sanic and Aves too. So plenty of time to make it happen. Narcs Gonna be forced down, buckled up for a quick A hit. 3 quickly on the point. Aves opening up with the first blood, and that's massive. Looking to get antsy is the second right around the corner, but it's too much. The striker able to strike back. Yeah, dude, this is what I'm saying. It's disgusting work. Bomb's been planted nonetheless. Grizz gonna be able to find one with the HSO. 4v4 was now down to 3. Gatilla throwing a shoulder at the bottom. Location's already been taken away. Narcs and Kru able to find 2 in the mix. Down to 1 there for the hold.
Oh, Sanic.
Sanic. Oh, of course Kru's going to win that one. That's brutal, man. He's the lobby leader for a reason. 16 and a defuse there. 7-3. Animus shut down what could have been another momentum round swinging in favor of the Saints.
Yeah, no, that would have been huge for the side of Saints if Sanic would have gotten that 1v3 Kairu, as you mentioned, securing that from happening. Now 16 total and now pushing for more. Everybody going towards A on the side of Saints. Now he's going to manage to defend by eliminating Kill and giving the information to his squad. But it's going to be planted nonetheless. So let's see what the retake is going to look like. It's going to be a 5v4 verdict.
Should be clean. 4 players left standing. They're all on site. Narc's got the back line. Looking to get something. Rolling through the smoke. A hit marker. And Aves going to be forced to throw it out. All entries looking like they are guarded to a T. Grizz gets to first. Kru there for the trade. Sanic and Shark trading out as well. Kru going to be taken down. Shark's got the ingress. He's on the objective.
What?
He was the last man standing. Lucky with a 2-piece.
Point blank double kill for Lucky. Less than a meter away using that, if I'm not mistaken, was the Tundra. Crazy work done there by Lucky, and that is exactly this type of level that I was hoping to see from Lucky, specifically when it comes down to using those long distance weapons. Now Tundra shining bright as he now reaches 13 kills total. Now no one's gonna be dead yet, but Bomb is gonna be down.
Quick little hit over towards the B side. Bomb down, as Gil mentioned. Stan looking strong. 5v5 for the retake. Grizz able to strike first. Kel able to find another. Shark and Saturn quickly there to trade on through. Narcs gets the better. It's down to a 2v2. 20 seconds. Here comes the hit. Narcs to the mid. Sanic shutting him down. It's all up to Shark. 1v2. He's got to roll. 1v2 at his hand. Grizz tagged him. Sanic anticipating the rotation. Gets the kill. And brother was on 1 as we got the flip on in to the side swap. And is sitting on 10. It has been the story of this comeback as he's finally starting to pull his weight and a little bit more.
A lot more, I would even you to say, verdict, because Sanic, as you mentioned, going from 1 to 10, that is just some crazy work. Now, the one defending there is going to be Kairu. Finds 1, finds 2. Kairu is just done being the nice guy. He's going back into demon mode. Finds a double. Grease is going to answer back by eliminating Athila. There's going to be the 2-for-1 trade favoring the side of Animus. Now, Grease looking for the next victim. Could be Narcs. Let's see if he gets it. Misses a shot. Brings out the secondary. Still not gonna be enough. Finds the kill onto Narcs, but it's just way too late. Saturn is there with nothing but the striker, which apparently is the new meta now in Europe. Bernard, I don't even know what to say about that.
I mean, bro's got 10 kills. That's more than Aves and Kel combined. And then some. That's gruesome. You should be scared of what EU pulls out of their sleeve next. Well, last round here, potentially for the side of Saints. Unless they can get something rolling. Ave is able to find the first blood. Shark's going to be snipped on out as he's looked to take up a little bit of control of that map side. And well, even after that player advantage, great nade, bait for Grizz. Could be the opener. Kru was here to kind of shut down the A push. He's here yet again, and he's doing just as much work. Able to find the first blood onto it, but he is going to be hunted down. That should be a Saints round after they get this rock on through. 45 seconds here for the 2v4. Is Saints going to lose Grizz in the mix of the action?
That's right now. Saturn
What
will. Saturn is just different. He's just built different, you know? He uses whatever he feels like doing. A crossbow,
way.
a striker, whatever he wants. It works just fine. Finds a double, 1v1, 22 seconds left. Now pushing for more.
Get
He's
out of
just
there,
getting-
brother.
With the striker, if you get...
Oh my God.
No. Just, Saturn, just no. How? How is it working? How is that the round that will bring the victory for the side of the Animus? 9-5 with a triple kill, crossbow striker combo verdict. I don't know what to say because it worked. You know, it's not even like, oh, you know, he was getting a kill here and there. No, he was carrying in a lot of these situations, and he was not the only one. We also have to mention the crazy work across the entirety of the side of Animus, and I feel like it's beginning to be problematic on the side of Saints verdict, the inconsistency that they are bringing into the mix.
Oh my days. Crossbow, striker, Saturns. Wanted to throw a red card up in that round. 9-5 victory. I for sure thought this was, you know, they're way back into this series. And brother, Chavez got put on an absolute t-shirt. Gone missing there in the 1v1. Technically a 1v3 clutch for Saturns, as he did find all of those kills. Yikes, that was ugly. You saw one left the lobby. That was for a reason, brother. I think Kel had his share of deaths in that search and destroy. And if you were looking for more in that search, it has left the door. We're gearing up for game 3. Animus striking very quickly here in this series as they have gone up 2-0, handled the weight in the hard point, and put an end to the misery of Saints there in the search and destroy. We're getting geared up for a crossroads strike, and Gil, if you're looking at, you know, Saints progressing through it, where they left off last event up until this point, it's basically the same. I don't think it's worse. I don't know. We didn't see the series in a whole. Obviously, it ended on a takeoff hardpoint. It started with a summit hardpoint. So if you can find a way to take this crossroads strikes, there might be a chance for you to come through for a reverse sweep. But after that meltdown search and destroy, you know, there's not a lot of hope in any regard. You had slow starts out of 3 of your prime players who put on a complete show there on the hard point. Just didn't really put their gunnies where their mouth was in the first 8 rounds, though.
Yeah, that's the thing. If by the first 8 rounds you're already losing 7-1 or something close to those numbers, it is going to be very, very complicated. And that's exactly what we saw. Animus, they did not care about the fact that, well, seemingly Saints was finally waking up, finally gearing up to the map. It was just way too late. If you're already on a map point, that is going to be the case for Animus for, I want to say, like, what, 6 rounds in a row? It is just too difficult to handle. Now we're moving onto the crossroads strike control, and I feel like I definitely have a feeling that Saints are capable of a lot more that they've shown. Just unfortunately enough, not today, Verdict. Not today. They are not being consistent. They have not managed to pull their own weight at the same time, because if they were to do that, I feel like the story would have been completely different today.
Well, still a chance to rewrite that story. Crossroads strikes is where it's got to start. You got to be pushing the agenda early on. I do remember getting screenshots of the series as it progressed the last time these two met, and if I'm not mistaken, Saints took the first round and then immediately lost 3 in a row on this map in particular. So
Okay.
it's possible they choked the control. It's possible that they could start strong, but can they finish strong? That's the question that needs to be answered. So Saints obviously testing everything, testing new waters, testing new roster changes. Plug and play has not worked so far. Animus have seemingly handled the threat for the time being, but still a chance for Saints to strike back here in this series, as it could be a mixy one as we get geared up for what we hope is not a 3-0. But let's go ahead and dive on into it now. Is Game 3 starting in this series. Chance for Saints to strike. Chance for them to potentially make a comeback happen. On the flip side of things, we got Animus, who already starting off strong. That's 4 in the feed. Gil, they are already putting them in the blender.
Absolutely, they are. And now let's see if they can actually answer. There was a double kill by Aves. Still not going to be enough. 27-25. Once on the offensive, as you can see on your screens, is going to be Animus. It's going to be Shark bouncing inside, finding a double assistance there for the nade. Great job done. Now Breeze trying to prevent the hills from getting captured, the objectives from allowing more time for the opponents. Let's see if he can manage to survive. No, he cannot. Saturn now looking for another victim. That's Sanic in front of him. Gets the assistance thanks to the help of Kairu. Objective gonna begin to be captured from within. Gothilla will find a couple of kills, a couple of assistants. Only 10 kills left for the side of Animus, who start up once again with the right foot. We were hoping for this to be completely different, but it seems like Saints, they're drowning, man.
Yeah, dude, there ain't a lifeboat to save them either. And poor Rose has kicked pretty much everybody off that door that she's been floating on. Let me tell you, Saints absolutely brutalized in this opening round. I said there was a little bit of hope, and hell, that's sunk too. First round in, blunders aside, you got completely griefed. You did a great job of playing the objective, I guess, but when rounds aren't allowed to progress past, the first opening minute, there's a cause for concern. Saints getting absolutely outclassed here in this control off the rip, and it's starting again, the hemorrhaging continuing to carry on. Sanic and crew trying to get their feet back into the swing of things. We got the Chesterlux here onto the attacking side of things, and Aves has found a little bit of a gate on towards this spawn side trap. Let's see if they can reel it back in for what could be a little bit of a bounce back.
It could be, and they have the opportunity to use maybe operators to try to change these stories. So far, the numbers are quite even. There's going to be the death machine being used by Sanic. Sanic with 11 kills will find the 12, but blown to pieces by Saturn's Sparrow. Double kill there for Saturn. Pushing for more. And once again, the operators being key factor, or potentially being a key factor for Animus. It's actually not going to be as big as it was on Hardpoint, as they continue to be tied up 13 each. Now a double kill for Kairu, making it 12. Has the opportunity to use the Tempest. Opts not to use it yet. Seems like Animus want to complete this round also without using that many operators.
Well, they could do it. I mean, if you have them ready to roll, if it does happen to come through, Kairu's going to go ahead and pop. They're at the disposals. Go ahead and get this rolling. You want to steamroll? This is a chance to do so. First tick of progress or last tick of progress going to be capped. We're down to 6 apiece. And well, with Shark and crew trying to take a little bit of a map control in their hands, he has found the piece. Backside rotation. Predator out too as well. Kairu's going to be able to find Grizz. They're down to 1. They started off hot. They're going to go ahead and finish it hot, too. Back-to-back rounds in favor of Animus. Saints, last chance to get on board.
Last chance indeed. No more wiggling room. No more space for mistakes. Problem is, a couple operators going to be available for both Narcs and Shark. Let's see what they do. Breeze now with the shotgun again. HSO in hand. Opportunity for destruction. This is not gonna happen in there. Now Aves, perfect opportunity too. Not gonna be the case. Kairu, demon time continues for him. 17 kills total for this Animus player, and he's not the only one destroying. Gothilla also with 15, Shark with 17. The lives maybe even but the scoreboard sure is not.
Operator's out. Gil, or Gathilla rather. Oh my God, almost gets a third or second rather. Narcs and crew gathering up a lot of time. Here comes the op pops. Yeah, again, they're dumping them.
Ooh.
In the spawn they go. Narcs lighting up the feed. Second tick locked in. Lucky next man up. Shut down. Shark on the outskirts, bumping him out. He
Not
is going
like
to get
that,
shut
Brady.
down, but hey, this could be the last stand. 5v19. We thought this series was good for 4 at least. We barely got 3.
We barely got 3, and in this control, there's only 1 life left. That's lucky. He's destroyed by that paper plane. The Hunter Killer drone has no mercy on anyone, the same way that Animus had no remorse for completely destroying the side of Saints. They had a great start of Hardpoint verdict, but after that, it was just downhill. You know, the side of Saints tried to stop what was coming, but Animus are not here to play. They are here to just get revenge on any and everyone who may have caused pain onto their bodies 2 weekends ago. And, well, Saints just happened to be in the way, and because of it, look at those numbers. That's a 3-0 for Control, and that's a 21-11 for Gathilla, a 20-5 for Cairo verdict, a 4.0
Yikes.
KD for Cairo there.
Yeah, that can't be happening. Saints, I mean, there's still a lot of hope for this roster to come. Obviously, not the efforts or not the outcome that they expected here in this series. You pick up 2 big guns in Lucky and Grizz, and well, they might have pulled their weight in the Search and Destroy. Hadn't really found their groove in the Hardpoint, and you know, they didn't get a chance to extend this series so that way they could find some success in what would have been their map pick for that map 4. So, yeah, a lot to work on. Animus, though, they come out guns blazing. They don't drop a single map. They look flawless from beginning to end. Those second set of hills in the Hardpoint were perfection. The Search and Destroy, they find themselves in a 6-2 lead. They don't blow that. And an absolute domination of a Control as they complete the 3-0 sweep there in that series. That completes this one. As you can see, we wanted more out of this Saints roster. However, it looks like they didn't want it more themselves. Animus, again, drop a map last time these 2 map, not this time around.
And I feel like that's also part of what we were questioning on the side of Animus on the first qualifier. It felt like Animus felt beatable. You know, I feel like Animus was making enough mistakes where you could say, yeah, they could drop a map or 2 or even 3 or even 4 that ended up happening at one point. You know, I feels like this Animus roster have fixed some of the issues, definitely. And as we continue to see them throughout this weekend, I feel like they are trying to show to us that although they were not at their highest on the first qualifier verdict, that they are doing a whole lot better for qualifier number 2.
Yep, absolutely. Animus coming through with the quickness. The 3-0 brooms out, sweeps there in the Control as well in the series. Might have painted this picture to be, you know, a little bit more competitive in that sense. Obviously, you know, Saints have an opportunity to strike down in the lower bracket, but their journey's not quite over. They still got a lot of work to do. We still got a lot of work to do as well. We're going to stay on board with Animus as they're going to be fighting their way into the upper bracket semifinals. They're going to be facing off against Wanted. And if that series left you wanting more, you're going to get more Animus indeed, as well as Wanted is up on the deck for them. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back on the other side of this break. We've got Animus, we've got Wanted, we've got Gil, and we've got Colin. I'm going to take my break for the moment. We'll see you on the other side. Good deal. Let's go.
Let me take you on a voyage.
Welcome back, everybody, to the European semifinals of our Call of Duty Mobile World Championships 2026 European qualifiers. Week number 2 has been a lot of fun so far, and I'm excited to see where this one goes. It's myself, Cmoore, alongside Gil Mania, as we're jumping in with Wanted versus Animus. And Gil, this is a little bit of a throwback from week 1 because you and I both got to cast these two in the lower semifinals. It was an absolute banger of a series. It went all the way to a 5th map, a reverse sweep for Animus. Wanted had them against the ropes. They just couldn't get it done. So now, it's what week 2 is all about, second chances.
That's right, second chances indeed. And as you mentioned, it was an absolute banger. It was incredible to see them fight back and forth, go all the way into the 5th map. And as you mentioned, a reverse sweep that feels definitely very, very bitter to the side of Wanted. But of course, Animus in here today to probably try not to just make the same mistakes they did in the past, because on the first 2 games we saw them struggle. They didn't do that well, and eventually they managed to rebuild themselves and actually do a good fight against Wanted. So I'm expecting to see a lot of sparks coming off of these two teams.
I'm expecting it too, because it's not only the fact that you're getting that redemption, you're getting that second chance. This is happening in the winner's bracket. So it's like, if this goes all the way to a 5th map again, you're not facing elimination. You don't have that extra weight on your shoulder to perform. I think it's going to be a breath of fresh air that both of these two teams get to duke it out in the winner's bracket. I think for Animus, it's definitely a little bit of a breath of fresh air this time around, not having to make that lower bracket run. But for Wanted too, I mean, you get a second chance at making it into the winner's final to most likely face up against that exclusive team, depending on what goes on. But even still for Wanted, it's just looking to get your revenge. And for this week, we get to see them going into a best of 5 with Arsenal, Coastal, Raid, Hacienda, and Slums. Gil, the only 2 maps that we had last week in this best of 5 repeating is going to be that Coastal, Search and Destroy, and Hacienda Hardpoint. Both maps Wanted took.
That's the thing, right? It's going to be interesting to see if they can repeat those stories, or if we're going to see something different happening in here. We saw that Arsenal was, like you mentioned, really, really strong for Wanted, but it's going to be a matter of if the side of Wanted either managed to keep their same level or increase the level that they previously shown Cmoore. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, on the last qualifier, Animus was making mistakes that cost them a couple of maps in a lot of different rounds. So far, at least on the previous match, that's something that we did not see. We lost the map previous qualifier against Saints. Saints, of course, a different roster, different players. But at the same time, I did not see those same flaws, at least to that same extent on the side of Animus, which, does say that they've been working, and that's exactly what we wanted for them to see, to show us, right? They got time, they got a couple of weeks to just polish those mistakes and make sure that they don't show as much. They did it on the side of Animus, but did they do it on the side of Wanted?
That's a fantastic question, Gil. I think for Animus, it's the big argument that, maybe Saints roster change has kind of put them a level below what Animus has these days. But I think you really got to look at this Animus team, who certainly was looking to make some changes after their performance last week, not walking away with that first qualifier. And the same can be said for Wanted too. I mean, you stick together, you go into week 2, you're looking for revenge, you're looking for a little bit of a better placement to get those points. And I think that's what I look at for teams who stick together. It's just, how do you improve from week to week? When you make that roster change like Saints, almost like hitting that reset button. And you got to start from the beginning, build yourself back up off that foundation. And neither Wanted or Animus have to do that this week. So I think that's what gets me excited for this matchup. I think that for both Wanted and Animus, it's just a level of proving yourself now in week number 2. For Animus, you don't have to hit that level as much, knowing how good of a team you've been in Europe for the past and, for this tournament as well. But for Wanted, for sure, it's just looking at how you leveled up. And even going into it too, I mean, obviously we get the repeat of both Hacienda and Coastal, 2 maps that Wanted took off of Animus last week. But seeing a whole bunch of new maps come into the rotation as well for this Wanted team, I think the Arsenal is going to be a huge surprise for me. I think that we saw, at least I saw earlier, that this Arsenal really comes down to the traditional, like, who's going to out-rotate the other, especially when it comes to those late-game moments. I mean, we almost saw Oxygon make the comeback versus Troglodyte Tribe earlier today on this map mode combo. So for Wanted, it's just kind of how much they have in the tank, how much gas they have in the tank to take Animus all the way the distance.
Yeah, no, and it was an interesting point that you mentioned earlier in regards to the fact that this time they are on the winners bracket. They still have a second life available that, of course, they are not trying to waste, but it's always a good mindset to have in here. We're gonna go straight into the Arsenal. Hardpoint, ladies and gentlemen, once again, Wanted and Animus, and inside of the hill. Seems like Animus will get the first few seconds. Cathela gotta be destroyed. Now the next one, Narx trying to push through the smoke. There's a lot of people in there. A great retake for the side of Wanted. The fight has already begun, Cmoore.
Yeah, it's a good start for Wanted, I'd say, trying to fight their way through this. Animus early on going to have that posture towards the P2 rotations, and you can see that's going to be the main focus for this Animus team on the mini-map, just making sure that they're forcing Wanted on these left side spawns. So good clearance back into P1. They're going to get the remainder of the scrap time. They're going to hold on to this rotation anew, and you can already see Shark making that swap over to see if he can block those back spawns.
Right now, rotations is going to be there by Animus. Seems like Shark going to stay inside. Let's see if he can predict. No, not enough. Going to be destroyed there. Now Shark is going to be trying to stay alive. Mute going to say no to that. We already saw a few names shining on the side of Animus. Let's see what Wanted can show to us in here. The one with the most kills, at least so far, is going to be Axis. Axis there with 6 total. Trying to push through, doing a great defensive job on the side of Animus.
Yeah.
Wanted not able to get inside.
It's perfect so far. Wanted. He's still 30 seconds here. Just don't want to give all of this up. So you can see another swap over the top. It's going to be Champy all the way towards the back. He's lost in the smoke, and nobody from Animus actually knows exactly where he is. Shots to the smoke going to connect. Almost snaps to a second one, but Animus are going to weather the storm so far. You still have Narcs sitting around in a corner, blocking off this hill, locking down this time. 50 points for Animus off of P1, P2. And again, winning the rotation over to New as well. Wanted a couple players here. They need to go big with the kills.
They have to go kill indeed. Here now, Mute trying to defend will find a double. Merely push for more, has to be cautious. There's the usage of the Sparrow. Finds a double at a distance. Hunter-killer drone. Gonna connect there with the Switchblade. Opportunity to continue the defense. Eventually gets knocked out, but there's still the opportunity for even more utility to be used on the side of Wanted, and that's exactly what they're doing. The Claw and Death Machine gonna be popped at the same time. Champy with the brain from above doing a lot of damage. Still damage control by the side of Wanted on a single heal. They have managed to flip those numbers.
Oh, Narcs taken down by Spy. That's some great assistance coming out from Wanted, and look at the score now. I mean, you came into this one down about 20 points. You're up 20 points now, give or take. So Wanted with an incredible Hill 3 rotation off the back of Mute's early row. And they got the better spawns over towards P4 as well. You can see the race there is going to be numbers towards Wanted to see if they can get these kills. Only one left alive. It's going to be Shark immediately shut down on this new hill. So Wanted off of an incredible P3 looking to combine a P4.
Incredible indeed. Let's see, as you mentioned, can they do it once more? Right there, Champy, not gonna do a whole lot. Claw, gonna be popped by Narx. Knocks at a distance, finds that knock onto Saucy. Gets spotted by Mute. Mute, an incredible play from Wanted, who last qualifier did a lot for the squad. This time around, not gonna be the exception. Continuing the control on the side of Wanted. A double for Champy, a triple. Make it a Fury kill maybe. There it is. Destroying everybody with the Sparrow. Now the Hunter-killer drone. Wanna go out for a ride. Not really gonna connect, but does not matter too much. The defensive approach from the side of Wanted has worked perfectly on 2 points on a row, allowing for them to near double the points of Animus.
I mean, you think about Animus here, and they have been on the chopping block for the past couple of hills. I mean, that's 2 hills in a row where you get 10 points in total. So Wanted have you by the neck right now, and they are ready to just continue to stranglehold through this arsenal. You can see the importance of Animus on the setup over to New. You got the back spawns. Here's the setup. Wanted now to break from the front. Death Machine in for Spy. Immediately shut down by this barrel of Saturn. Gothila, it's his Death Machine just raining bullets through that front door. See what you can get here if you're Animus. You need the specialist to go big. Heiru in for the assistance is Mute. Only going to take down one with the equalizer. Saucy's got the War Machine out. And Wanted are here to play, here for the break-in. Animus need to hold strong, and the kills go through. Narcs gets two. Gothila, a third one. And it looks like that's going to be enough for Animus to hold this hill.
20 seconds left. That is going to be very, very good for the side of Animus if they manage to defend. The next one to push seemingly going to be Saucy. Saucy got one. Trying to look for two. Saucy getting two. But getting destroyed there by Kairu. Once again, the defense by Kairu going to hold. Everybody moving on to the next hill. The advantage still going to be in favor of Wanted, but he's barely there. Less than 10 seconds advantage. We're going back onto P1, and let's see what the reset going to show for us. Last time around, it was Animus on point 1 and 2, where they got a bit of an edge going their way. Can they do it again? I feel like they cannot, because seen here, oh, Shreep is there going for Mute to completely shut that door down for Animus.
100 killer into the wall, so that's going to be a streak off the board for Mute. See if his Switchblade can get the damage done, though, through this front door. It's good enough for the trade off that damage, and Saucy in the window with this Bal 27. And the absolute hurt down to this Animus squad, and heading into the second rotation, it was about a tie game. Wanted getting so much time off of this first hill. 155 and counting, still 20 seconds more. And you look at that minimap yet again. I mean, you just got to put the absolute most importance on these rotations for a map like Arsenal, and I like this play from Animus. You can already see them trying to think a little bit ahead to flip these spawns around and get to P2 first.
Ooh, we are 173 to 111. Animus, they have to try to be as perfect as they can. You said it, they are being smart, but do they have the gun skill needed to actually defend? So for in there's going to be Kairu, barely alive inside of a hill, trying to survive through the smoke. Kairu dead. Same here for Gothila. Saturn trying to bounce back inside, but there's Champy to prevent that from happening. Great job down there for Champy. 31 kills total for this incredible SMG player who continues to control, pretty much spawn trapping the opponents there at a distance, maybe not getting the kill, but making sure that they do not feel comfortable to walk forward there. Now there's the Death Machine by Spy finding a double, Axis with a double of his own, and the pain continues in favor of Wanted. Ladies and gentlemen, Animus are struggling now, and as we are thinking about point number 3, they are seemingly trying to rotate towards the next hill. Cmoore, can they actually defend? Because so far they have just not done that.
No, they haven't. I mean, it's been all Wanted into this Arsenal. And you got to be a little bit worried if you're a fan of Animus, knowing that this is a map that Animus surely wanted to kick off their best of 5 with. Rotations over to 3. And again, you look towards the powerhouse of Wanted between Champy and Mute. They are the fathers of Animus on this map right now with the performance that we're getting. Here's Narcs with the claw, though. And Animus with the setup, so hopefully off the back of these specialists, they can lock down a little bit of time. Unfortunately, though, the trades come through. Spawns at the back, and Wanted have the position for a quick break.
Animus has already used most of the operators. The last one left probably going to be Shards in here, who gets popped there by the side of Wanted. 30 seconds left. Animus trying to survive there. Snox there. Going to be destroyed by Champy. Champy holding through the smoke, making sure no one can walk by. Finally going to be knocked down by Saturn. Still not going to be enough. Axis with the double, Axis with the triple, Axis destroying with a claw. Make it a Fury kill at Quadra now. Dropping that Hunter Killer drone, only 20 seconds left. Maybe this hill is not going to be enough, but ladies and gentlemen, that's another double there for Axis. That is just going to be less than 10 seconds away. Animus have to be perfect, but Wanted in here are showing that they have no mercy and they are seeking for blood.
1v3 technically over to New. Saucy alone. He's going to be taken down. Gothila in. Saturn has the Sparrow, but it's the Pred Missile from Axis. That's going to take the Sparrow out of the play, and Mute immediately off the spawn going to get active into the hill. Executioner's out and flying towards the smoke. Narcs, nice shots through it. Will take him down. Axis, however, last one in. See if you can call game, put it away. 5 seconds is all you need, so you need these members of Animus to go absolutely nuclear right now, and Gothila is going to give his team a chance back in. 3 seconds is all you need, and Mute with the equalizers, putting things away with Spy off the death machine, taking the first map in the best of 5, opening things up on the Arsenal, and a statement is being made here by Wanted for the way that we are seeing them approach this match versus Animus. No mercy, you said, Gil. That's exactly what we saw through that first one. I mean, it was a fantastic beginning for Animus. They started off getting, what, 50, 49 points off of those first 2 hills. And after that, it was a little bit of a comeback from this Wanted team. And as soon as you saw them get their gears turning and you saw Mutant Champy just absolutely dicing them up with those switchblades, there was just no answer from Animus towards the back end.
And it shows clearly here on the score, the final scoreboard, the final standings. Animus, he just got folded like a chair, man. Like, look at those numbers. Look at the 22-39 for Kairu, an incredible player who could just not find his foot into this game. Shark, 23-40. And on the opposite end of the spectrum, you got Champy, 40-27, 37-24 for Spy. It was just too difficult for Animus to just find any sort of opening, because whatever they did just got answered immediately by the side of Wanted. You said it at the beginning. Yes, they had a lead, but once Wanted realized what they were doing, they immediately shut that down. They just changed their strategy. They changed their approach, and they said that they do not care if Animus fix their issues, that they are here to get their own piece of revenge, you know? Animus were trying to do the same, but it seems like Wanted prepare a little bit better, at least for this game of Hardpoint. And, I mean, last qualifier, Cmoore, of course, Animus, they did lose the first Hardpoint, but I don't think I remember being as extreme as it was for this map one.
No, it was a 250 to 190 win for Wanted on a Hacienda Hardpoint. I mean, a map where things definitely get a little bit easier in terms of breaking hills. You can see for Arsenal that the rotations are so important because how hard it is to break the hills, especially the money hills on an Arsenal. We saw many times Wanted, they just get the perfect setup, and you know, operators are not. Just having that battle in your hand, having that switchblade in your hand, it's just easy to pick up kills, really hard to funnel on in for some breaks there for Animus. But the job's not done yet for Wanted. I mean, we're still talking about them in the light of they got reverse swept by this Animus team just 2 weeks ago. True. So, you know, taking map number 1 against Animus, yes, it's going to feel good, but definitely not over. The only thing is, though, Gil, is when we talk about history and we talk about the rematch between Animus and Wanted, the difference being is that Hacienda Hardpoint now, map number 4, being where Wanted wants to put this game away. They took that off of Animus last time we saw these teams go head-to-head. We saw Wanted also take the Coastal Search and Destroy. So taking this Arsenal really sets them up in a chance to put this one away in 4 if they can go back-to-back on maps here in Coastal.
And it's going to be really, really important for the side of Animus to make sure that Wanted does not take this game of Coastal, because like you mentioned, Hacienda was a really, really good map for Wanted. So the last thing you want is to get there in a 2-1 deficit for the side of Animus. So I'm pretty sure that they will try. I wouldn't even be surprised if the side of Animus tries to play it slow, but at the same time, we just saw, I don't know if you got a chance to watch the previous match, Cmoore, but Saturn was playing very interestingly when it came down to the peak of the weapons that he was using.
It was an interesting change-up, and I think that for Wanted, maybe they were paying attention. Maybe they've been doing their own studying versus Animus, but in Coastal's a change-up, I think can be a little bit more straightforward for this Wanted team. And starting off on the defensive side, Wanted looking to get off on the right foot here. So actually, it seems like I had it backwards. Wanted starting off on the offensive side. So Animus, see what they can do. See if they can hold on. Saturn crossbow in hand. And he is waiting for the information. Nobody has been spotted yet by Wanted.
Ooh, Saturn got the Saucy got the intel there, but unfortunately enough, he was the one taking the heat now.
Oh, Saturn
So
see him?
far. Saturn what, sorry?
Saturn see him through the jump speak. I don't know if you saw Champy. Axis and Champy are really playing with the idea of maybe late hitting B, but instead you put some pressure in, you give the information away to this Animus squad, and looks like there's going to be a full wrap over to A.
Seemingly going to be the case. Gafila, the one holding in here, alongside with Narx. Narx finds the first blood onto Axis. Everybody pushing through. Gafila with a double kill, going for the triple, making it look easy. Triple kill there for Gafila. All of a sudden, Champy completely on his own, and Gafila is looking for the next victim. Not going to be the case, as Champy finds a double of his own. 1v4 onto a 1v2, but Kairu will be the one to set that down. Finds his first blood and the first point going in favor of Animus. But a key part of it, that was a tremendous triple kill there for Gafila.
I was going to say, and Champy almost answered back. I got a little bit worried there, Gil, as soon as I saw Kairu go for that chow. If Champy wins 3 there, gets himself the one-on-one, there's a chance that Animus toss that round into the bin, but big pickup there for Animus, like you said. Triple kill from Gafila.
Watch out!
Putting that XM4 to work. We've seen so much Valve today. Nice to see that XM4 still has some power. Nice first blood from Saturn. The crossbow hits its mark, and that is immediately going to draw Wanted away from this B site. Most likely we'll see them wrapping over towards A, and it's a great pickup there from Saucy, but Kairu, quick with the trades, keeps the advantage in numbers on Animus' side.
That's right, 4v3. So far, the bomb is being held by Spy. They're not sure yet where they want to push. Animus with a straight line on the map to get as much info as they possibly can. And here's Spy pushing alongside with Mute. Mute, who is yet to find a kill. Here's Saturn, no longer using the striker. Thank goodness. It was incredible to see it shine, but it was also very questionable at the same time, to say the least. Now Saturn, gotta be cautious about it. He finds one, goes for 2. He knows that they're gonna be pushing. Has to reposition. They continue to go forward. Saturn not sure of what's happening, but bomb is gonna be down. 4v2.
Saturn dies. 2v3, bomb down. See if Wanted can hold this. Not going to be easy, but that's going to make it a little bit easier. Mute in the 1v1. Narsh goes with a slide out and Mute.
Ooh, he's
no
1
way.
HP. He's 1 HP.
2v4. And Wanted get it done. I mean, this is what you can't let happen if you're Animus. I mean, you had your foot on the gas for that entire round, holding numbers. You give up B, though, and that is a major misplay, giving Wanted a post plan like that. Really hard for Animus to retake it, and they get caught off guard. So 1-1 we go,
Incredible
Gil,
round.
and yeah, that is fantastic from Wanted to keep this one competitive across the coastal. So what more can they bring to this attack, knowing that they really do not get stressed out in these late rounds?
Almost a minute has passed. No one has died as yet. We're still tied 1-1. That's exactly what I was expecting to see from Animus. Not only because they're defending, but because they know how capable Wanted are on this map. Kairu, an outstanding player, but at the same time taking his few seconds to think. The next move is going to be less than a minute left. Saucy finds the first blood onto Kairu. That's an insane first blood to have. Now, that's going to be changing the approach that Wanted. Seems like they're going to be pushing towards A.
Bomb going down. Spy planting it. Saturn, huge fight down low, and that's going to keep this round alive. Would be insane to do a 1v5 like this. Wanted won't let it get anywhere close to happening. So back-to-back rounds for Wanted. You clutch up in round 2. straightforward in round 3, dissecting that A site for the plants. So, Gil heading into the 4th one for Animus, looking for a little bit of an answer back. And where does that really come from? Do we see some aggression out A? Do we see somebody try to force this first blood? Or do they continue just toying with reacting to where Wanted want to go?
Yep, that's been the problem, that they have, of course, to wait to see what Wanted will do. And it's been working for them. Right now, Spy right in the middle of the map, trying to see anyone through a few pixels. Not anything happening. Right now. We've had 4 rounds, and all of them pretty much the first minute has been dead silence. Now Narcs trying to change that from happening. Finds that kill into Saucy. Goes for the next one, but Spy will say no to that. 4v3, player advantage, once again in favor of Animus.
Saturn on the exit. How does he get away? Still numbers for Animus off that, and we've seen it before. You give up B, you give up the round. So, Animus in the 4v3. Can they retake it this time around?
30 seconds. Plenty of time. Can they do it, though? I'm trying to push forward. They got a player advantage. On a go. Ooh. Wallbangs there. Access. Gonna find one. Battle 27 doing a lot there. That's a double now for the team of Wanted. Not gonna be enough. Saturn and Shark immediately answering and will defuse the bomb. Great job down there for the side of Animus, making sure that the player lead takes effect onto that round. Just pushing everybody at once. Yeah, they lost 2, but does not matter too much. If you still defuse that bomb, we're gonna be tied once again.
And look, chat, I mean, this is no surprise that these two teams just continue to go neck and neck on a map like Coastal. Might I remind you, we keep referencing back to this head-to-head that they had last week. Both Search and Destroys went to overtime. Coastal, it was a 10-8 victory for Wanted. Meltdown was an 11-9 victory for Animus. So, both teams want a chance to take this map number 2. Wanted looking to go 2-0 up. Animus looking to tie this series up. They know they need to have the longevity to go the distance.
Ooh, the Phil, a perfect opportunity. That's 1, that's 2. The Phil trying to do it again. Causing pain onto the opponents. Chumpy and Spy to the ground. 2 for 1 trade there. Oof, Kairu feeling the heat. Still surviving. Narcs with a knock onto Saucy. 4v2, Mutant Nexus. Still alive. Bumps on the ground. They had to push forward. That's something that Animus know. Cairo with a knock onto Axis. Mute all of a sudden. 1v4. No control over the bomb. No control over absolutely anything whatsoever. Tries to push. They are both sides collapsing on him at the same time. Not a whole lot to do. Another victory going in favor of Animus. And I like the way that they are adapting to that late game aggression on the side of Wanted. It seems like Animus was just keeping control of what they were doing, and they have managed to do the changes needed there.
Yeah, it's good for Animus. I mean, that's back-to-back rounds to take this lead, and look at the aggression and the information you're getting from the A site. 2 players have already fully flanked through mid, and you have no idea. They see nothing. They know this is going to be over towards B. Everybody from Animus wrapping back over towards A, and now they just need to keep them pinned down here. Good reaction from Wanted to re-clear behind them, although it is no remorse coming out from Keiru. The follow-up leaves Spy in a 1v3, now a 1v2. Forced to have to clutch up here. He's got the bomb. The A site is wide open. He's still got a minute on the clock. So much time.
Probably thinking about planning the bomb, man. I do feel like Spy is capable of fighting a 1v2. Has to play smart. Great positioning on the bomb to give him an edge when it comes down to getting info whenever someone may be defusing. Oh my god.
I love this call.
That is huge. That is huge.
I mean, there's so much for Animus to clear. I mean, Spy has so much time, and
They
he's just playing the internal clock so perfectly. Saturn's gonna get spotted. Spy gives himself away. Crossbow's gonna land though, and it's a 1 versus 1. Spy looking for the clutch. He goes back down. 12 seconds left, just looking to play his life. And Saturn on the chase. He just doesn't have the time to do this.
Oh, I think he does. No, he does not. Not enough time. That's gonna explode. Saturn, he did it.
Oh my god.
There's no way there was enough time. Saturn, you monster.
This guy went Mach 5 to get to that bomb defuse.
Yeah, he's time traveling in there. Wow.
Look, I thought Rewind was an operator that wasn't in this game, but maybe. Big throwback in for Animus. That is a crazy clutch for Saturn. You thought you had it in you for that one if you're wanted. Could have been a tie game here, but now you're facing a 2-round deficit, and it's crunch time at the back end of this attack to see what you can take with you heading into the second half of Coastal. That one's going to sting a little bit, Gil, but it's not going to deter the squad for the remainder of this Coastal.
That's right. Let's see now. Mute with a knock onto Saturn. Mute not happy about what happened last round.
Look at Cthila's
Everybody
positioning. I mean,
pushing.
he is all the way up in A. I mean, you know this is going to be a B attack, so look at the 3 players have already rotated with Saucy and Spy getting caught there. I mean, bomb goes down on the rotation, and nice shot from Mute. Keeps this one at least even 3-on-3. Chance to get this bomb down for the post plant. We've seen Wanted hold these before. We've also seen Animus retake them.
Right now it's a 3v2 now. They have not planted the bomb, although they could have.
They have so much time.
Just so much time. And I felt like that's a smart call, you know, trying to make them think that they're already planting, so they push forward, find a few kills.
Good shot.
And there it is. Good shot there for Mute.
2-on-2.
Make it a 2v2. Kyrie's still alive, though. And same for Cthulhu.
That's the SKS of Cairo that you got to be kind of worried about here, especially if those wall bangs hit. Going to be tough. XM4 in the hand of Cthulhu. JP has to swing out, and it's the XM4 to take the first blood of that retake. 1 versus 2. It's going to be Mule with the Tundra, and the shot just isn't there. Another retake from Animus.
Wow. Incredible. We're moving on to the last round before we flip spawns, but my goodness, Animus and Demon Time now as they get yet another round their favor. 5-2 lead. What happened?
Oh my
The
god, it's a
collateral for
collateral
Mute?
through the wall? Collateral wall
I'm
bang
so
from
sad that we
Mute.
missed that.
That
I'm so
is-
sad that we missed that.
You and I both, Gil. So, that's pretty much the round done. Especially
Right?
with the plant going down at B, 5v3. If this was any other esport where economy was a thing, you'd be watching these 3 save their guns. But here we go. Retake in. Numbers disadvantage. Can Animus do it again?
Mute with a 3rd kill so far this round. Spy gonna help him out. Caro trying to just make something happen, but he's just too difficult to Wanted thanks to a tremendous collateral through the wall on the first 3 seconds of the round. That's the type of advantage that you dream of whenever you're starting a round.
Yeah, I mean, served up on a silver platter. Literally doesn't get better than that. And they're already in B. Like, this is so fast from Wanted. What a change up in pace. And Saucy through mid, a double kill. Mute on the other side. He is just
Oh my
running
God!
at them.
What is going on?
You would have thought that Wanted started on that side of the map, how fast they got there.
I can't believe how quick they were to react to what Animus was doing. It went all the way across.
It's
But
way
it's
too
still
early.
a
They did start on
thief.
that side of the map. Oh my goodness.
Oh god, Animus changing because they did not work last round, so Understandably so, they do something different. Narx finds through the wall a knock onto mute. Getting that player lead as they try to approach the A site. Being defended by Saucy and Spy. A lot of utilities being thrown out of distance. There's Gathilla. The opportunity to do a lot of damage. Saucy's going to say no to that with the SKS. Saucy looking for more. Giving a lot of info to his teammates. Narx with another kill. 2 this round in favor of Narx. And Bomb's going to be down.
You know, Stassi's below you. I mean, he's not going to be too far away from that kill he took down on Gathila. So post plant in, numbers, and Saucy SKS. They need to find some crazy wallbangs. Nearly gets it done. Well, that could have been game-changing, round-changing right there. Wanted, looking for the equalizer. Can they retake 2v3? 20 seconds left. Champy. The one to watch. Switchblade in hand. Can he get it done? 12 seconds left. I mean, you are running out of time. Champy's going to find his way in, and Kru making sure that Wanted can't come back and tie things up. 6-4. Back up to a 2-round gap versus this Wanted squad. Animus playing some lights out SnD on Coastal.
Oh my goodness. I do get a question though. Axis. Still on a breadstick, a single kill so far this game as we are starting round 11. He needs to start pulling his own weight. I feel like Wanted could be doing a whole lot more. That number was different. Axis using the striker.
Yeah.
He is the one to use it this time around. Saucy with a great angle to find a few kills if he is fast enough. But oof, on a fight against Cairo, that's never going to be easy.
That could have been scary too if it was a headshot. Spy on the shoulder peak. I'm sure he got information on at least one of the members from Animus, but not going to relent. Over towards A. Animus still looking to push forward. It's Gathila getting a timing onto the bomb site. He slides out. Spy, never the wiser, still gets the kill though. Shut down on Gathila. Shuts down the A site. Bomb is down. And even the pressure over towards B was won by Wanted. However, round's not done just yet. Kru may have just delivered a way back in for Animus. 2v2. They need to get the bomb.
That could be the problem. There's Spy. He knows that they have to go this way. Surprise Narx. Cairo finds the knock to Axis. It almost did the same to Spy.
Does he know bomb's down?
Ooh-wee.
Because if... I was going to say, if Spy knows bomb's down, I mean, that would have been an easy angle to hold. Knowing that Kru has the SKS, but instead he's going to re-clear mid. And the timing
Problem's
might
20
work
seconds,
out here
though.
for Spy. Yeah, like low on time. But this might work out. And it does. Spy just playing through mid. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that.
Great job down there for Spy. 11 kills total for him. Great way to close that gap. 6-5, ladies and gentlemen. Wanted are still alive. A nade there. Not gonna connect. A lot of aggression coming down from Shard. Gonna be obliterated. Double kill there for Champy. The only one alive was Gathila. Saucy gonna change that from happening. All of a sudden, it was the one before where Axis, none other than Axis, finds that kill. That brings the tie back again. 3 kills total for Axis. I'm still questioning the striker, but he did not get that kill with a striker. He actually got it with secondary, so who am I to judge?
All's well that ends well when you're winning rounds. Striker or not. Trophies down for Saturn. Posturing over towards B A.
Frag out.
And here we see slow out the gates from Animus. For a mistake on Wanted's side, but Wanted are giving them absolutely nothing. Even Saucy is giving nothing up to this fight versus Kru between the SKS. So as time counts shorter, who's going to be the one to make the first move for Animus? Will they make a first move?
Tango down.
Great kill there for Mute. That's an opener right there. 5v4. Narcs trying to get intel. Not gonna get a whole lot. Bomb in the hands of Saturn. We're still not too sure where they're gonna be pushing. That's a great start of the round for Wanted. And ladies and gentlemen, seems like Wanted wants the 7. Can they do that though?
What a shot. Oh, Mute has been on point. 15 kills. And everybody's going to be falling over. I mean, this striker is in position to do some damage. Just got to hit the shots. Good for 1. That's about it. Bomb getting planted. 2v4. Countless times we saw Wanted in this position. Can Animus do it?
Right, 40 seconds left. 4v2. Champy pushing forward. There's Narcs to the ground. The next one. Saturn trying to survive. Gets 1. Goes for 2 with the striker in hand. Oh my goodness. He gets 2 hit markers, but no kill. Round is there for Wanted. And ladies and gentlemen, Wanted are back in the lead. That's a 6-7 lead. And I don't know. Like, I feel like there's going to be a change to the striker. Like, at least on the decision making is what I mean from Axis, because he's just it's not hitting as much as he would like it to be.
Winning rounds though, Gil. Can't argue with that.
True.
So 3 in a row. Mute another snipe. Another first blood for Wanted. And Animus are looking to pick up the pace. See if they can clear out this striker. Slides out. Good for 1 as Axis yet again. I mean, he's done his job.
Yeah, he got a kill. He's done his job. That's true. No longer with 1. Axis with 5. Mute. And Axis with a kill each. That's a 4v3. 35 seconds on the clock. Move is now on the side of Wanted. Let's see what they can do. Karu.
What a
gets
shot.
1. Gathila with a nade. Gets 2. Saucy trying to push with the SKS. Has to do it right now. Only 20 seconds left.
And Cairo may have just given them an easy round here for the retake. It's 15 seconds. Somebody's got to make a play. Spy down to 1 HP. Saucy gets caught, so it's all on to Spy. He's got to go for the regen before he makes the push. 7 seconds. As soon as he turns the corner, Saturn is waiting. 7-7. We see such a good play there from Animus, and it's off the back of Gathila's nade. Keiru with the wallbang off the SKS. Cutting things down to a 3v2 in the post plant and giving Animus a way back into this game. Wanted. I mean, you thought that Mutant Axis gave them that 8th round, but Animus have had different answers again and again. Mute overwhelmed on the corner. Champy goes down, and if you can find one, that'd be fantastic, but Mute gets nothing.
That is gonna hurt. Mute tried, but it was just too difficult of a situation. There's Axis getting a kill and immediately changing that weapon now for a Switchblade. Trying to push for more. Saucy and Axis still alive, still dreaming, trying to make it happen. They're on opposite ends. If they try to collide on them at the same time, they could try to surprise them. They have to play it smart. Axis, with the help of Saucy, they find 1. There's the usage of the shotgun. Narcs is still alive. Axis with the opportunity
7
to
seconds.
finally make it happen.
He's got it.
Oh, I think he did. Axis, I'm so sorry. I have to retract back. I take back everything I said. I'm so sorry for ever doubting your skills with that striker. As he finds not 1, not 2, but actually, quote-unquote, 3 kills. There was an assistance in there involved. But that's a map point now for Wanted.
That is game-changing from Axis. From 1 kill, looking a little worse for wear on Coastal. Saving an 8th round. Wanted in the lead. Looking to put away Coastal. Deny overtime. Can they win 1 more OT? Or 1 more defense to go up 2-0 in the series? Saucy for the jump peaks. Spots information onto 1. He's just going to back on down. And nothing too concrete just yet for Animus on the attack. Very default layout for where their attack wants to go. Hoping that Wanted gives away a first blood, but you can see the importance of this round. Nobody on Wanted are peeking anything.
We 4v4, champion with a knock. Great job down, Wanted. Trying to close it with a 9-7. And they do it. 3 players alive on the side of Animus. Saturn with a knock. Huge onto Champy. Immediately backing out. Kairu trying to go for the wall line. It's not going to connect. Gives an information for Spy to get that kill. 3v2. Axis with 1. Axis with 2. With a double. With a .50 GS. Axis out of 4. He was the one that helped the side of Wanted get back into their feet. Let's be reminded they were losing 5-2.
Yeah.
And the second Axis just shifted back onto an actual good pace. Everything changed. And Wanted have done it, Cmoore. I actually cannot believe it.
Incredible comeback from Wanted. And I mean, you got to talk about Axis as the man of the hour right now to make that comeback possible. Just silent throughout the first half on the attack. He swapped to the defensive side, and he just comes alive. 10 and 12 to end it. Still negative, but the impact just not going unnoticed. Spy, Mute, incredible throughout the first and second half. Just really doing a lot of that heavy lifting for this Wanted team across the majority of the game, giving Axis the opportunity to even be there at the final hour. And for Animus, that one is another kind of stinger in the way that you played the front half of this Coastal, because you thought for a second you had them dead to rights on the comeback. You tied things up 7-7, have the chance to go to 8. Axis shuts you down with the comeback, the retake, and you just cannot pick yourself back up. Cathila, Kairu, and Saturn all having a lovely game there, but still not enough to get through this Wanted team, Gillen. Kind of brings us back to this whole question of history and you know, a grudge match for Wanted. I mean, you go into week number 2 knowing you got reverse swept by Animus. No better way to kind of put you in a position to answer back from that than going 2-0 up and saying, hey, if you want to beat us, you got to do it again.
Insane that we are once again in this same situation as you mentioned, Cmoore. A 2-0 lead for Wanted as we move on to the game of Control, where anything can happen, and anything has happened. You know, we saw, like you mentioned, a reverse sweep from Animus last time around, but that's one of those things that they just don't happen every day. Is it going to happen against for Animus? I'm not sure. I'm genuinely not sure. With the map pick that just like you mentioned earlier, it just does not look to be an easy way out for the side of Animus. We knew how important this game of Coastal was for both teams, and now that Wanted got it, it could be on the side of Animus trying to go up a hill that could be too difficult to defeat. I'm not giving them out, you know. I still feel like they are more than capable of doing it, but it's gonna be way, way difficult. More difficult than it was last time.
No, I agree. I think that this map 3 is trivial, not just because you're down 0-2, but because you want to make it as convincing and as concrete as possible right now if you're Animus. Last week when we saw them go to Control, it was a Crossroads strike, Gil. So, I mean, that is one thing that you know if you're Animus, you start on the attacking side of Crossroads, you're going to go to 5. You're going to probably win offense, and that's a gimme. For Raid, it's different. I mean, you've seen teams all day. You've seen teams throughout the entire qualifiers go back and forth, win defenses, win offensive. Raid is a little bit of a toss-up, and most of the time it just comes down to the slang potential of a team and how well you can really open up a map when you're on defense, get into art, start that spawn trap. And even still, sometimes it's not enough. We've seen teams come back from a deficit on Raid from that attacking side, and it's real big tug of war that we're going to be looking at for this map number 3. So for Animus, it's just stepping up, making sure that everybody's on the same page, not just in terms of teamwork, but when we're talking about the slaying and the impact that you're bringing to this game too, because I don't think that this Wanted team is going to go down easy. I don't think that it's possible to beat this Wanted team with a player lagging behind.
Yeah, no, I mean, we saw it happen last time for Wanted to get reverse sweep, but I just don't think they are going to fall short again. it's at least nice in a sense to see that this is still the upper bracket, right? Let's be reminded, ladies and gentlemen, this is still the upper bracket. That's the only difference between these two facing each other from what it was last qualifier. So I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued to see what
too.
Animus will try to show, because it's going to be a very, very difficult situation. We all got it in there. Animus and Wanted on the semifinal for the winner's side of the bracket. Exclusive, who ended up taking that away from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 because of an issue on the side of the previously known as 117 not found. There was a lot of changes in there, so yes, we will have to wait for a bit before we go straight onto the action, because understandably so, there is going to be a small toilet break. You know, it's understandable. Animus has been playing for the better part of, I want to say, 2, maybe 3 hours now. So actually, never mind. We are going to jump straight into the action some more.
Yeah, right into the raid control. Animus looking to go back-to-back in weeks for reverse sweeps against Wanted, this time in the winner's semifinal for a chance to take on Exclusive earlier than what we saw in qualifier number 1. Those teams met up in winners round 2, and then we didn't get to see them play until the grand finals again, where Animus fell short not just once, but twice. So Animus, let me see if they can recreate some magic that we saw back in qualifier number 1. And it's going to start here on the defense with Wanted on the offense, already getting 2 segments over towards B. Gathila's flank. Looking to pan out to see if you could slow the progress down, but God, I mean, Gil, they're not getting anywhere close to stopping the progress at B.
Enemy down.
Somebody has to stop the bleeding on the side of Animus, but I'm not too sure if they can. Is it too little too late? I'm not sure, but it's hurting like crazy. So far, 2 ticks are going to be taken immediately off of the B side for Wanted. Champy with a knock onto Gathila. Narks trying to defend. Mute gonna say no to that at a distance with that switchblade. Shark answering back against Saucy. Shark, who just had a very questionable game of Search and Destroy. We know how crazy of a good player he is, but unfortunately enough, that's not been happening anymore. He needs to bounce back up, but so far that bouncing is not happening in favor of Animus, as Wanted continue to control almost every single inch of the map.
Oh, 8 lives left for Animus, and A is a goner. Wanted are all over the case. And for Animus, I mean, at least you look at this setup, and all 5 members are locking down B. You have players in Art, you have players watching back laundry, and even sitting front ring, so not easy for Wanted to break this unless you got Saucy just ringing off shots with the SKS as easy as that.
That's right. 11-5. No more respawns on the side of Animus. Trying to survive. Trying to keep on dreaming. There's Nox. Gets 1. Cairo finds a double, a triple. A great answer there from Cairo. Ramps up 8 kills this round alone. Once again, no more respawn, so they have to be cautious. There's Champy with a Sparrow. Finds once. Sparrow tries to go for 2. Gets a hit marker, but not a kill. There's a kill there for Narcs. Somehow, Animus still managing to survive here, Cmoore.
Yeah, holding on. 3v6. I mean, Gil, this is actually a little bit closer than I think wanted to be, but you got Saucy to invest the War Machine, and he's looking to put it away to see if he can start off on the right foot. Spy on the flank. Good shots on the Saturn, and Axis puts it away. First round on the raid control, heading the way of Wanted. That is a big one, too. I mean, you're forced to use the War Machine, but heading into defense, you still have Axis and Spy both with their specialists. But Cairo, the only one there for Animus with his ready, so see if Animus can do the unthinkable right now and answer back with an offense of their own.
Let's see now. Cairo had that War Machine, but unfortunately enough, not a whole lot of damage. Saturn with a switchblade, finds the triple. Great opportunity there for Saturn to position inside of a hill. His allies are gonna help him out, and it seems like Wanted are just going to leave that way. But not completely, though. Axis was seemingly trying to push with a claw. Mute with Annihilator, finds one. Mute with Annihilator, and also Spy with the Death Machine. A lot of utility being used at the same time.
It's good footwork, though, from Narcs. That's going to get B locked down. 22 v 21. 2 minutes on the clock here. Lots of time. I'd like to see Animus slow things down and allow Saturn a chance to maybe unfold this flank. He has the Sparrow, so if he and Narcs can get in position, this Sparrow Annihilator combo can do a lot of damage to the setup that Wanted has.
Can. Narcs, oh, misses that shot. That's gotta hurt. Saturn now, the Pred missile, finds another kill there. Has the opportunity to use the Sparrow. Not too sure if he's gonna take it. Shark. Not gonna do a whole lot there. They're trying to answer on the side of Animus, but the life lead is barely visible. 12 to 11. Shark with a knock onto Axis. Kyra is still trying to make it happen, but they are not nowhere near capturing A. And now the time could begin to be an issue for Animus.
Then V8 Saturn bringing things into a 10v7. Animus holding strong so far on this attacking round, at least in lives. Wanted. Still a chance here, though. Axis, Champy doing their best, keeping this in a 2 life difference. Nades over the top. Desperation for Animus. No progress at A. This will most likely come down to lives. Sparrow going to be used now from Champy. As Wanted really want to put this in a tough situation for Wanted. 6v4. Can the Sparrow of Champy close the gates on this round and put Wanted 2-0 up?
We're alive. Let's see what they can do through the smoke. Axis. Ooh, Axis finds the shots there onto Saturn. Champy spotted by Narcs. Shark with a knock onto Mute. All of a sudden, Axis completely on his own. Not a whole lot to do there, buddy. It's gonna be Kairu to even things out on that last kill. Animus, once again, we cannot pretend like they are completely eliminated, but it continues to be a very, very bad situation to feel to be under.
Very bad indeed. However, for Wanted, job's not done still. You know that's going to be looming in the back of your head when giving up a defensive round that close. Cathila, triple kill. Saturn, a 4th one, and Cathila looking for number 5. Already in the spawn, here's the death machine. Spawn trap initiated, and look at the lives being drained from the pool of Wanted. Fortunately enough, they battled their way out, and they got a road open towards B, and even Cathila goes down, so here's their chance to climb their way back. Great opportunity here for Wanted.
Yeah, Animus had the chance to put him on a blender, but unfortunately enough, he just did not manage to actually close that spawn trap there. Axis now with a lot of control over on B, finally going to be stopped, put to an end by Narcs. Life lead still going to be in favor of Animus, but it's not a huge one, at least not yet. Let's see what they can do. Champy's the one inside. His allies are going to defend him. They'll fail at trying to push through the smoke, but that's way too risky. And have to go all the way around. The one defending there is going to be Spy. Mute still alive in here. Another Annihilator going to be popped. And not a whole lot to be
got off
done.
the point.
I'm guessing he's going to get back. I do hope that, because Mute. Another way to go with Annihilator.
This is so funny, but because Saturn is pushed all the way up to AC, and you got Shark inside of Garage, everybody was spawning in the gym, so Saturn and Shark just had full reign of taking a few of those lives down from Wanted as they were spawning just in front of the line of sight of these players. B gets captured, but look at the lives, Gil. In 7v13. Couple good ones from Saucy. He does have the War Machine, but minute left. This would be quite the breakdown if Animus lost it.
It would be. Let's see now. 10-7. There's Spy. He knows they're pushing, has to be careful. Tries to reposition. It's not going to be fast enough. They're still capturing Alpha. 5 alive. Saucy with the War Machine. Trying to survive, managing to do it. Cairo pushing for them. Gonna get 1. Cairo looking for 2. Getting it like it's nothing. Cairo turns around. All of a sudden, 1v7 for Saucy, completely on his own. Tries to push for more. In a sense, just trying not to give the opponents that much time to regain control over the operators. In there, that's exactly what they're doing. Yes, they're allowing Saucy to get an extra tick. It doesn't matter too much. They're just trying to make sure that they get as much utility possible as they can, because Cmoore, they're on a 2-1 advantage, and they got 4 operators completely available for the side of Animus.
Yeah, Animus looking to check off step 1 on the comeback yet again. See if they could do it with ease. Streak for Saucy available. Operator for Axis. Here's the Hunter Killer drone. Axis for 2. Champy, a 3rd one. And over towards A. Cairo had the War Machine out. He goes down, so minimal impacts from the Specialist. And look at this from Champy. He's already pushed all the way up to the garage. That's going to impact now where Animus spawns. Fortunately, though, for this Animus team, it spawns them right up onto this B zone. So double stack in again. Here's the Sparrow. A nice shot from Saturn. He's got both streaks, the Pred Missile and the Hunter Killer drone. So why not use it to put this one away?
And that's exactly what he's doing. Captures the objective while also dominating the opponents who tried to stop that from happening. Narcs with the opportunity to use this Annihilator. Saucy, halfway through the War Machine, gonna be killed by Gothilla. Gothilla immediately popping that Death Machine, pushing for the opponent's spawn. One there. Champion with an arc. Wanted, trying to stay alive. Shark. Woof. Confusing Champy enough to get killed himself, but also causing Champy to commit seppuku there.
Arcs over the top. Annihilator. Good shots in. Looking for a second one. Saucy hops over it, and it's trades in. 14v13. Minute 31. Defense looking to hold strong, but you got a flank coming through from Shark, and nobody's going to be ready for it. Equalizers in his pocket. Does he decide to use them?
Seems like he does not need it. Still using just his weapon. Shark, by the way, has had that available the whole round and the second.
Oh my.
He takes it out for a ride. Gets destroyed by Mute. Now Saturn trying to survive. 5v11. Wanted, trying to continue to round 5. But I don't think that's going to be the case. Animus captured the objective. 9-4. The beginning of the end. Finally, Animus, like you mentioned, trying to start the way onto a reverse sweep. And in here, it seems like they are finally putting their foot down. Cmoore with a double kill there. A point for Animus in a map going in favor of Animus. We will have a map number 4. And I just find it really, really interesting that, funny enough, operators did not have as much impact as they usually have on either of the team. Quite frankly, I feel like it was just pure raw gunfighting in there. And lucky enough for, I mean, not even lucky, but well played enough by Animus to get that 3-1 victory and to finally have us a chance to breathe again.
I don't like this meta of raid control where teams on the defensive side not getting the impact off the breakoff decide, okay, let's just give up progression at B and start looking to push through bedroom and get control of garage. It just gives so much time for the attacking squads to whittle down your life counts and make that rotation over towards A quite easily. And I think I see Animus do that again and again on their attacks. Wanted, just not getting the breakoffs that they wanted to on their defense, and Animus fully taking control of those rounds after the B zone is captured. I saw it earlier today, I see it now, and it seems like that's the way teams want to play raid, but more often than not, I never see it pan out for the defensive squad. And a really hats off play from Cmoore on his performance during this raid control. 30 and 19. So much impact coming out from Cmoore. Like you said, not even just with your operator, but just with your normal guns alone. And you see Cmoore coming out with the SKS, winning so many massive battles. Not just for the spawns, but for the hill as well on their defense. And just an incredible performance there from Animus. Like we said last week, I mean, this is the start of what could be another reverse sweep. 3-1 on the raid control. Sets us up going into our map 4 Hardpoint. We go back over to Hacienda, a map mode combo that we saw these two teams match up against each other last qualifier number 1, in the same place. It was map 1, not map number 4. But having Hacienda in place of where they had to take off, I think, is a lot better for Wanted this time around.
Yeah, and I do gotta say that the more I see specifically of Cmoore on the side of Animus, the more I feel like he is just a big pillar for the playstyle that Animus have ran. If he is on fire, that gives a lot of momentum boost onto the side of Animus. We saw it on the previous match against Saints, and we saw that there on this game of control because, well, he got 30 kills. That's a very, very huge number, only dying 19 times. He was doing a lot for the squad, and he, well, definitely helped a lot into actually getting that victory. So I think we need to see the remaining of the squad to actually do the same, to pull their own weight and actually allow for Cmoore not to be the only one putting in the most effort, because as much as he can try, if he does not have the support of everybody else, it's going to be in for trouble. So yeah. Hacienda, Hardpoint, it is map 4. It is different than last time around, but Animus, we have seen from them fixing a few issues that they had last qualifier. Did they actually do the bot work required against Wanted? Because at the end of the day, Cmoore, I feel like in a sense, Animus had to prepare. They had to know that it was a real possibility for them to face Wanted on Hacienda again.
Yeah, I mean, you just look at the way that the map vetoes went. Wanted, get rid of the takeoff. That's no surprise considering they got put in the body bag quickly on that map 4 of takeoff last week. Especially towards the later ends of it, when you see Animus get into position on the takeoff, and that team is so hard to beat on that map mode combo. And for Animus, you get rid of Combine because, frankly, nobody wants to go to Combine kill. And so those two vetoes they leave the Hacienda open. And if you're Animus, you know you're going to go to Hacienda. You know you played this team on Hacienda. The VOD is there, and you can go review it. So to see that it comes back in a map 4, you imagine that Animus are going to be feeling a lot better in Qualifier 2 on this map mode combo than they did in Qualifier number 1 versus Wanted. Considering, too, I mean, it was only a 250 to 190 win. Like, that is not a huge blowout for Wanted to take that map. Animus, just a few tweaks in their rotations, a couple better setups over towards their P4s and their P3s, and that is going to be a big change for Animus going into it, to see if they can push all the way to a Slums Search and Destroy for a chance to reverse sweep yet again versus Wanted. It would be cinematic to get to the Slums. For Wanted's sake, though, I kind of hope they put it away in 4. I think that they certainly have leveled up in their own rights. They do deserve a chance to go to the winners final, take on Exclusive.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. No, and I get that. I understand that. I feel like Wanted did not have an easy path last time around. Wanted got into the lower bracket because of Animus too, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, I'm not too sure about who placed Wanted on the lower side of the bracket last time around. It was Exclusive. So yeah, they have an opportunity to go straight onto the winners final if they manage to take down Animus.
Yeah, and I mean, just remember last week too, Exclusive versus Wanted. Wanted did actually beat Exclusive on the Slums, I think, Search and Destroy that we did see. So, like, that pushed it a little bit further. That was a huge pickup from Wanted, just in general. So, let's go to the Slums map 5. You know that they have it in them to still upset this Animus team. So, Hacienda first step or second step for Animus on their reverse sweep goals. Starting off strong for the P1s yet again. 12 points wanted. Getting shut out in the kills, and Saturn even already with the Hunter Killer drone catching Saucy. They are all over the case.
They're all over it in there. The one alive is going to be Narix. Karu protecting from outside. Karu as a guardian angel, making sure that they can survive from within. Trying to stay alive alongside with Narix. Narix takes the kill and immediately bounces inside of the fountain. 8 seconds left. But it seems like Animus will try to take Saucy. We'll say no to that, but we're going to be moving on to point number 2. Rotation going to be done early by Animus. But we still got kicked. One alive in there was Spy. And the clean will immediately begin in favor of Wanted.
Wanted looking for a quick answer back on this P2, forcing out those front spawns from Animus. So this is a solid setup on Hacienda to get a good chunk of time. Not only that, you got a couple of water routes being ran by Champy. He gets caught, smokes down, and as you walk on in, it is a slaughter fest inside that kill feed. Axis for the slide. Not able to get in. Guthila shut down on the window, and Axis is doing so much work here. Finally, Animus break in for 25 seconds. But even still, Wanted have climbed their way back to this Hacienda. And they're not just going to give up this time for free. Another swing in for Axis. Champy going to break through the side door, not getting the kills, but contesting the time, keeping this one close.
That's right. There's Skyro now with the War Machine. Opportunity to do a lot of damage. As everybody begins to move on to the next hill. There's one there. Could be Saucy, but ooh, there it is. Finds that kill. Double, actually, onto both Godzilla and Shark. Operator is going to be popped. There's the Death Machine. Finds one, finds two. Good defense there now for the side of Wanted. Using those operators to perfection. Maybe the control was not as effective as they would have liked it to be, but in here, causing for them to immediately bounce back. And now they are the ones with things at least slightly under control.
Yeah, Wanted flipped his lead. And they got the setup. Good shots from Spy with the Switchblade. Players from Animus looking to break in from Tin, but haven't been able to get through the guns of Saucy. Bal 27 in his hand and absolutely lighting up that kill feed. Alongside now Axis with the invested claw. Specialists are going to be out, and that's going to make things even harder for Wanted to, or for Animus to break in for the scrap time. So you can already see these yellow arrows starting to rotate over to P4. And that's going to catch Saucy out as well. So it should be Animus in for the initial time, down by 40 going into P4.
All right, 84 to 46. Inside of hill, there's only the side of Godzilla. Godzilla surviving in there. Godzilla with a double. Gonna be popped by Spy. Saturn with a 3-piece using that Sparrow, immediately denying the entrance on the side of Wanted. Now knocks with the claw. Can do a lot of damage. And hold them back by a lot. There he gets one, turns around, goes for two, take it like it's nothing. Great job down there from Narix. The defensive hill for the side of Animus working almost to perfection. 30 seconds left. Godzilla with the opportunity to use the Death Machine, and that's exactly what he's going to be doing. Through the smoke. That's one.
And a climb up too. Godzilla, so much damage. Jump chows onto Saucy. Just to get a little bit more in there. Narcs through the smoke. Lines up two.
Yeah, perfect.
What was a 40-point lead going into P4? Gillet, it is a tie game. Animus flipped the lead back in their favor for a short moment, but they're already working over towards P1.
Back and forward, ladies and gentlemen. Wanted. Want to move into the finals of the winners bracket, but Animus are not too sure about that. They've done a reverse sweep before. They're aiming to do it again in here. So we go back again into point number 1. Once again, we gotta hold it. And thanks to the hands of Narix, I feel like Narix may not be the one with the most kills here, but he definitely is the one having a bigger impact when it comes down to surviving inside of a hill. Now Shard now will get that kill onto Champy. Immediately throws the smoke. Trying to survive the longest. There's still 25 seconds left. Look at him go through the smoke. He does not need to see them. Shark can just smell the blood. That's more than enough to allow the squad to continue to hold the ground. Animus once again somehow managing for point one to usually go their way is not an easy task.
No.
But they do sure make it look easy.
They do. And I mean, that's just buffering out the Animus lead a little bit more here on Hacienda. Rotations to new. Couple spawns in the back for Wanted. So, chance to do some damage on this new hill. Champion of the Sparrow. A double kill on the investment. Into the back spawns. Oh, it's going to be actually Vines and Wanted have the read on this. Mute in the back line. Great lockdown of these spawns. And to that, it's going to translate into some good time here from Wanted off of this P2 rotation. Forces Saturn to use the Pred Missile and Cairo to use his War Machine. So trying to quickly keep this back in favor of Animus and hold on to their lead that they got off P1.
And hold on, ladies and gentlemen. 130 to 105 in favor of Animus. There's the death machine by Gathila yet again. Runs out of bullet, does not matter too much. About 27, that's another kill going for Gathila. Make it 36. Turns around through the smoke. Tries to get the next one. Shark with a double kill. Will continue the control there. 10 seconds left. And they are trying to prevent that from being the favor of Animus, but Wanted are just not being able to do it. Rotation is forced by Animus so that Wanted gets there first, but the damage has been done and the advantage is here. Animus are trying to take us to game 5.
Three in a row again. Animus starting to take control of this map. You need Wanted to put their foot down and put a stop to the bleeding that has just been the score non-stop. And as soon as they do get into the hill and start to find some success, it's immediately a Pred Missile from Animus to break back in. EMP from Kru. So Animus don't want to give them a chance here. They want to make this look as conclusive as could possibly be, and they're doing just that. 166. There's still 20 seconds on this hill. Saturn, another double. Here's another Pred Missile coming in from Animus and Wanted. Woo. You gotta feel bad for them. I mean, what do you do?
What do you do? That's the question here. They're trying to come up with something, but so far Animus has said no to any of the proposed answers in here. Now Gathila, gonna be surprised there by Champies. They're not going to be enough for Wanted. There's a 2 operator spot by the side of Wanted. Mute rushing through them with the equalizer. Spy with the death machine. Saucy with the opportunity to use the War Machine. Not a lot of damage by Mute, but Spy does his deed. Triple kill there for Spy. Sparrow going to be used by Champy as well. A double kill from up above. There's the Hunter Killer drone. There's Saturn with the Sparrow. They got to be cautious about him. And they do take him down, but barely. Narx now trying to regain control there for Animus. Has the opportunity to use the claw, and that would be huge, but no. They're going to say no to that. Cairo with the War Machine. They're trying to push through. A lot of utility being popped at the same time. 22 seconds left. And Cmoore, the fight continues, but Animus still holds onto that lead.
That's the double nade from Narx. He gets all 3. 15 seconds. We want to do a good job at just shaving away this lead that Animus have off this P4, but still not enough to close it fully. So you look over towards the 3rd rotation of hills. Back to P1 we go. It's going to be super important for Wanted not to give up a clean 30 seconds like they did before to Animus on this hill. And I don't even know if they're going to have a choice in this matter. Animus are doing such a good job at just slaying out. Gathila's on 45 kills. Saturn's on 40. How do you fight against that?
That's the question. 45 and looking for more. Seeking more blood. They are on the side of Animus. 182, 153. Their way, their favor. 0.1, their favorite. Can they do it again? Wanted are trying to prevent that from happening. There's Saucy, who immediately gets killed there by Narx. Gathila through the smoke gets that knock onto the axis. Tries to get inside. Spy gonna say no to that. Wanted are yet again losing control over hill number 1 as Animus approaches the 200-point mark. The fight continues to unfold from within.
But even still, I mean, Animus, they get 30 seconds off P1. Wanted don't get a drop of time off that hill. This better be a monumentous rotation over to 2. And you still got Saturn making some issues. He cuts off the rotations to Rock, and Saucy's going to be alone in this fight. An island play for Saucy. How much can he get done? Good damage on a Narcs, only finding the 1 kill, though. Is the trophies back in, and Animus in control yet again with the War Machine. It's Kairu looking for the break. Good shots for damage, but only going to get 1 kill off of that. Is it going to be enough for Animus to solidify it? Death Machine from Spy that gets traded, and you look at that kill feed. It is back in 4th. Wanted finally getting a break in. They need to hold.
Shark has the equalizer. Is he gonna use it? Saucy with the War Machine. What can he do? Not a whole lot. Shark with 1, Shark with 2. The clean's gonna happen. Animus has done it. 20 seconds left. There's gonna be not enough to win this one up, but it's definitely gonna be feeling super, super sweet. Shark through the smoke. Gonna be killed by Mute. Mute with the double. We'll clean this area up. 10 seconds left. That will go the favor of Wanted. Rotation gonna unfold as we speak. Let's see if Wanted can actually prevent that from happening. It's gonna be very difficult. The first one to be there is gonna be Mute. Mute alongside with Saucy are trying to push. Not gonna happen.
Ever
Both
since
denied the entrance.
they took a 30-point lead, Gil, Animus has done a great job of just handshaking hills. Trading time back and forth. And Wanted, they got to know that even if you do break here, you got to get through hunter-killer drones, you got to get through operators, and it is going to be so difficult for Wanted to take this win on map 4, but still, you can see them fighting as best as they can. Nades over the top, and it's a big win from Mute to hold the time. It's Shark in the middle of everything. Shark finds 2 with the equalizer. Is it enough for Animus to take the win?
Oh my goodness. They still need more than this hill. Wanted know it. They're trying to fight. 15 seconds left. The one in there is going to be Axis. Axis trying to survive. Gonna be knocked by Shark. The control continues to be in favor of Animus, ladies and gentlemen. A few scrap time seconds. It would be so good for Animus, but Wanted know it and prevent that from happening. Everybody rotating. The operators are going to be available for both Saturn and Gathila. Gathila's going to be the first one to pop it. 54, 55 now for Gathila, pushing for more with the Death Machine. Claw going to be used by Axis.
Gathila goes
Axis
down.
defending from within. Oh, the nade!
And Mute's going to be here. Equalizer. He tucks into the corner. Mute's still alive. Equalizer still very much ready here. But he's going to get caught by the nades. Keiru, Gathila trying to fight their way back in. 20 seconds is all Animus needs. Wanted need to keep their feet inside the hill. Smokes down. Contest is still here. And Saucy's going to find a punch with the boxing glove. Spy now with the Death Machine but on the side. He locks down 2 kills. Axis wins his fight. And it's 3-10 now for Animus.
Oh my goodness, Anonymous on the side, they have the control. Cairo with the War Machine at a distance. Throwing them, see what he can do. Gets a kill, but gets run down himself. They still have the control. Gathila trying to get inside. Only 15 seconds left. Wanted, about to close the gap. About
Nobody
to
can win here.
actually get the 3-1 victory. 10 more seconds.
We're going to a rotation. We're going to new, and Animus need to start recognizing that. They're going to fight through a ult. Everybody off the respawn for Wanted, but still, with a lead, Wanted only needs 7 more points. And Saucy in the hill, he's just laying down, taking the fights, taking the time.
Oh my god.
Collapsing together. Animus not done yet. 15 seconds is what they need. And Wanted going to be spawning all the way over. It's going to be a split spawn on for Wanted. Axis gets in. Only person here is going to be Saturn. He's getting 2. Saturn's back in.
Mute is alive. They need 3 seconds. Equalizer for Shark. Finds 1. Cleans it up. 3 seconds. 2 more. They fight inside. Shark alive with the equalizer. Gonna find 1. Gonna go for 2. Takes it. Oh my god. And Mirror saves the day through the smoke. Trying to survive. Just shooting to whatever he can. Trying to hold alone. But it's not gonna be possible. Animus done. Oh my goodness, they do get to 250. Animus are still alive. Animus will once again take us to map number 5. Somebody has to answer my questions on the side of Animus because they love to make their fans suffer. Because how crazy is that? 250 to 247, Cmoore.
Saturn and Gathila. Both with 60 plus. Shark with 57. I mean, the fact that it was that close in general, with looking at the slaying differential between both teams, you really gotta give some praise to this Wanted squad for what they were able to do there. But Animus, man, in the end, it's Shark with the equalizer. He makes the play. He stays alive. He pushes out towards Secret. He moves back in, just contesting the whole time versus Wanted, and nobody can take him down. The smoke's covering the Animus players. They live. They outlast. They take him down. They take us the distance here, and that is incredible. I mean, what do you say when looking at these stats? When the scoreline is 3 points in total, the difference. Wanted keep this so contested the entire time. But man, it's just not meant to be just yet, and this Animus team does not know how to give up and roll over. And this is a winner semifinal match that I think a lot of people were expecting to go the distance, and right now both teams are delivering just an incredible performance to see who's going to go to the winner final to take on this exclusive team. Gil, 2-2 tied up. Let's take a look back to our maps to see where we're going for 5. As I am so ready to just dive in with these two teams. We got Slums Search and Destroy up next. I mean, for Wanted on one side, their Search and Destroys have been so good, Gil. I think that is something that we could definitely give them praise for. Even towards the back end of that Coastal, they really put together some incredible defensive rounds. But you go to Slums, that's a whole different beast, especially for Animus. When you're looking at them putting on a performance for the slaying on a map like Hacienda, you expect that to translate over to Slums. And earlier today, when Verdict and I were casting Slums, you know the First Bloods are so influential. You know it's so important to find the kills. So going into Slums, are you worried about Wanted right now?
I'm not sure. I feel like Slums, one of those maps that, because of the fact that the walls are made of wet paper, it is more of you knowing your angles, knowing where you can and can't be. And I would have to check as to who is going to be where on the first half of the Search and Destroy, but I feel like it is going to come down to strategy. Of course, we've seen a lot of really, really good gun gameplay, but in here, you have to be smart. Your every move has to be thought very, very thoroughly before you do it, because if you end up dying, you can cause a lot of openings for your opponent. So I'm not too sure. I have not seen myself personally on Slums that often when it comes down to these two teams. So I'm not too sure how good or bad they are going to be. I would even love to ask Chad if they've seen it. And I would also like to ask you, Cmoore, have you seen these two in particular against any other opponent when it comes down to Slums?
Look, man, I think for both of these teams, it's like strats out the window from what we got last week, because, I mean, for Animus, they're doing the exact same thing with the reverse sweep going to Slums, but...
which is crazy, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. Like, the fact that they get the chance to do it twice, I don't know what to expect with the Slums. I think that, you know, you can give a good argument for both teams. For Wanted, I think the argument is the fact that their Search and Destroys have looked good against the best teams we have in Europe. But on the flip side, you know that Animus can just turn the dial up to 100 and just take over a map. And you look at players like, you know, Narcs or Gathila or Cairo who can make that happen. So I think Wanted, although they have a chance to do something great here, they still need to tiptoe.
3v2. Oof. Gathila tried to be there on time, but he was too far away. Finds the first blood, goes for the second. Oh, the snap was clean, but missed a few bullets there. And that's more than enough. You cannot give a second chance to someone like Mute. Guess he will do that to you. Knocks him down. That's the first round in favor of Wanted.
That's great defensive side there, too, from Saucy making the play, or Spy making the play on the flank. Shark spins out. See if he can put something on here for the attackers, and he does. 3 kills for Shark, and that's a great way to open up this attacking side. Mute now alone, 1 versus 3. Could have had a chance to make it 1 versus 2, but doesn't get a chance to get that snipe off of the exit, so pretty difficult to retake the site.
Great way to end there for the side of Animus. Not to lose control, that's exactly what they need. So let's see now we questioned Shark a lot. Last Search and Destroy, he was definitely, unfortunately for him, the weakest link. He ended up 5 to 15, if I'm not mistaken, something along those lines. And, well, this time around, right off the bat, already 4 kills. Doing a whole lot more for his team. Fight continues to try to get some sort of control over the middle of the map.
Jump Chow in through mid, looking for info as Axis off the fountain. I don't know if he actually saw Narcs. Doesn't matter. Split again to Animus. Everybody just grouping up. It looks like this is going to be a push over towards B, and Axis, oh, looks to make the play. Somehow gets away. That is crazy movement. Fortunately enough, doesn't go down. If he did, that could have been troublesome, and still is, with Axis getting caught, though, by the L car. Everybody follows along. It is near flawless in the round for Animus. Only player left is going to be Spy, and they know exactly where he is, Gil.
Yes, they do. Not only that, but they have already planted the bomb, so Spy in for a world of trouble now. Going through the map, finds one, immediately reloads, goes for 2, takes it like it's nothing. Spy then gets spotted by Gathila to finally put a stop to his spree of pain. He managed to get a double, but that's the thing. When you're in a 1v4, it's difficult. It's way too difficult. Too many angles to be looking at the same time. So, Gathila gets his third kill of this map.
Gathila's been on fire this entire series, I'd say. Just in terms of the impact that we see from an individual, Gathilah not afraid to make those clutch plays. Champy, first blood, finally, for Wanted. We got something to talk about on their side for the defense since round 1. See if he can get more. He just decides to get away. And Mute's going to get caught, so there's the equalizer for Animus. 4-on-4. Most likely going to be another hit over towards B, but a lot of focus on blue here. Shark going to try to find some timing, and Spy hiding away. Great shutdown. Spy now looking to link up with the rest of the squad. Champy found a second kill in that engagement, and it's going to force the aggression out of Narcs. He had the barrel in his back pocket, but he's not able to swap in time. Wanted tie things back up 2-2.
That's right. Back into square one. Tied to the T. Spy 7 kills already. Once again, a bit of a slow start when it comes down to Axis. But we've seen how much he can do on a round whenever he is in for trouble. He gets the first blood now. Mute suffers by Shark. Shark with the double. Axis had a double kill there. Still alive. This is a 1v3 for Gathila. Very uncomfortable situation to be at, and I'm pretty sure that Spy knows he's there, question mark. Oh, apparently he does not.
No, he doesn't. No info. 1v3 though, now they know. Gathila's been seen. Heading on the dumpster. And he is just spammed out. Wanted. Back-to-back rounds. They're going to answer back from Animus' 2 in a row. Take back their lead on Slums. This back and forth affair that happens in the Search and Destroy. I mean, just reference back even to the Coastal Guild. Just how much we saw these two teams go neck and neck in the first half. Who is going to kind of break that difference and take the lead by 2?
That's a great question. So far here, round number 6. A few warning shots on each side. One in the middle of the map. There's Axis, who's no longer holding a striker, by the way. This time, taking the Bow 27 for a ride. Gonna go for the wall banks. Not gonna connect onto anybody as of just yet. Look at Champion. That's exactly what I was talking about the paper thin. Champion knows it. A lot of bullets to just use freely all over the place. Unfortunately enough, not gonna have an impact just yet, and that's a minute that has passed, and no one has died yet.
Crossbow from Spy, Switchblade as well. And we've seen Champion in this position, but do they expect Spy to be the one to take this? Gothila is getting the time. This is what I'm talking about. He is not afraid to make the play, and it pays off. Mute gets caught there. He turns it into 2. Gothila, game-changing in the round. Advantage to Animus. And Sasi's not going to clear his corner fully. Shark is just hiding away. Champy 1v3 would essentially be a 1v4.
Pretty much, yes. 40 seconds left. And the Sentry Machine here finds Narcs. Wow. Good shots there for Champy. That's, if I'm not mistaken, he's the one that has taken the 3 kills. He has taken at least 2. So, let's see how much more he can do in here. We'll push forward. 20 seconds left. Did not realize that Kairu was hiding there. I think Kairu got the kill through the wall, actually. Gothila doing most of the work, while Kairu takes that last shot. Well, even numbers out. You were talking about a 2-round lead. Well, that's not gonna happen just yet.
No, not yet. Animus with answers. Mute with the first blood. And Shark immediately in position to see if he can trade this. Just want to go forward. PKM through the wall. And here's where we say it is wet paper on the walls of Slums. Nearly catches Shark unaware. Bomb getting planted at B. Post plant going to be a 5-on-4. And Spy wasting no time to get into position to see if he can kick this up into a different notch. And he's on the site. See if he can use the heady of the bomb.
3 versus 2, Saturn and Gothila. Gothila getting knocked. Saturn feeling the pain from Axis. Finally finding a spot in this game. They will defuse the bomb. They will take that round. That's a 4-3 lead. And we're moving on to the last round before we switch sides. This is exactly what we were anticipating, ladies and gentlemen. A back and forward, a neck-to-neck battle among these 2 monsters of a team. Wanted and Animus not willing to give up whatsoever as they bring in the action on round number 8. The first blood will go in favor of Mute.
Another first blood for Wanted. Can they turn it into another round win? Starting to look pretty good on the Slums defense. Putting it together, commanding the mid-map. 10 kills for Spy. It's just inspirational work. And Narcs is looking for a play in the battle of the snipers, but hasn't been able to get eyes on Mute fully. Saucy goes down, 4-on-4.
Good kill there for Animus to keep the wall rolling. Finding out 2 more kills onto Spy and Axis. Now Mute and Champy. What can they do though? What can they do? Mute in a great spot for a sniper to be at here with the Tundra. Did not realize that they're planting the bomb. That's bad timing for him. So he knows that he's there. Misses the first, goes for the second. Misses the third shot as well. Champy here with the PKM. Gonna be pushed back by Shark, who bites straight into the neck of both of these opponents. Shark, like a true Shark in here, just biting them straight into the neck, not allowing them to survive. We're gonna be tied as we flip spawns and Cmoore. I feel like if you're wanted, you gotta start to sweat a bit.
Oh, 100% you're sweating. This game 5, knowing that Animus has reverse swept you in the past, it's like tapping on the back of your skull right now. And Animus are looking to go back-to-back in rounds to take the lead. Mute's alone. They've spotted him. Beagle out. Takes down Narcs, looking for another. Snaps back, and oh, he is cracked right now. You can tell that the pressure is weighing down on him.
Mute has been a key player for Wanted, but this round is going to be very, very difficult to make it happen. Does not have control over the bomb, and in fact, Animus know exactly where it's at, so all they gotta do is wait. Wait for him to walk their way, which is exactly what he's doing. Gonna be spotted by none other than Cairo with that deadly SKS. And there you have it, folks. First round of the second half will go in favor of Animus.
That is a big round for Animus to swing things back their way. 2 rounds in a row. Looking for a 2-round lead of their own right. Trophies down. Defense looking good. First blood, though, again, it's just Wanted have been
Mute.
all over these first bloods. Mute. This time, the one to find it. Need to turn it into something, though, and you can see that Animus really putting a favor over towards B to see if they can funnel everybody over to A.
Still a minute and a half on the clock, so Wanted, what do you want to do? Mute, just patiently waiting, but not gonna work just yet. Shark finds a knock onto Spy through a wall. Champy is still just spraying and praying using that PKM. Which, you know, we have not talked a lot about Champy, but he's already on 8 kills.
Yeah, I mean, he's been
Something
kind of
not that easy.
transitioning between the PKM and the Switchblade at times. Really good change of pace. Does he know Shark's going to be here? Not a chance. Shark going to give the difference now to Animus in numbers. Saturn on the other side. Hit marker with the Locust. Backs up and Axis trades it. Mute, though, will go down. 2v2. I'm getting planted. And it's planted for blue.
That bomb plant is going to help Champy a lot. That's something that Shark knows. Tries to go around, but Champy will quickly shut that down.
Oh, my.
Cairo. Oh, Cairo with one. Cairo through the wall. Gets 2. Cairo. This monster with the SKS finds a double. Will defuse that bomb. Will get finally Cmoore a 2-round lead going in favor of Animus. Yes, they will be the ones to do it. And what a way to do it there for Cairo.
Animus can't keep getting away with it. I mean, Wanted genuinely look like they're nervous in these post-plant situations. I mean, you see that the PKM is putting you in a really rough spot, but you do not need to chow mid the way that you're doing it. And Animus are starting to look quite comfy in this best of 5. 5 maps in. First blood again going the way of Wanted. Surely this translates into a round win.
Should be. Shark down. Goodness for Wanted, that's for sure. Let's see who the next victim could be for Wanted as they try to avoid losing control over this map. We've spoken about it. They got reverse sweep by Animus just 2 weekends ago. The mental. They needed to refresh it. Because in here, they are too hot heated. They are heated in the head. They need to change something. They need to cool off if they want to win. Bad timing there for Narcs.
Yeah, but it still works out, though, for Animus. 3 versus 3. Champy just is not letting up on this PKM. Looking for anything he can through the wall, but nothing connecting so far. Everybody's going to be in towards Saturn. He gets his. Saucy trades it. Saucy for 2. Narcs has to make a play. And right away, his reaction flips the map over towards Garage. Bomb getting planted. Opposite side. This is a good read. He doesn't see his legs. Oh, he doesn't see his legs. Still hits it, though.
Oh!
1v1. Elcar and the Locust. And Saucy's going to hear him right onto the site. Bit of a dance around, and Saucy has the Switchblade recovered. Back to a 1-round difference. 5 rounds for Wanted. Keeping this Search and Destroy alive. Big plays coming out from Saucy.
That's a good way to dance there for Saucy. surprising Narix, not allowing him to know what was coming.
You know what they say, Gil? The juice is temporary, but the sauce is forever.
Well, there you have it. Saucy has not had the perfect day, but definitely has had an impact for a lot of times for the side of Wanted. Mute, yet again, being the provider of the first blood for the squad. Wanted with the first blood by eliminating the Phila. They will take it happily. As we hear Champy through the wall. Let me tell you, I would love to see if there was a way to see how many bullets he has shot, because he's got to be in the thousands at this point.
Oh my god, we gotta get some stats on that. Pronto Shark. Looking for the answer. Can't get a second. Nice from Axis to put that to rest. Almost guaranteeing the round for Wanted. 4v2, Saturn and Kairu, Bal and SKS on the retake. Through dumpsters, Saturn gives himself away. No kill. Champy backed so far up and Mute. And this guy is different with the Tundra in his hands. First bloods or round finishing kills, it doesn't matter. Mute is on the case. 11 kills for Mute, Spy, and 10 for Champy. So, Wanted have climbed their way right back into the search and destroy.
Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, are you not entertained? 6-6, map number 5, Wanted and Animus fighting till the very end to gain that ticket onto the final of the winner's bracket. It was not easy on qualifier number 1. It is definitely not being easy for qualifier number 2 for either of these two squads. Champy, does not matter where you are. You're gonna hear him at a distance. You're shooting, spraying, praying for the next victim to walk by. Has worked 10 times. I'm pretty sure that he can go for even more.
Nice shot.
Great job there.
Is there truly anybody right now in Europe that can battle against Mute off these first bloods on Slums? He was doing it earlier today. Mute. He was doing it earlier today versus the Troglodyte tribe, and he's doing it again now versus Animus, which is unbelievable to say in a fight like this. First blood again from Wanted. Can't count Animus out just yet. Seen them come back for worse.
We're pushing at once. Kyro, the Thela can do anything at all. All of a sudden, Shark, 1v4. They're planting the bomb. They are crushing this round up. And there it is. Shark finds one. Shark immediately pushes for more. Through the smoke. Gets through. But there is none other than Mute, ladies and gentlemen. Mute is on a spree. 3 rounds in a row will go in favor of Wanted. And all of a sudden, what once was a deficit of 2 rounds against Wanted, they are the ones with the lead now.
I mean, Mute and Spy are having an incredible map 5, but you also got to talk about Axis and the way that he just comes alive at the back end of these search and destroys. He did it on Coastal, and here he's doing it again. It might not be with the striker, but he's still getting it done for the team. Some great work coming in from Wanted. 3 rounds in a row. Like you said, now Animus, we look at them on the defense. How are they going to find an answer to this, especially in the first blood category? You have to think that as the big focus is just not giving up these initial kills, but they do it again. This time it's Spy with the crossbow to connect.
Here, Kairu in the middle of the map finds an enemy. Oof, not gonna land those shots onto Axis. That would have been huge for Kairu, but unfortunately not gonna be the case. Here it is. He knows that they gotta be up close, but where? Where is the question?
Could be anywhere. I mean, literally anywhere at this point, but there's a little bit of information from Narcs. Still a lot of presence over towards B. And the slide out from Axis. This is what I'm talking about. You just never expect it. But he shoots alive, and it's just sparks now for Wanted, looking to go up to 8. Looking for 4 rounds in a row. Shark in the 1v3. Would be a 1v4. Bomb planted. No way back in. He's got the switchblade. Mute's gonna meet him, and
Oh,
Mute through the
Mute!
truck hits
How?
the shot with the SKS.
How?
That is unbelievable.
Insane. 4 round spree in favor of Wanted, ladies and gentlemen, and this is gonna be match point in favor of Wanted. They're gonna have at least 2. They have the perfect opportunity to close this one out. Can they do it? Shooting through the wall. Saturn just patiently waiting. Shark thinking about pushing. Has to be careful.
It's down to the
Can't
first
be
blood skill. I'm telling you. You just cannot be giving up these early kills. Especially this late into a slums. Wanted will not let you back in.
Trying to take it slow, but Animus, you're the brink of being pushed once again onto the lower bracket. Oh, Cairo.
I mean, quick stat here. Game 5 meltdown. Last time these two teams met, it was 8-6 for Wanted, and Animus brought it back for a 9-11 or an 11-9 win. So Animus have been here before against the same team. Quite literally, I'm getting deja vu.
Straight up deja vu, but there's Champy trying to say no to that. Gets that kill onto Shark. Mute with a knock onto Kairu. Huge couple of kills going in favor of Wanted. All of a sudden, 3-3, Mute. Gonna get concussed. Has to be careful. He knows that they're coming for him.
Oh, and Champion's not able to get the trade. Spy finally does. 1v2. 21 seconds. You're going to spot this cross. Cathela there. Oh, damage on the Spy. And he gets the mantle over. That takes him down. A round back in for Animus. Keeping this one close. Keeping them in. This best of 5. One more sends us to overtime on Slums. Can Animus get it done? And you look at the difference in that round. Getting not just 1, but 2 of the opening kills. Animus looked so good.
Man, they got me on the edge of my seat. Just waiting for the next thing to happen. And for it to be amazing. As it has been all across these series. For Animus and Wanted. Now, who wants it more? That's the question now. Animus. Not a new position to be under. But the pressure's still gonna be there, definitely.
And you gotta remember, I mean, this game isn't for elimination. This game is for the winner finals. You win this one, you play exclusive. You lose this, you drop to the lower bracket, and your run gets a little bit harder for qualifier number 2. Both teams want to avoid that.
And it has passed, man. No first blood just yet. The one carrying the bomb is gonna be Axis, who finds the knock onto Saturn.
No trades, though. Spies on the bomb side. Cathela gets the timing, and he's all the way around. 40 seconds. Bomb down in mid. An advantage to Animus in numbers. Mute's going to try to make the play. Shark still in the crossfire. Good shots in towards Graveyard. Saucy trades it. He takes down 2. A 2v2. 24 seconds.
Yeah, Cathela against one. Champy, he knows where he's at with a pistol. Finds one without realizing Narx was right around the corner. Ladies and gentlemen, overtime it is. Once again, you said it, Cmoore. Animus knew that they are capable of coming back from a very difficult situation, and once again, they done it.
They're just making it look so good, too. Nades flying over towards A. Axis in the corner. Got the shotgun and the HS on the escape. He doesn't get through. Shark and Narcs together. Little tongue twister there. Not enough for Animus. All down to Keiru, so you get shot out over towards A, and Keiru now has to pull off the 1v3, but he has so much time, a minute 30 left. They don't know bombs down. They think Keiru's rotating over here, and they give him a kill.
Really important kill there for Kairu. surprises them just enough so that they had to rethink their positioning. Champion Mute, two very, very good players who have done a lot for the squad so far, but it's still Cairo that we're talking about. She's done it in the past. She's done it in within this same series. And he'll do it again. Ooh, he cannot. Champion. With a switchblade, no longer spraying and praying. We'll find that kill. We'll find that round. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, it's going to be match point active for the side of Wanted.
And Shark's been so good. Anybody on Animus can turn up to keep this one going. Last week, or we saw, it was Guthila who made the incredible plays to bring this game back. Can he do it again for the squad? Can Saturn turn up at the 11th hour on Slums? Wanted on match point, series point, back onto the attacking side as well. Is this it? Shark through mid, finds his kill, looks for two. A little greedy there, and that's going to cost him his life.
And then now you begin to question, what if this, what if that? For Shark, you're dead, man. You're the one with 21 kills. But you make a mistake, you get greedy, you look for more. And because of it, you pay the price.
I mean, I don't hate
Not
it.
badly.
You still
but-
have Animus in an advantageous spot. Forces Wanted over towards B. Saturn gets the kill. And that's going to ward Wanted off again. A whole minute has gone by. And Wanted are in a sticky situation here. They need to figure out which site is more capable. And it seems like they're looking at B.
Seemingly. Let's see if they continue to push for more. There is Gathila holding them back alongside with Saturn. Gathila gets the knock onto Saucy. Champy tries to push, but has to be cautious. Shark made a mistake, and because of it, he died, and that's exactly what happens to him. There's the kill for also Saturn and Gathila to even numbers out. 9-9. Somebody please tell me who wrote this script to be so near perfect to the same thing we saw 2 weeks ago. How is that even possible?
These two teams just match up so well against each other. That's all I can say. Aggression from Animus on the attack over to B. Spy first blood. And he's got help too. Saucy right behind him with the SKS. 3 down, 4 down. Saucy gets 3. Saucy gets 4. Ooh, that is ridiculous.
My God, Saucy! He was getting jealous of everybody being onto double digits. He's like, hold my drink. Let me show you how to do it. Quadra kill. And a round going in favor of one. And ladies and gentlemen, the momentum could have shifted. Now, Wanted on offense. What can they do? Saucy with yet
Saucy,
another
oh
kill.
my.
Pushing for more. Mute with the knock. Spot with a kill into Gathila. 2v4. Cairo trying to answer back. Cairo with the first. Cairo looking for the second. Can he do it? Cairo is doing a lot. But is it enough? Nards trying to do some damage. The bomb has already been planted. 4v2, Cmoore.
No respect being shown. Narcs and Kairu together need to make the impossible happen. Animus might be finding themselves in the lower bracket earlier than expected for 2 qualifiers in a row. And Wanted on the revenge tour. Can this be their chance? 15 seconds, 3v2. Narcs on the other side brings it back to 2v2. Champy with the PKM. Shots up front. Champy puts it away. Animus go down. Wanted move on. They got themselves a date versus exclusive in the winners final. A matchup that I'm sure Wanted are happy to get, and a matchup of revenge that they are going to be so excited about, taking down Animus the second time around.
Incredible, incredible. They will be the ones to reach 11 this time around. And what a way to do it. They just had that little bit of gas available, and they just pressed metal to the pedal to the metal, just straight into the opponent's faces, which is, let me tell you, something that Animus was just not ready for. They were not anticipating something like that to happen. Wanted just throwing all their cards out, and it works perfectly.
And I mean, you look at whatever you want to look at for the impact sheet here in the post-match details on Wanted's side, but You got to talk about Saucy's play in that last round. I mean, he finds 4 to give them 10, and then in the next opens up with the first blood. Saucy goes nuclear in Slums at the end of the game to turn the tides back into Wanted's favor. In the past, when these two matched up, I mean, it seemed like Wanted just lost gas at the end, but you look to somebody to really pick up the pace, and I mean, Saucy is that guy for the team. 13 and 16, but 5 of the most important kills that you can get on the map all happen at the end of the game there. Incredible stuff from Saucy with that SKS in his hand, and not to mention, I mean, the rest of his team for just getting him there. Spy, 20 and 14, meeting Shark on the other side, 21 and 18, who has an unbelievable game. I mean, that's got to hurt for Shark losing like that, but you even think to that play like we talked about through mid, you get the first blood, he gives it up immediately looking for a double, and I mean, plays like that just give Wanted so many opportunities back into this game, and Wanted are not going to let that happen for free. Animus should know that, so it's an unfortunate end to Animus's run through this one. We really thought they were able to get it done, but denied the reverse sweep this time versus Wanted. They get it done in the Slums. Wanted 11-9, win the map number 5 and move on forward to take on Exclusive in the winners final. Everything that you could ask for and more, Gil. That's all I have to say about this match. And for Wanted and Animus, it seems like these two teams are like the same. It's got to be 50-50 when you look at them.
Yeah, no, and I mean, it's got to be a round of applause from me to them, because they do give a show, and that's exactly what excites me the most. They are, like you said, a 50-50. It can go either way, and it did. It was almost once again a reverse sweep. It was not the case, but I love to see how much they care to defeat their opponents, how much they try to fight till the very end. And nothing but respect to both of them. Congrats for Wanted gaining that pass onto the winners final. And well, hey, Animus, they are not going to be eliminated this time around because they face off this time on the winners bracket. So they'll have to wait for opponents.
Yeah, they get to drop on down to the lower round 4 matches awaiting Empire versus the Rangers. Looks like the Saints actually take down the Troglodyte tribe to move on forward in the 3-1 fashion. So they'll be taking on former 117, not found. 2 teams making roster changes and making some swift changes into the bracket as well. So excited to see where we go to next, Gil. That's going to be it for our winners bracket run. We got one more match today to go through here in our EU qualifiers for the COD Mobile World Championships 2026. We'll head to a break. We'll come back with the last match very, very shortly.
As always. Yes. I'm gonna go for a bite.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships EU Qualifiers, week number 2. My name is Cmoore, joined in with Verdict as we're jumping in with the last match of day 1 for the broadcast of week number 2, Verdict. And matches so far have been great to watch. I mean, you and I, we started off earlier today in winners round 1. You guys got blessed to see Animus take on the Saints 3-0, and Gil and I, again, get the near reverse sweep from Animus over Wanted. This time, Verdict, Wanted taking down Animus, changing the narrative a little bit. How about that?
And guaranteeing themselves a top 3 finish to go along with it. I know that they would wanted to see the results the last event kind of flip. They get a chance to do the same thing here. They deny the reverse sweep. It was a banger from beginning to end, and man, I cannot wait to cast the winners finals tomorrow. Should give us a glimpse into what could be a grand finals matchup for sure, or maybe Animus makes that lower bracket run. Who knows? You're gonna have to stick around and find out. That team fought tooth and nail, literally came down to the wire each time those two teams faced off. So gonna be certainly interesting to see what pans out for Animus as well as Wanted exclusive in their grand final or their winners finals matchup.
I'd say more likely than not, we should expect an Animus Wanted rematch somewhere down the line tomorrow. I think that I would put some money on that right away. But for you and I, too. Our lower bracket continues, and we get to look down into what is going to be Rangers taking on the Empire, our last match of the day. Winner goes on to play Animus tomorrow in your first match of the day. For Empire, their lower bracket started quite early, losing to 117 not found in a game 4. They take on Quantic retired to move on to where they are. Rangers, they lost to exclusive 3-0. Drop on down, take on Revenge EU. They beat them in 4 to move on to play Empire. So here we are in the best of 5. We get to look forward to Hacienda, Slums, Standoff, Combine, and Tunisia for a map 5 if we go that far. Talk to me a little bit about these two teams, because for myself, I haven't really seen too much of Empire or Rangers.
Well, I was kind of taking a look at their match history, and apparently in the Open Qualifiers 1, these two teams actually met in this same circumstance.
Really?
And if I'm not mistaken, it was Rangers who lost. So Empire took the advantage. They both ended up finishing 5th through 8th in that regard, but it was a 3-1 finish. Rangers able to snag the victory, or Empire able to snag the victory, rather. And so now it's maybe a little bit of revenge tour here for the side of Rangers. Maybe they get an opportunity to do exactly what we just saw Wanted do against Animus.
Yeah, maybe a chance to get some revenge, a chance to get a rematch. Everybody loves a good Cinderella story. I think you and I certainly love a good Cinderella story. So for Empire, second chances, the name of the game. I said that to Gil. That's what week 2 is all about. A second chance, get your revenge, get in the rematch, and see where we can go from there. Hacienda map number 1, though, we're going to be kicking things off with Empire. It looks like on the yellow side, Rangers on the blue side. So right away, Rangers going to be taking this from the less preferred side of the spawns.
All right, let's see. Both teams on the chopping block. Let's see how they respond. Hill's going to be occupied. Of course, there's going to be smokes. If there is a open hill on the map, hell, if there's a close one, just guaranteed bet your bottom dollar. Empire running away with it off the rip. First 15 seconds through have been damn near flawless. Kill's going to come through from the top side control. Chuzo and crew trying to make and take any advantage off the rip as they can. Hill's finally going to be occupied in blue. Rangers all over it for the time being. The back 30 looking like it's going to be just about as mixy as the front.
That's what it seems to be. I like this play from Skinny. Push out through top halls. See if you can find a couple more kills on the exits before this rotation is where you're looking, but kills go the way of the Rangers, and that's going to put some pressure onto the rotation over towards 2. Players from Rangers will meet you through the front door. It's just, do they get there in time? Trophy's going to interrupt that equipment, and Majora walks away with the last kill. So opening up at the initial on P2, but you look at the spawns from Rangers, they're in behind.
Oh, yeah, they're close. White spawns, nades through. Suro finds the first. looking for the entry on through. They've got a two-way segment. Majora holding down the door line for the time being, but his watch is ended. Down to a 1. Suro wins it. Hill's broken. And Rangers are right back into the mix and swing of things. The Lambo not going to get exploded until that time being, and it's going to find some value. 3 on the feed there for Empire. They're looking to pounce right back onto the objective. Chuzo leading the pack.
Yeah, Chuzo, what a shot there. He's already on 11, 2 hills in. He's got the Death Machine, a Hunter-Killer drone, and why not toss it right towards these players of Rangers trying to get their way back in, which they do. Couple kills get traded out, and looks like Shanks, Suro, and Ryu gonna find their way back into the hill for a little bit of scrap time. Keep this one even. Empire taking one more shot at the second hill. That's gonna be Nazan trying to steal it away, but the rest of the team's gonna be rotating over towards this hill 3. And the 4th player of Chuzo is the one blocking those back spawn. Secret interrupting through mid.
Ooh, looking for those transitional kills. Secret's gonna be able to find 1, make it 2. And fence is now being popped. That means time for some operators to go along with it. Majora finding 2. Tempest out here for Skinnies. He's going to go ahead and look to put him in the blender as well. Shots at a range, not going to land, but Majora's there to clean it up. Bishok inserts himself in the equation, finds a 3-piece, but it's not enough for Majora, who's found his 4th. That operator usage, getting complete value out of it in a scrappy P3 indeed is... Things have gone back and forth. For the time being, Empire are going to be able to take the lead for the time. Let's see how much longer they can hold it. Warehouse locked in. Finally, a little bit of time going to be on the backside. Ryu's got to get on the objective, but he's clearing out office first.
Yeah, I mean, gets back in, but it's too late. I mean, you've lost your entire team, and Chuzo rips you a new one. Chuzo with 3. On the end, he's going to immediately call in that Hunter-Killer drone and work alongside Majora to just outslay your opponents. Chuzo's got the Bal Pred missile over to P4, immediately takes out the Rangers from this hill. So just look at that map. Empire are all over the case with this rotation, and Chuzo, he's not missing. He's on 20 kills now, just catching players through mid.
Ooh, this is getting ugly. Rangers getting socked right now. And the blender, they go over again. Claw. Oh my god. Doesn't find anything. Damage through. Nades over the top, lands perfectly. But it's Chuzo there to fill the role. And buddy, he's chopping him down indeed. In the water he goes. Ryu is going to be able to finally take him down. Damage being done though. The back 30 still up for grabs. And it's down to 2v3. Not going to happen. Empire continuing to run away with this. This rock has been a complete shutdown for them. Rangers need to battle it out. Still 15 seconds left to fight for.
Quite a hefty lead considering that heading to P3 and fences, this was relatively a tie game. Rangers were right there with you after the second hill. It's looking so good for this team. So you look at Chuzo and Majora, I mean, the two of them really open up the floodgates for Hacienda. 117 to 63, heading into the new set of rotations. Over to P1 we go. Top halls looking to be controlled by Rio, but it's Chuzo again to take that kill. 25 now for Chuzo. The Bal is not missing for him. Finally, he's going to be shut down by Shanks. This should be Rangers getting a little bit of time off this hill. They just need a few more kills.
Just need a few more. Need to get those ARs involved too. You take a look at it. You mentioned Chuzo. We continuously say his name. It's for a reason. When your ARs are running on this map, they are damn near impossible to deny. And on the flip side of things, you're looking at maybe about a 30-point deficit and maybe 40 if they don't get their act together. Those ARs not rolling. Bishok not stepping up. The Shanks not really pulling anything through. Secret's going to get shut down as well. And all in all, it is Empire lighting up the feed yet again. Shanks up top trying to get something rolling there. The XM4 finally starting to hit. Now we got some time going in their favor as the race over to P2 begins. The Shanks looking to clear that path through. He's done God's work.
Yeah, Shanks looking to do it all for the rotation over towards New, but still you have a player in behind. That's Chuzo spawns up back P2, and the War Machine now for the pinch. Chuzo takes down 2. Majora pulls the equalizer, and Chuzo a third one means that Rangers have completely been sidelined from this hill. Rio avoiding the War Machine. He transitions into a double kill, but still not enough for the Rangers to break. Still not enough to keep Empire out of this hill. So you're gonna have to invest a couple of operators of your own right. Shanks with 2 off of his War Machine. Will it be enough to break back in for the rest of the team? Shut down onto the Death Machine, and you're still trying to flood.
Oh, you last man standing here. He's got cavalry coming through from the water side. This smash to the front's just going to be too overwhelming. Split gunfight. Chuzo winning that one, but it's Fly who's there. I mentioned the cavalry that was coming off the respawn. They get there in perfect timing. Last 12 seconds up for grabs. Rangers need all this and more. They're going to be able to award themselves a little bit of time, but it's at the expense of losing the rotation. Ryu's there. Might be able to get a lifeline in it. It is going to be sniffed out and taken down. So feed's going to light up yellow. So the hill is as soon as it pops. Topside control here for Platt is perfect for the Shanks, but he's going to have to be forced out of his position.
Forced out down low. Still gets a lot of damage in. Ryu cleans up too. The back and forth fights looking to favor Empire yet again. Skinny just going to hop the hill. Lay down. Soak up whatever you can get because Nazen's on the flank, and with the switchblade, he cleans house. Looking for 3 off the spawn. Nazen, he's got the Pred missile, he's got the Hunter Killer drone, and the Operator as well. If he chooses to use it, he's got the MP too. So the Pred missile is going to be the first one to use. Empire now 60-point lead off of this Fences Hill. Still 20 seconds, and Rangers desperately looking for a break here off the back of Bioshock. He jumps in, removes the players from the Empire out of this hard point. 12 seconds left off of this P3, and for Empire off this lead, all they need to do is look towards this P4 rotation. They're already on the case.
Case open. Already there. 40-point advantage. Looking to go ahead and press it on forward. Chuzo and crew. He's been absolutely flying at them, but Bioshock doing the same. EMP's out. It's going to be able to stop these ops from popping through, and the Tempest damage is going to come through as well. Rangers going to be able to hold on for dear life. Now they're fall their way on through with the guns. Now it's time for the ops to come through as the EMP expires. And Suro's looking to put them in a little bit of a blender. They have gathered up a little bit of confidence. They've got time. They've got ops. They've got Predators.
Oh, hits the roof.
It hits the roof. It's going to stop the push nonetheless. And all over it is Rangers. This game is still close.
When you talk about Empire, they had a 60-point lead going to P4. They even had the rotation early, using so much just to get here. It still doesn't turn into what Empire wanted it to be. We're at a tie game, and Rangers are seconds away from actually flipping this lead. What a comeback we're seeing on our screens right now. And it's behind the performances of Fly, Shanks, and Suro, all at 30 kills plus. A lead for the Rangers heading to the third set of rotations. Empire started to fall behind, maybe slow down and take their foot off the gas. What is going wrong for them right now?
It's more like what's going right for Rangers. They just kind of picked up the slack. The ARs are starting to fill their roles. Shanks has been running at them. Sturo is also picking it up too. This SMG, when he's running at you, is very lethal. Gonna have to peek your corners. They got bottom side control. They got hill control to go along with it. First 20 seconds through, they've gathered 15-point advantage. Suro right back in it. 3 combo and continuing to roll on through. Skinny gonna be able to finally take him down. And his Shank's gonna fall too. This might be a little bit of time needed here for Empire.
We saw this one get a little ugly between Animus and Wanted when we went back to the P1s. And you can see again, Empire Rangers just throwing everything in the kitchen sink out the window to get whatever time they can off this first hill. Wide open. Ryu shot in the back. Back into it for Empire. The scrap time, that is going to net them just a brief lead going into the second hill. But everybody from the Rangers, they spawn into the left side. They got the setup. Shanks, he's got the EMP and the Hunter Killer drone. This could be huge for the setup for such a big money hill.
All right, he's going to be the first victim to fall. Chuzo getting involved. Majora able to pop. They've found 3 in the feed, make it 4. The wipe is through. They've got the backside spawns. They got to buckle up now. The hit has to come through. EMP's been popped. They're all starting to funnel in. This is looking like a catastrophe. Claws through the smoke.
Oh, no.
It's going to be able to shut down Bioshock. Tempest is dumb as well. Bioshock now going to pop his. It is a hold firmly through the front, through both fronts. Empire continuing to rack up time.
My goodness. I mean, they can win off of this hill as well. Only 20 seconds away. You need to break. And it's just not happening. Nazen's going to win his fights. Still keeping you tucked into the corner. Hunter Killer drone misses. And the slide through. You still don't find the kill. Suro, it's his turn. He takes down 2. Along with Fly, you're in. 9 seconds. We're going to see another rotation. There's 2 players to look at. It's Fly and Shanks trying to make the play to new.
Yeah, they got 3 to deal with, too. Topside control is going to be in yellow. Hop down as shots come through. The Shanks has been golden on these rotations. Is now forced to play as live. Fly's going to be able to catch one on the transition. Ryu's going to be able to pop up top. Waiting for the cavalry to come through, but Majora able to snag it. Zero going to be able to trade him on through. 2 ops on the left-hand side of the screen. The hold is through. Secret, last man up. He's done.
Claw from Fly. I mean, this one is getting scary. Last bullet's going to catch them, and Fly's doing some great work. Contest in for Majora into the smoke. He goes down. Nades over the top from Skinny. Will it be enough? 15 seconds. Rangers are in, and here we go. No trophies means that Empire can break this one. 12 seconds, and they're in.
Plenty of time to close it out. You gotta come off this respawn. Where are you? You fought so hard, Rangers. Smoke on through. Nazan's gonna be able to shut you down on the transition. Chuzo blindly shooting through.
Shanks!
The Shanks wraps around. Skinny wins it. 1 point separating this team.
And they're still in. They're still fighting. Nazan, one more chance. He goes down. 2 seconds, the rotation. 3v3. And a fight from Suro. Shanks has to go big. He's cut down. 2 players in. They just need 1 second. And they're going to hold it. Nobody's going to get here. And Empire take it. Rangers. I mean, what a game from them. I don't know what's in the waters of Hacienda, but something always keeps these teams alive, Verdict. And towards the end, I mean, it all comes down to a rotation of 4. They hold on for so long. So many chances there for the Rangers to take a win off that Hacienda, and Empire wiping the sweat off their brow, taking this one. Looking at the stats, man, what a crazy game.
Yeah, that's wild. I know that y'all are talking about how much of a kill disparity you can have in this game and it still be close, especially in Hacienda. Animus and Wanted, similar situation. Wanted just coming up shy. This one much closer in that regard as far as point line goes, but that stat spread is brutal.
Yeah.
They said there were 52 and 36, 50 and 34 for Chuzo, who started hot, finished hot. But the biggest thing was getting in that P2 rotation for the 3rd time around. They get the break. They get those ops popped right before that EMP was called in, and that was everything for this Empire roster to be able to secure the advantage. They took, I mean, a massive chunk of what ended up eventually putting them in contention to close it out on that P3 out of the garage. And man, when you give away that much time, it's just damn near impossible to fight back in.
Yeah. I mean, like a second earlier, you think that the Rangers actually win this map off of that P2 hold. I think that that is truly the difference maker. Such a good call there, Verdict. I mean, just to kind of point that one out. And I mean, Rangers did their best. And you contest it, you force the P3, and somehow you even make it go to 4. Like, that is the crazy thing for Rangers, that they're able to do so much in such little time. But for the Empire, they start off strong for the best of 5. You talk about the second chance of getting a rematch versus a team like Rangers. Empire not really letting that fall early, so taking map 1 is going to be huge for this best of 5. And going into the search and destroy, I'm sure they're going to be feeling very, very good to get this one down. So when we look at the maps here, we get to look forward in what we see next. Slums, search and destroy. We just got off of a crazy Slums between Animus and Wanted, so I can imagine this one's going to be fun.
Yeah, I mean, if the sniper talent is anywhere close to what we just saw, as well as the PKM, and the challenge of finding any kind of peace and serenity on any kind of breaks onto a point, or maybe you're just looking to get a little bit of a smash and grab to the objective, you've got to get, you've got to be leery of the PKM lurking, or what kind of sniper presence is on the opposite side of the map. And then on top of that, you got shotgunners just laying prone on the stairs, you're just anticipating the sounds of, you busheling to either of those sites. So a lot of, all that to go through, as well as paper walls. Like, how do you play this map? How is this in the rotation? It's literally too many dynamics to encounter. I literally get sensory overload when I jump into a map of Slums Search and Destroy.
I mean, it's just so fun, I think, even just to watch. It's such a tug of war of momentum. For the attackers, it's just how do you bait out rotations? Very hard, but we saw, earlier from Wanted how good they were at just drawing that time all the way to the last 20 seconds and then hitting a bomb site, knowing that information just isn't there for the defenders. So it's difficult for sure, but it's really keeping your cards close to your chest and making sure that these initial gunfights do go your way. And for Chuzo, you open up with that sniper battle to Suro. That's going to be first blood for Empire, already demanding mid-map control.
Chuzo yet again finds another, but Bishak going to be able to take down one in revenge. Defense standing firm on the back foot. Skinny getting aggressive with it. Shanks going to be able to take him down. The trades up through. Majora looking for that exit. Shanks, he's firing all the guns a cylinder. 2v3 now is a minute 10 left on the clock. Bomb still in the hands of Bishak, who's going to be forced all the way back into the backside of spawn. This is a tough spot to be in. You don't have any kind of map control. You're getting pieced by Chuzo as well. This has gotten very ugly very quick.
Yeah, especially considering DeShanks has an Odin in his hand. I mean, like, this isn't the clutch weapon that you want. Like, yeah, you can do some serious damage, but gonna be hard when you need to take that bomb into the site on its own. And Chuzo's not going to let up. I mean, he's got such good information on the crossover to mechanics. Only way that DeShanks really can get around it is if he goes all the way around. But Chuzo's going to spot him as soon as he goes through. No, Chuzo's actually repositioned in blue. And DeShanks, 24 seconds. He hasn't even picked up the bomb. He went all the way on that mission with no objective in sight. So, bomb finally recovered, 15 seconds. And DeShanks, I mean, this would be
the timing.
An incredible clutch. Which wouldn't happen. Chuzo won't let that happen.
Nah, it wouldn't happen. Even if, he makes it across blue there, there's two players that are literally just going to ambush you regardless. So all that time, you don't have any time to clear out any angles afterwards. It was a lost cause. First round through, Empire standing strong. Riding that momentum off the hard point. First bloods come through in the matter of Chuzo. He found 4 last round. Looking to get antsy here through the middle of the map. Trophy system's going to be destroyed, so maybe some lethals or tacticals going to be thrown over the top if they've got it ready to go. And, well, they're paying a lot of respect to Chuzo at this moment. To be fair, he's earned it.
Truly has. First blood, though, for the Empire again, this time on the fly. Skinny's going to go over the wall, and that's going to hand over a second. Bishock with the SKS. Won't let you through for free. So far, so good for Empire on their defense. Not letting Rangers through. Another kill goes their way, so with Skinny falling quickly, that's going to be Empire again trying out that clock. Minute of time left. Verdict, not many areas that you can go for free, and Rangers need to start in the aggressors in situations. See if they can work a pick.
Here comes the hit. Okay, good double chow. Secret looking to pick up the slack. Shots on through. Bao not going to be able to get the job done. Hold the phone. They flip the map on its head. They got to take down Chuzo on the back line, and that is a much harder task to fill rather than say Majora looking to get the back wrap through. A lot of time has passed as Majora's taking up a lot of space. Little trigger discipline off the rip. He's going to look for the last one as well. Majora now left in a 1v1 as Ryu is going to be able to sneak and take another. Majora not going to be able to get the initial shots to land. And I'm not sure where or what the idea was there. And he's taking shots from the middle of the map. Couldn't really pinpoint where. And just going to tuck his tails and head for the site. That was kind of interesting. Weird.
That's what you need to do if you're the Rangers. I mean, just make a play. Give yourself a chance. And for Empire, they bleed. They're not invincible. We see it there. Chuzo, another first blood, but here comes Ryu for the quick trade, looking for more. Swings over with the switchblade. It's a double for Ryu. DeShanks follows it up. And the Rangers have broken through the defense, forced them back. Empire, no eyes on the B-bomb. See Majora there. The SKS attempting to catch anybody. Bring it into a 2-on-2, but he is not successful.
And look at this. I mean, Rangers have read this to a T. They know man is on the back lines. But Chuzo's still causing a lot of chaos to the front. They're going to have to focus full attention on through. Bomb's going to go down. And now it's a 2v3 as Majora is going to actually take a few shots as he's taking up space in the middle of the map. And is retreated all the way back. They're going to look to play this 2x2. And surely enough, it's going to be the first blood in favor of Majora. Chuzo not getting the shots to land there on Ryu. Bomb's been planted in plenty of times past. Chuzo not going to be able to get the shots to land. The Shanks shutting them down. Now it's up to Majora.
Majora's going to get caught there, and the Rangers go back to back. I mean, big plays from Shanks to close that gap on the flank. And you saw for a second, I think Chuzo attempting the quickscope. I thought a few of those were pretty close to hitting, but big wins coming out from the Rangers to put themselves up now 2-1. Winning some crucial offensive rounds, even losing these first blood battles. And they're going to pick up the pace and start to hit out A. It's going to be complete bang out to Shanks on the heady Nazen. Oh, what a shot with the switchblade. And Chuzo in the follow-up there, landing some incredible plays. Skinny now looking to put the final nail in the coffin. Prize fighters out, and that's going to be a quick one for Empire. Great answer back.
Oh, yeah, they get called on their bluff there. You said make a play. The first 2 times they did it panned out perfectly. This time around, the call was for A, and brother, did they get hit by a semi-truck. Skinny, of course, known for making plays over the wall or through the middle of the map, gets the redirect. As soon as they try to pull out or backtrack, oh, hello, 3-piece there for him. Back to the old stagnant holds here for the side of the Rangers. We're all tied up. And, well, now the play call is look for these picks off the opener and see what we can capitalize on through. Shank's going to be literally one shot, forced to back on through. Is going to be able to successfully cross. So no horrors, no fouls on the first bloods. A lot of shots taken, a lot of damage taken. No kills as of yet.
No kills. Chuzo looking for number 8. Through the wall, if anything connects. I mean, that is a miracle, but... Minute 7 on the clock, and Rangers doing a great job at just holding their lives until it's ready for an attack. And there it goes. Nason actually gives up first blood. Shanks is going to find it. That might open up the gates for a B hit. Ryu, I know he wants to pull the trigger.
Ooh. Wow. Okay, Chuzo. Hello. What the hell? 3 in the feed fall instantly? I'm not sure what happened there. Time was to push. Chuzo's time to shoot. Brother, did he get his fill? Said he was looking for 8. He ended up with 10 that round. Or 10 in the game, rather. Jesus Christ, 10 in the round would be crazy. I'm off my rocker. I know I've been up since 4, but hey, coffee's flowing in my veins. It's basically one in the same. Right now, Rangers trying to battle it back on through. The slow approach has not worked. The A smash has not worked. They got to go back to making plays on this B site. They got to clear out Skinny first.
That's what they got to do. Can they do it, though? Defense kind of holding in for a push through mechanics, and you can see that they really want to take that play. Skinny flies. He gets his and traded, but a kill onto Ryu is going to really slow down any pressure they have through these chokes, and why not make it 2? Chuzo, beautiful shot on a Bioshock, and you can see it with that. Empire recognize the opening through blue, push up, take the aggression, and that's bomb down.
I don't know if they gave comms to Suro, but brother, they ain't here. As soon as I say that, God, timing couldn't have been worse for him. So maybe he was listening and he should have just done his thing. It doesn't matter. It's 1v4. Shots not landing initially. Empire is looking to put it in you, buddy. Get out of there. Suro's going to spot one. Shot's not going to land. Follow-up does. It's good. 1v3. There's 28 seconds left to go on the clock. Bomb's going to be picked up here. Hello? What are we doing, Empire?
No idea where Empire gonna take this one. They flip the map though, and Suro, what do you do in this situation? You don't know what Empire's doing at that point, and go to pick up that bomb. Empire is there watching 4-2 now as their lead extends. Rangers Still waiting to see what they can do off these breakoffs, if they can catch some timings against these Empire players and start to put some first bloods on. Suro off the wall bangs, not gonna land on anybody.
Ooh, good nade. No flak check it either, so that one could have been lethal. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. Not the case here. Ryu lives to fight another minute. Majora says, hello, Suro. Wallbang's landing. And if it ain't Skinny who's reaping inside of you, it is him who is over the top. Shank's going to be able to get the trade now. As soon as I mentioned Skinny, he's dropped. So trades have came through. Hits on. Looks like it wants to be an A or B side approach. As soon as I say that, Majora, or Secret rather, going to be able to get some shots to land in. So 3 left standing on the right-hand side of the screen. Bomb still in the hands of Ryu. Looks like they want to go ahead and hit this blue site. Shots coming through. This is going to be at an all-time stop again. Fly, drop. Nazen, hey, he's running at you. Shanks, eliminated. GG's, next round.
GG's, 5-2. Nazen cleans up house with 3 quick ones off the Switchblade. And again, Rangers struggling to get across the 50-yard line on Slums. Empire making sure that their defense is ironclad. See if they can continue to round it up or if Rangers can stop the bleeding. Is it going to be an aggressive hit to B? It looks like Rangers want to pull the trigger, but as soon as they do, Majora is quicker on the draw. First blood on a buy shock. Suro trades it, and they're out onto B, but they are trapped on an island. And they need to get some paddles out to see if they can row to safety. Suro, a second one in the round. And he's looking for number 3. Nazen shuts it down. The bomb is down at B, but Nazen is hunting for heads, and it's down to a 3 versus 2 for the post plant, and Nazen's on the case.
Oh, Ryu's already sniffed out. Here they come. Nazen tagged. Majora traded. 2v1. 20 seconds left to go. Shanks is forced to check the bomb, and of course, they've got you surrounded. Plenty of time now is bombs defused. Empire 6-2 right before we flip. Now, I was taking a look at the best of 5 the last time these two met. The victory that came through for Rangers was indeed in the search and destroy. It just wasn't on Slums. It was Meltdown. So this is a tough call. If you're looking at the matchup from a grand scheme of things, not looking bright here for the Rangers. See if they can dig themselves out of this trench.
It's Chuzo again. I mean, he is just a menace with this sniper. 12 kills already. There's an answer. And I mean, I'd like to see somebody on the Rangers just take a gamble, go for a play. See what you can find, because if not, I mean, you're allowing these rotations from Empire to get themselves into positions of power. And Chuzo, that wrap back into mechanics is just giving him an advantage in these shots. Nice slide from Suro. That's classy. And Rio is going to shut off the play to B. No bomb plant. 2 versus 2. Oh, make it a 1v1. Oh, Shanks.
Oh. Crucial. Majora taking 1 before he's gone is massive. Give your teammate a fighting chance. Bomb's going to be collected. Nazen going to go ahead and stick it at B. Shanks now looking to get some shots in. The exit's going to be clean. Nazen's going to stay on site. And well, that's going to allow a little bit of a flood through the middle of the map. Shanks has read it perfectly. I don't think he spotted him initially. That's crazy timing.
He's got to wrap through Graveyard for free. I mean, there's so much time. And Shanks has to fly forward. He gets it, slides underneath the snipe, and Nazen this time won't be the clutch for Empire. Rangers shutting down the 1 versus 1, shutting down the bleeding that's gone on for far too long. Finding themselves a 3rd round, and I mean, that is a big one for the Shanks. I mean, staying active, not holding these long lines of sight, knowing that that sniper is available for Nazen in the clutch. So you close that distance, you take the battle, and that is a big one for the Rangers. Can they find 2, though? And a second one in a row can start this comeback.
Would be massive. Skinny taking up a lot of space. Oh, can't win the 1 in the middle of the map. Ryu's just laying prone. And even if he doesn't win that, you got a player there to trade. Skinny takes a a gamble, and it doesn't pay off this time around. He's known for getting Mixie in the middle of the map and taking these Bloods by storm, but that is not the case here. Chuzo, yeah, he's no stranger to finding shots. B-Shock, gonna get shut down. We're back at square one. All three players on the right side of the map looking to buckle up for that B-side hit and Fly. Like I said, so many dynamics of this map to clear. Fly in a known position. He's going to strike perfectly, giving that player advantage back to the defense.
Fly looking to bring Empire to the promised land, but Nason 2v2. Incredible turn of events for Empire. Opening up B. Chance for a plant. Suro and Deshanks, if you're keeping your tabs right, you know this is going to be a Tundra and an XM4, so B-site might not be a bad choice if you could just lock down mid.
Rocks down, 40 seconds, 2v2. Rangers clutched a massive 1v1 last go-around. Started just like this. 30 seconds, they got to start rolling. You've got Suro on the middle of the map, looking to cut it in half. The approach, Nazen trying to sniff it out, spots him, gets the shots to land perfectly. The trade's there for the Shanks. The timing couldn't have been any better. Shanks now going to have to push on through. And if you are Chuzo, you get lost so far back in this map, it doesn't matter. He is going to push up. That is a call if I've ever seen one.
He's worried. He doesn't see him when he jumps in. Deshanks knows exactly where you are because he spots you on the exit and the escape. But Chuzo has no idea. He has to go check that bomb just in case. That is another clutch for Deshanks, keeping Rangers alive on Slums. I mean, losing Suro could have put you in a really tough spot. I like the play from Nazen to hold on to mid with that Switchblade. Getting traded, though. That is troublesome for Empire now, giving up 2 rounds in a row after the lead that we have seen. And you look at the opening engagements of round 11. And it was actually Rangers opening up with a life advantage, but quickly you see Empire change this one back to Shanks.
Oh my
I thought he had the
Holy.
jump on a Chuzo, but oh, it's just Suro alone.
Yo, Chuzo absolutely flicked on that player in Grave. Of course, he's going to hit that final shot. Empire finally striking back, ending that drought. 2 rounds in a row. Rangers finding success here on the flip. Lead still very much showing Empire's hands. Rangers looking to claw their way back in. It would have liked to have that one back. Obviously, take down Chuzo. That's a different situation. Secret. First Blood Savages on through, and he is not going to hesitate. He's got the bomb in hand. He's going to go ahead and stick it. Fly's going to be forced to try and get something rolling through, and they're just going to have to look for the post plant, but Nazen going to be able to find one on the back lines, too. This looking like it might be another round in favor of Empire. Ryu's already eating bullets, too. Colin, Suro, and crew have got to step it up here. They got 25 seconds to roll.
Yeah, I mean, time's ticking.
Oh
and
my
Secret
God.
just lays down fire with the bow. Chuzo closes another one for Empire. Back to a 4-round lead. 8-4 on Slums. What can the Rangers even do at this point? Shanks has gifted you a second on this half, but both of the rounds that you found on this half have come down to 1v1s. I mean, you have not looked like you've been in control at all in this map, in this series, to be fair.
You got to find a way to shut down Secret. That man has been an absolute demon on the flip. Deshank's going to be able to take down one. Skinny Majori finding 2. Skinny finding another. It's down the Suro. 1v3. Rock's going down. He's in blue. So is Skinny. Hello. They meet, they bump shoulders. It's cordial. 9-4 victory. And we were looking for a little bit more out of this Rangers rosters. Empire says hell no.
Yeah, they said a lot more than I think just that. You got to give it to at least to Shanks in the way that he was able to handle himself in those really high stress moments to clutch up 2 1v1s, keeping your team alive. There was a real opportunity there, I think, for the Rangers to start to climb back on their defensive side, but when it comes back to the firepower and to the skill, the mechanics that's coming out from a lot of these initial engagements, you see the edge that the Empire have. You see how hard it is to just play your life against these guys, and every single time you think you might have the jump on them, Chuzo 180 snipes you out of nowhere. And he himself just led this team to the promised land in Slums, 17-5. Nazed a couple of huge rounds as well throughout at 11-9. I think his impact is going a little unnoticed there in the numbers, but for all those tuning in and watching, I mean, you could just see how influential some of these individuals can be. And you even said it yourself to Secret. I mean, like Secret, Majora, Skinny, like Nathan, like all of them. It's like, it's not the craziest numbers, it's not the craziest stat lines, but it's like when you're watching them, it's just where these kills happen, when they happen, and each one just having their moment across this map.
Absolutely. You know, on the flip side of it, I don't want to be the guy that picks on Fly, but 2 and 13 just ain't gonna make the cut, bro. At some point, you got to find some way to contribute to this team, whether it be baiting, whether it be you know, playing a little more conservative. I don't know. You get all the way through, you find 2 kills in 13 rounds. You know, I don't want to be that guy, but brother, that is completely unacceptable. Shanks, again, finding a way to extend these games. It's just too much to overcome, though. You know, as you mentioned, it's a collective effort on the left-hand side of your screen, and it was a complete meltdown on the right. So was that your phone that jump scared you?
I don't know what just happened. I'm like sitting here, I'm listening, and then just like jump scare from the phone. I didn't even know I had my volume up there. Like, dude, it's just like, that was crazy. Ringtones, man. That's unprofessional. That's unprofessional of me. But fortunately enough, this is the unofficial broadcast of the qualifiers. Oh, 2-0 up for the Empire Rangers. They need to step up going into the back half here. I mean, we just saw Animus climb their way into a Game 5 from being 2-0 down. Does Rangers have it in them to do it again? Standoff control up next, and this one is a little bit worrisome because, I mean, we've seen standoff in the past, and it's not really easy to it's like the same thing with Raid. It's like if you start falling behind when it comes down to the impact that you have in slaying, standoff becomes impossible to hold map control off. And Empire, through every step of the way, they've had your number when it comes down to like the micro of this game.
I'm so fearful for Rangers right now. You're on the chopping block. Moments, you know, too big. Lights are too bright. You've gotten outslayed in pretty much every game and every round and every mode that has been possible. And now you're jumping into the pit of fire. Standoff control is the epitome of what I think is by far one of the more disgusting spawn traps. I know that we've seen things that happen in Crossroad Strikes. I know we've seen things that have happened in Raid, but brother, that map is tiny in comparison. Getting that back alley control as a defense and then pensing from either the front where tank is or from that barrel site, brother, you can be in hell very quickly. So it's going to be huge to see what happens off this opening break. Obviously, we got to figure out who's going to be on what side. I know that they've already done that, but when we jump into the game, we'll figure it out. I'm taking a look at it now as the cheat sheet came through. Yeah, it does look like Empire is going to have the defensive side to start off this control. 9 times out of 10, we're going to see, I'm going to say 100% chance spawn traps ensues within the first wave of kills.
Oh, it's not Crossroads Strikes, man. So you can't expect that the offense is going to pop off to open this one up. Man, we got a crazy day of matches when it comes down to teams making comebacks, teams getting their revenge, and Empire here in the bracket looking to take down the Rangers pretty handedly, I will say. I've been impressed with these guys in the way that they've been able to kind of put themselves on a pedestal. Chuzo, Majora, 2 of them, they look like a powerhouse side by side. And for the Rangers, I've been like impressed with them at times. I think it's just like flash in the pans. You never truly see it for the course of an entire map. It's just they pop up here and there, and Empire deal with it accordingly.
Yeah, right now they're getting popped like zits. Jesus Christ, there was last man standing of that first wave. They do find a few kills that go along with it, so we're going to be able to find some hill time as well as some kills, but as soon as we mentioned that, we were already looking to see Secret and Skinny putting the full court pressure down. They've got backlines saddled up. They got blue locked in. They are just waiting for the bodies to drop, and surely enough, that it should be hell here for Rangers. First bloods on through, or first waves on through, and then like I said, the initial break is going to be huge. The fact that they went B was crazy. Able to find that first stick of progress. Now it's 40 seconds up the creek without a paddle, and Secret's giving it to you.
Yeah, Secret's got an EMP and a Pred missile already, and he's calling it in right on your forehead. 7 lives left already for the Rangers. Empire over double the lives that you have. Spawn trap's going to be in, like you said. It was a matter of time, not an if, or so when will it happen. And there is no way out. Berserker coming through from Nazen. He's got 5 kills in the round. Flies the last one up, and they know exactly where you are. So, at this point, how much until you get your operators online? I mean, how much do you really want to feed to Fly?
They say not enough. You know what? Let's just go ahead and end this one rather quickly. And I don't blame them. They didn't need operators to put that full on court press. Why need to start off with all 5 off the rip here in round number 2? Let's go ahead and stagger them. You got Secret, you got Skinny. There goes the Predator miss, or Fly's just going to hold on back to the backside of the spawn. This is brutal. Operator's going to get popped. It's going to get dropped. Secret's actually not going to find very much out of it. B-Shock going to be able to shut down this right wing and hold the phones. Okay.
This is good. This is something we can work with, Verdict. I like that. I think for the Rangers, I mean, it is defensive side. I'd expect to see a team on defense really step up, but as soon as you get wiped 4 down, you get a moment like this from Skinny and the Tempest chain.
Brother.
Skinny! Oh, what a moment there with the Tempest. Everybody from Rangers now has to re-rotate through Brown and make sure that A is under control.
B's getting capped along with that. Suro planting their feet in the ground here on towards this site. They said they're going to give up 1. That's going to be it. No, they're going to throw bodies at both. Last player left standing on this side of the map, it's Chuzo. Hunter Killer out. Should be the last little bit of stand. 7 kills to his name. The contest comes through, and the timing just couldn't have been worse. Ryu going to be able to take advantage of that one.
Skinny. Oh, big win from Ryu. 9v17, though. That's where the issue lies. It's just how long can you hold on to this brittle stick of a lead in your defensive hold. Fly's got the Tempest. He's got Butcher locked down by Shock and the SKS. Good shots in. He's got Chuzo beside him. Suro helps out. And no more reserves now for the side of Rangers. The Shakes trying to fly out towards Tractor. He gets his. 4v9, though. I mean, this would be an incredible shutdown if you can get it done.
Yeah, I mean, if you're side of Empire, you just play off trades, and that's exactly what they do there on the outskirts of the court side. Deshanks, I would have loved to see you hold this, brother, but hey, let's have some fun while it's out and about. Finds 1, finds 2, finds a 3rd. Doesn't anticipate. Majora's right there. It was a hell of a ride. With 18 seconds left to go, Suro's going to be forced to push on through. He's taking shots, gets the flank. Get some damage, but it's eventually going to be the numbers that prevail. Empire finding a way to shut this one out. It get a bit dicey towards the end. You know what? I'm mad I even called him out for using that claw, brother. Good for you.
Get it done. Do your thing. Rangers, I mean, we talk about Magic so often on the commentary desk, and how many times do we truly see the Magic unfold? Not very often. It's a special moment whenever we do get to see a comeback from a deficit like this. It would not just have to be a reverse sweep in the series now, but a reverse sweep in the control too. The ultimate reverse sweep, as we would call it, through Call of Duty. The Rangers, are they up to the task right now?
Oh
Shots
God.
through mid. That's Majora with the Death Machine challenging you out, and he is flying towards the tank. Another wave of kills for Empire, blocking your spawns, keeping you pinned.
Ooh, down to your last 13. This could be the final run. 30 seconds left to go. You haven't done yourself any kind of service of playing the objective. By Shock now popping the Annie. Able to find 2. Looking to reel it back in for the squad. Skinny Gonna go ahead and shut down Suro on that objective site. Time's got to get stopped here. Ryu's looking to find anybody on this respawn. Is going to be able to find one, but if you don't have control of the spawns, it is damn near impossible to find kills off of it. And now it's down to 11-10, so you're able to clear the gap, but are you able to extend this game?
9v10, 11 seconds left. On to A. You have to play A. And make sure that you can extend that time. Fly with Ryu. Good shots on the Nazin, and looks like Rio's going to find himself into B as well. Second tick of progress. He's now getting worked on for the full cap. But even if not that, you have Ryu sticking his legs out over towards B. Ryu trying to slide into the bottom of warehouse, and he's just staying alive right now. His whole team is getting cut off, and he's alone in this endeavor. How much can he do in the 6v3? Ryu on the turnaround. Hipfire doesn't land, and now he's gone.
Down the last two. Suro, the Shanks, where are you at, Shanks? Brother, you've got to get on objective. You're leaving Suro on an island, and it's not enough. That is it. The complete sweep in the series. They're in the control to go along with it. Empire never giving Rangers a chance to catch their breath. They take this series 3-0. They eliminate Rangers yet again. It is a very, very tall order to, ask for a complete reverse sweep. Colin, that one had wings, but brother, just so many little errors that happened in that last round that had to been flawless to even consider it. But a great effort to try and extend this series, just not enough to get the job done.
You got to give them the flowers. I mean, Empire was the better team across the entire series. I mean,
Agreed.
Hardpoint, Search, Control, they dominated. And it's why I say, I mean, as a commentator, I mean, you sit here and you're like, it would take magic to make a comeback like that. Truly would, because Empire just had you by the throat for the entire series. They weren't letting go. And when you look back to the Hardpoint, that was your best chance for the Rangers, and it slipped out of your fingertips. I mean, it was a tough loss in map number 1. You had an opportunity on the comeback in map number 2 for the Slums. At one point, it was 6-4. I mean, the Shanks tried to claw your way back out single-handedly, and then as soon as Empire put their foot down, it just looked like the Rangers were outclassed. And you go into the standoff control, same exact deal. I mean, we know why we don't see standoff very often. It's because how hard it is on attack to really get out of your spawn if you go 5 down early. And we saw too many times Rangers just play from a deficit in terms of those lives. Empire, what a good showcasing here in the lower bracket, taking down Rangers 3-0. And moving on, kind of red hot prime to take on Animus tomorrow in losers round 4. I mean, we saw Wanted, really come out swinging against this Animus team. I mean, Verdict, do you think that this Empire squad, the way that you're seeing them, has a chance to eliminate Animus?
I think there's not enough magic in the world to stop Animus tomorrow, brother. Maybe Brody's got all the magic, but if I'm not mistaken, he's going to be gone all weekend.
No, he'll be here tomorrow.
He'll be here tomorrow.
He's
okay, then maybe he'll bring the magic with him.
He's gathering the magic right now.
I see what you did there.
That's what he's doing today.
You dropped hints for the magic line, and I just couldn't take it off the rip, and it started to come to me towards the end. You got to excuse me. He's waking up at 4 a.m. It ain't good for the cognitive system. I know that we're locked and loaded, and it's literally 11:30 my time now. But as you get older in age, I'm almost 36, brother. I'm almost 36, and it is harder and harder to piece things apart and together. But hey, you know what? I'm going to bring my A game tomorrow. I hope Empire brings theirs too. They have a tall task ahead of them. You said they're going up against Animus?
Yeah.
Oof, got their work cut out for them.
They do. And I mean, for you guys, you'll see Infinity tomorrow. He's at a Magic the Gathering tournament today. So shout out to Infinity. Hope he's doing well in this one. But no, that's going to be all said and done for our bracket today on day 1 of week 2 for the qualifiers. Here we can see our winners bracket teed up. What a day it was, Verdict, because starting off in winners round 1, we got to follow along with this Wanted and Troglodyte tribe squad early. Wanted push on through. Animus take them on. Game 5, nearly a reverse sweep. They shut it down this time, getting their revenge from what was our week 1 qualifier, where Animus took them down in that Game 5 search and destroy 9-11. It was a poetic story. Wanted, they earned it through and through. I'm excited to see them get their revenge versus Exclusive. And unfortunate for 117 Not Found, because they looked good versus Empire, and they had their chance to go up against Exclusive early on. Fortunately, they weren't able to play it, so they drop into the losers bracket without even a chance to show their mettle there in that winner's semifinal. But they dropped down to play the Saints, now looking to make a loser's run of them their own. So crazy things going on in the bracket right now. I can't wait for day 2.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be a blast. We're going to crown a champion. Will it be Exclusive, or will we have another contender step up to the plate and figure things out? You've got to tune in for the broadcast. It's going to be the same time, same place tomorrow. Colin, we've had a blast today, brother. Are you joining us back tomorrow, or is it going to be Gilmania back?
I'll be back tomorrow. I'll be right
Let's
here
go.
alongside you and Brody. And we're going to be enjoying all the matchups with you guys at home. Thank you guys for tuning in. And like Verdict said, make sure you subscribe, like, and show all of the support here for the community stream that we do have, because Europe is putting on quite an entertaining weekend so far. Not just week 1, week 2, but we got week 3 as well later on down the line. So we'll see you guys tomorrow, same time, same place. Have a great night. GG.